Life shows no mercy to anyone, does it? People found themselves trapped in a merciless conflict with demonic forces. Within this turmoil, a youth emerged from the poorest quarters, lacking proper instruction, without allies, possessing nothing of value, yet rose to become among history's most formidable fighters. His struggle continued until the final moment. Despite receiving no compensation, Tiny maintained his position. During the most horrifying confrontation of all, 10 renowned champions fell in defeat, leaving him as the sole survivor, the only warrior capable of confronting the Demon Lord's 7th lieutenant. Yet the threat remained far from eliminated. Their forces would inevitably return, while Tiny bore severe injuries with insufficient power remaining for another battle. At that moment he began questioning what might have occurred if destiny had shown greater kindness. What if proper guidance had been available from the beginning? Perhaps he might have altered the entire course of events. What remained beyond his imagination was that this desire would soon become reality. Our actual tale commences with a vision of a world destined for destruction. Allies who had endured the depths of suffering and survived now lacked the magical energy to continue. The 10 mightiest champions of the realm, humanity's greatest protectors, had depleted their abilities and they collapsed. A single fighter retained the capacity for movement. Tiny, the final standing warrior, pulled his weapon across the war zone. The previously fertile green landscapes had been transformed into dust by the passage of a ruthless being, the Lieutenant of Gluttony. This entity possessed no capacity for mercy. Yet when it gazed upon Tiny, it recognized something unprecedented and acknowledged. He represented the most powerful opponent it had ever encountered. For Tiny, this was no praise. It constituted mockery. The beast stood on the brink of destruction, yet maintained its arrogance. With rage blazing in his gaze, Tiny prepared his weapon and rushed forth for a final assault. Using his remaining energy, he struck the creature's limb and released his thunder attack. The demon mocked, declaring it pointless. Yet this proved its greatest error. Tiny's wrath erupted, beyond all boundaries. The force of his strike converted everything surrounding him to dust, the demon included, for one must never dismiss a person who has lost all. He possesses nothing more to sacrifice. Even in triumph, Tiny understood he would not survive. His wounds were severe, his magical power exhausted, and the adversary would certainly return. During that moment, he contemplated, what if circumstances had differed from the start? Magical instruction remained exclusive to aristocrats, knowledge protected by the powerful. Tiny had begun with nothing, no wealth, no mentors, progressing gradually, perpetually disadvantaged. Yet he achieved the summit. Now facing death, he questioned, had it all been meaningless? If he had obtained proper training initially, might he have preserved the continent? The Gluttony Lieutenant ranked merely 7th. Others existed above him, and beyond them all, the Demon Sovereign. While these reflections occupied his thoughts, someone spoke across the battlefield. Asgard von Valentia, the Blade Master, approached and gravely stated, Tiny possessed little time remaining. Yet before departing this realm, he posed one inquiry to the young warrior. Why did you not flee? Tiny paused. Asgard then revealed he had learned of Tiny's origins in the slums and questioned whether nothing existed that he sought to defend. He recognized the hardships Tiny's existence must have contained. Tiny responded that he had wondered what inquiry the Emperor would pose, though he felt embarrassment. He confessed something. He despised being inferior to others. He maintained that a person should always conduct himself with dignity, regardless of location or circumstance. For this reason, he could never retreat from combat. Hearing this, Asgard erupted in laughter. Tiny observed that the Emperor must retain some energy if he could laugh in such a manner. The Emperor smiled and assured Tiny that matters would resolve favorably. He reminded him of the ability that had elevated him to the status of one of the top 10 warriors, motivated by pride alone. Then Asgard spoke mysteriously, stating that should Tiny ever return, he must seek him. Tiny expressed confusion. The Emperor explained that if Tiny should recklessly journey to former times, his younger version likely would not accept any of this. Therefore, he shared a confidence. His daughter's true name was Leia. chosen after a blossom both he and his spouse favored. Yet, in a private admission, he disclosed he had never truly appreciated that flower, and this detail Tiny must always remember. He also urged the hero to locate him with utmost speed. Tiny comprehends nothing of what transpires, yet he observes his awareness dimming and assumes death approaches. Nevertheless, he suddenly awakens and perceives that his surroundings appear familiar, causing him to question whether he has died or dreams. Yet he cannot accept experiencing this situation again. This occurs because this represents a period when his sister's remains were seized immediately after her passing. Following his sister's departure, they arrived. Tiny grows angry whenever he recalls Arena, who concealed the golden band. Yet he quickly remembers that he actually hid it and his sister suffered while attempting to shield him. He recollects some individuals appearing claiming they nearly harmed Wolf because of her and wished to instruct her so she would never repeat it. During that time, the men appeared and assaulted her. The hero believes he barely survived with his weak form, while his sister perished caring for him, despite her injuries. Nevertheless, what he considered a distant recollection resurfaces in his consciousness. The men appear and, with a single blow, knock Tiny's sister down, celebrating their action. Even knowing she had died, they continued. As if this were insufficient, they attempted to claim her remains. One hesitates to proceed, yet the other mentions sick individuals who desire corpses and fresh organs can bring profit. Still young, Tiny attempted to prevent them, yet he believes he cannot defend her even in his visions. Resting in his bed, he struggles with all his power to move. Suddenly, his limb begins responding, accompanied by power that emerged within his form. With this, he obtained his desire and moved toward the criminals. Shortly after, the hero succeeded in striking one of them, such that the man experienced the blow and could not believe what he witnessed. Then he rises with his partner, declaring that this child must seek death. The pair unite to assault the hero, claiming he was forbidden to leave his bed. Young Tiny resisted because he wished only to protect his sister. After severely beating him, the men abandoned taking the body due to the child's determination. Ironically, they instruct him to enjoy time with his deceased sister. Yet now the hero realizes this differs from his past because the conclusion of the nightmares he has experienced until now has altered. He remains uncertain why the sudden change while still believing he dreams. He also recalls that he could not control magical energy at this age. Then he remembers the Emperor's final words and begins believing he truly was transported to former times. Tiny starts realizing he exists not in a dream because now he imagines he can alter his destiny. Tiny doubts he can manipulate magical energy at this age, yet he starts believing when he observes his abilities functioning. Soon he concludes that the Emperor indeed transported him to the past and realizes this truly is not a dream. Then he states the elderly man erred in sending him now because he desired to be somewhat further along, precisely because during this period his form remains fragile. The hero acknowledges that he merely complains uselessly, and the Blade Emperor lacked confidence in his own ability. Yet he believes he can view this as an opportunity to allow his sister peaceful rest, since he could not even accomplish that in his previous existence. Tiny then recalls that the Emperor instructed him to meet him immediately. Nevertheless, he believes that must wait briefly. After completing what he must do, he will soon travel. Now the hero desires vengeance against the one who murdered his sister, known as Wolf, because in his previous life he nearly killed him by shattering his spine. Yet this time he wants more appropriate retribution. Nevertheless, before that, he wishes to bring his sister to a place of rest. Some time later, he succeeds in bringing her to a graveyard, and he believes that he was not related to Arena by blood. All they shared were their dark eyes and hair, a rare sight on the continent. Many people among the invaders avoided or harmed him because of this. Yet his sister used to claim he reminded her of her lost brother, so she named him Tiny and treated him with genuine affection and care. Sending his sister to rest without being able to repay all she did for him leaves the hero somewhat frustrated. Regardless, a priest performs the normal funeral rites among the people present. A girl observes the hero and wonders if Arena died because of him. Her name is Emma, Arena's friend, and she believes Tiny appears to have changed slightly. Even some time ago, she found them at their house and saw the child eating directly in front of his sister's remains. Yet upon looking closely, he notices that the boy's wounds healed instantly. After that, the hero picked up Irina's body. Emma asked where he thought he was going with those injuries, even though the hero insisted he was fine. The girl persisted that he should care for himself. She also said she did not understand why he listened to Irina's words, but not hers. However, surprisingly, the hero thanked her for the food, and also for caring for him, affirming that he would make sure to return the favor. Emma definitely was not expecting that, yet suddenly they were holding a funeral afterward, and she wondered what was going through the boy's mind. Speaking of him, Tiny thought this was the only way to make peace with Emma. He also thought he should not blame himself, and feel discouraged because that was not what his sister would have wanted. She always told Tiny to be confident and keep his head held high. Soon, the hero declared that he held on to Irina's words, saying she should watch him from above, and asserting that he would not have any regrets this time. A month after the funeral, the hero was ready to start over. He then walked to a specific place. Some men recognized him as one of the slum kids, thinking they could take his money all at once. Yet as they approached, Tiny asked where Wolf was. One of the men, irritated, asked how he dared to say that name, claiming he must have lost his mind. He even tried to slap the boy, but was stopped. Tiny sarcastically asked what was wrong with mentioning Wolf's name. Meanwhile, he gripped the man's arm tightly, making him scream in pain. Seeing his partner fall to the ground, another man asked what was wrong with this kid, thinking Tiny must have found a potion or something to have gotten so strong. But he believed Tiny was just another brat and went for an attack. Grabbing the boy by the shirt, the man tried to lift him but struggled greatly, wondering why the boy was so heavy. Tiny said the man must be wondering what was going on since he was heavier than he looked, and told the man to just give up, but then added that the man would not be able to do that anyway and kicked him hard. His magical body had replaced his previous weakness. He had not been able to do this in his past life, but now it was different, because he had perfectly fused a copy of his magical body with his physical body, one that could become more powerful as a result of the interactions between the two bodies. This was the core of the secret technique Tiny had developed. This technique was powerful, but it required him to eat much more than normal to be effective, which was why he had consumed 10 days' worth of food from Emma's house. In any case, it gave him the strength he needed. The hero said that in addition to realizing something after remaking his magical body, a single magical awakening had an easier time finding its place in damaged bodies. The fallen man did not understand what he was saying. Tiny explained that it meant he was thankful that the man had once broken his body. After saying this, he hurled the man as if he were nothing. The man's body smashed through a door and passed by several others. Inside, they were alarmed by the presence of an intruder and wondered who he was. Seeing Tiny enter, they identified him as the slum brat. From above, some noticed that the boy had come there alone and questioned what he would do without a weapon. The hero asked what they meant by without a weapon. Then, with his bare hands, he attacked, saying he did have a weapon, his own body, which he used to defeat his enemies, and throw them as if their weight were as light as paper. The mess the hero made was enormous. He fought against multiple grown men with a child's body, making it seem insignificant because no one there was a match for him. Tiny even had fun beating his targets. When he finished, everyone was on the ground, and some had even lost a few teeth. Thus, the first stage was complete. He declared he was tired of dealing with the small fry. What remained were the Randers brothers, and Tiny asked why they would not come down to fight him. After the hero confronted the brothers, one of them declared he would split Tiny in two. Yet, as they faced the boy, another brother noted that Tiny was a magical energy user. Soon they concluded that the body of a magical energy user can be sold for a good price. While Tiny was playing with one of the fallen bodies, the two brothers tried to catch him off guard, and then he tossed the body aside, saying it was already all broken. A flashback from his past life shows a moment when he was using a person as a weapon. One of his superiors called him crazy and asked him to show some class. Yet Tiny asked how he could possibly do that. Then the superior said that instead of using a cheap trick like that, he could learn hand-to-hand combat. Back in the present moment, the hero thinks that with this, he should be able to maintain his dignity, so he waits for the brothers to approach, and immediately after he dodges their sword strikes. After that, he steps back a little, making one of the enemies realize that Tiny was able to predict their movements. In turn, Tiny takes the opportunity to land a solid punch on the enemy's face. This amazes his brother. Yet soon after, he was the next one to fall. Their fight did not last long, as the hero easily defeated them both, and went straight to Wolf's room. The leader of the invaders asks who the boy is. In his past life, the hero did something similar. At the time, he was older, and when he encountered Wolf, who was a pimp in a remote area, he belonged to the Beastman tribe, considered the best among the demi-human races. Among them, the pure silver werewolf was special, since he had a trait usually found only in the direct bloodlines of the Beastman royal family. It was very difficult to kill him in Tiny's past life, as he did not know why a silver wolf was in such a place. Yet this time he knows what awaits him. Seeing the boy, Wolf asks if he was the one who caused all this mess. Tiny asks if he cannot deduce the answer himself, saying his intelligence must only go that far. Wolf calls him an insolent brat and promises to tear out his tongue. Soon he begins transforming into his beastly form, and the hero says it would have been better if he attacked with everything from the start. Wolf's claws begin to emerge along with hairy animalistic paws. This way, Wolf transforms completely. Yet Tiny becomes a little confused, saying that Wolf does not have gray fur as he imagined, and asking what kind of dog he turned into. Wolf does not like being called that, and launches into a furious attack. The hero wonders what is going on as he notices that Wolf is stronger and faster than the Rander's brothers. Still, he dodges the attacks, and thinks that Wolf cannot be compared to how he was in his past life. Then he decides to end this and clamps the wolf's mouth shut, asking if the enemy thinks he came back just to see these weak attacks. With that, Wolf is left in shock. Not only that, but he starts bleeding due to the strength the hero applied. Tiny has an advantage as he once heard from a Beastman companion how to handle their kin in berserker mode. Then Wolf becomes even more furious. However, the hero manages to dodge all his strikes. He thinks this is why the Beastman companions said that beating is the best treatment for a rabid dog, which is exactly what Tiny does. Yet he tells Wolf not to die yet, as he wants to beat him to death. The Beastman companion used to say it is fine to hit them, a little since they have excellent regenerative abilities. Knowing this, the hero does not hold back his strength, and takes the opportunity to beat the enemy severely. Yet as he comes across a wall, a crack reveals a magical seal. Immediately, Wolf returns to his normal state. Tiny then asks if he has come to his senses. Scared, Wolf asks why the boy is doing this to him, yet the hero simply tells him to shut up, saying this will not end with just his spine this time. He also tells him to beg for forgiveness for what he did to his sister. After feeling satisfied, Tiny says to his sister that he hopes he gave her some comfort for her pain. He tells Wolf that if it were up to him, he would cut his head off. Wolf begs for forgiveness, just as the boy told him to do, saying he deeply regrets what he did. Yet the hero's rage is so intense that he wants to decapitate him and take his head as an offering to his sister's grave. Hearing this makes Wolf even more desperate. Then Tiny says that his sister probably would not want to see Wolf's face after everything she went through. Then he decides to clear up some doubts and asks Wolf what a beastman like him is doing in this place. Yet before that, he picks up a stone from the ground that had fallen from the enemy, and says he has never seen one like it in his past life. Upon touching it, the hero is overwhelmed by a strange energy. He wonders if this might be demonic chi. Inside the stone, he sees a silver wolf trying to escape. The wolf lunges at the hero, leaving Tiny quite surprised by the sight. Back in the past, a friend of the hero wanted to show him something about spirit creatures. These creatures are beings that are reborn after accumulating magical energy for at least a century. Tiny did not know such beings lived outside Elapheim, yet he had heard that these spirit creatures were rare. His friend asked if he knew that the soul of a spirit creature was a spirit. He answered yes, even though he was not a spirit tamer. She then asked if he knew what the quintessence of a spirit was. As she spoke, she held a stone in her hand, similar to the one the hero now held. Back in the present, he wondered why a werewolf possessed such a precious item. Tiny also thought it was in a strange state since this object was emanating demonic chi, which was typically found in demon spirit stones. Regardless, he knew he needed to deal with this strange thing in the form of chains. So he punched the spirit creature. With that, the chains broke. In the hero's mind, some scenes appeared. Scenes he identified as the spirit's memories. He wondered why in the memory the spirit was surrounded by strange individuals. He also noticed that all of them had demonic chi and they were using it to fight the creature, even as it tried to resist its enemies. The spirit wolf could not defeat them with knives infused with demonic chi. They attacked the wolf and managed to bring it down. After that, the hero saw that they were after the spirit stone. He also saw that a boy held the stone and handed it to another member of the group. The one who received it transformed into a werewolf. This way, the hero realized they were creating beastmen by making them absorb spirit stones. It became clear that Wolf had been a child transformed in this way. Yet, since the hero arrived too early this time, Wolf had not fully absorbed the power. That is why Wolf appeared different from how Tiny remembered him. Then the spirit wolf tried to attack Wolf, yet the hero stopped it, saying that this guy deserved a more miserable death. He realized the spirit understood him, and thought it was incredible since he was sure he had no talent for taming spirits or animals. Yet he remembered his friend saying that it was possible for a human to become a spirit tamer, as long as they had a pure soul and enough magical energy. However, she had also said that only young children were pure enough to do so. Now he realized he had returned to his childhood state. However, he did not think he was pure in the way his friend Estina had described. The wolf stared at him and approached the boy. Tiny realized the wolf believed that when he broke the stone, his magical energy entered the spirit stone, filling the broken part of the spirit stone. This was why they could communicate. As a result, Tiny asked if he could make a contract with the spirit wolf. The spirit answered yes, so the hero agreed to form the contract. Unlike magic, this did not require him to focus on the spirit. And as long as the hero supplied the wolf with enough magical energy to survive, it would be a valuable ally. And most spirits grew stronger as the spirit tamer's strength increased. This was one of the reasons why Estina was one of the best among the 10 knights. Yet now the hero realized the wolf wanted a favor as it sought to use him to fulfill its revenge. Tiny said it was not a big deal. He explained that he was already planning to kill everyone connected with demonic chi. He knew the final step in contracting a spirit was deciding its name, so he wondered what he should call the wolf. Noticing that the animal had fur as silver as the moon, he decided to name it Lunar Wolf from now on. By the way, he wondered who was behind this man transforming others into beasts with spirit stones. Seeing that he had demonic chi, they might be what the hero described as them, the demon worshippers, fanatics who rejected God and worked for demons. They had caused chaos in the world even before the Demon King's army appeared. Tiny had been stuck in a labyrinth during that time, so he did not know much about it. Wolf is still begging for mercy, yet the hero tells him to shut up and asks if the boy who gave him the spirit stone was a demon worshipper. Yet Wolf cannot even respond as he is out of his mind. The hero then asks the lunar wolf to wake him up. With a roar, Wolf snaps back to reality, and the hero repeats the question. Wolf mentions an organization, and the hero demands more details. However, the deranged man is not thinking straight. He says the organization will not let Tiny get away with this thing so easily. He also claims that he himself was just a test subject for them. Finally, he starts to mention the great power they possess. Yet before he can finish, his head explodes. Even the hero is surprised. He had not expected they would place a spell to prevent Wolf from revealing secrets. Though upon reflection, something like this had happened before. In the past, Tiny had thought Wolf was referring to his subordinates on the first floor when he spoke of the organization coming after him. When the hero dealt with those men, they did not even know Wolf was a beastman. For now, Tiny decides to brush it off, saying it is not as if he lives using his head. Looking at the broken wall, he sees something that seems important, and he thinks he should start reclaiming what was taken from him. Next, he uses Wolf's body to break the wall further. Soon, a type of vault is revealed, and the hero wonders what the Blade Emperor would have done in this situation. He believes he can someday use the story the Emperor told him before he died. Tiny takes Wolf's hand and uses it to open the vault. He thinks that to make his future ally trust him, he needs a specific item which he finds inside the vault. The Valencia family ring. Once, a woman approached a boy and asked his name. He replied that his name was Tiny. She said the name was cute and suited him. Then she took a ring from her finger and gave it to him, saying he should look for her with it and she would help him. Back in the present, the hero knows that everyone living in the Allen Empire knows who she is. Chloe von Valentia. She is the youngest daughter of the Blade Emperor Asgard von Valencia. She is also known for her kindness and generosity since she was a child. Back then, she was called the Angel of Valencia. Everything changed around the time she turned 16, because there is a tradition in the Valencia family where children who reach adulthood must place flowers in every temple in the empire and make their names known. This must be the reason they met an invader, the red light district of the Filft, located on the borders of the duchy. In his past life, Tiny was unable to retrieve the ring because it took too long to seek vengeance, and getting help was difficult. Yet this time, the ring will be of great help. Now that it is in his possession, it should be much easier to meet the Blade Emperor. Suddenly, someone appears asking about the hero, and Tiny already knew this person would show up. A man in shining armor enters the scene, and is met with the chaos everywhere. Some people mention how the hero grabbed one of their legs and swung it as a weapon, convinced he must be a magical energy user. The man is surprised to hear that a child caused all this commotion. Yet others confirm it and beg the knight to intervene, as this guarantees the problem will be resolved. However, irritated, the knight says this is why he told them to stop that nonsense, though they insist it is not related. The man then asks how Wolf has been managing his subordinates. This man is Ian, the commander of the guards of the outer castle of Filos. He quickly thinks he can use his title as an excuse to increase his protection fee. Yet then the hero descends the stairs, and the knight asks if he was the one who caused all this mess. Tiny responds that he was. The commander then asks if he has any idea what he has just done. Tiny replies that he was just taking care of some rotten scum, and does not understand why a knight needs to show up for something like that. He also mentions that it looks like the man was receiving a lot of bribes from Wolf. Despite being irritated, the man says the boy has guts, yet that does not stop him from launching an attack. The hero wonders if the knight has just reached the second level of magical energy. In any case, he prevents the knight from attacking him, leaving the man quite surprised as he did not expect his attack to be so easily stopped. Since that is the case, the hero thinks that even though he is not strong, if he gives it his best, he might defeat his opponent. After this, he attacks with a knee strike to the opponent's face. The impact of the blow is powerful, yet the knight blocked it with his hands, preventing greater damage. This makes Tiny think that for now, just demonstrating his power should be enough. The knight comments that he is quite skilled for a child, yet the hero can only think that he should not make the feudal lord his enemy just yet, since the number of knights under the lord's command is too many. For now, Tiny decides it is better to let the knight leave on his own. Furious, the knight prepares to draw his sword. However, the hero is ready. From the top of the stairs, he summons his spirit wolf, facing the creature head-on. The knight becomes visibly frightened. This makes Tiny think that the opponent has probably never seen a spirit in such a small place. And since the knight has calmed down, he decides to say something. The hero then states that this matter does not concern the opponent as long as he gets paid. The knight asks what he is getting at. The hero then asks what the knight thinks about being paid by him instead of Wolf. The knight remarks that such words do not sound like they are coming from a child, asking how old the hero is and whether he transforms through magic. Tiny replies that it is not magic. He says he is just a native of this place and is somewhat famous in Invader because of his black hair. The knight then asks if he thinks he can pay him the 5 white gold coins that Wolf would give. However, Tiny says he must be joking and asks how far the knight wants to take this, because he is certain the knight was only receiving 1 coin from Wolf. Tiny agrees to raise the payment to 1.5 coins. This enrages the knight, yet Tiny says that if he does not want the deal, they can settle the matter right now. Seeing that the boy has the protection of a spirit wolf, the knight realizes he has no chance against him. He remarks that the world must truly be ending, as only then would a child speak such things. Tiny then asks the knight for his answer. The knight says his payment date is the last day of the month, so Tiny must keep his promise. As he leaves, one of those present asks if the Lord's knight will really let things end like this. Angrily, the knight punches the man in the face and simply tells him to shut up. Tiny tells the knight to wait and tosses a coin in his direction, saying that since the ownership of this place has changed, the new owner should at least greet the feudal lord and asks if the knight can arrange a meeting. The knight replies that he will report this to the lord, yet warns the hero that he will feel the feudal lord's wrath if he does not pay on time. Tiny says he is aware of that, and thinks that this will only happen if there is a next payment date. Seeing Wolf's former subordinates fleeing, the hero asks where they think they are going and declares he will give them 1 hour to gather all the women working in Invader and the children who beg in the streets. He warns that for every minute they are late, he will kill 1 person. And if they try to escape, his spirit will hunt them down and kill them. He then tells them to run and not forget that they only have 1 hour. Afterward, Tiny thinks that if everything goes according to his plan, it will not take even a week to deal with this place, and he looks forward to meeting Duke Valencia. When the deadline is up, the men return with the people the hero demanded. Emma is among them. As soon as she sees Tiny, she asks what happened to his hand and if someone hit him again. However, he replies that it is not his blood and points to Wolf, saying that he is already dead. Emma wonders if this is really Wolf. Quickly, panic spreads among the others as they believe the feudal lord will not leave them alone now. Tiny notices that everyone is scared because no one living in Invader is unaware that the feudal lord is behind Wolf. The people begin to wonder what will happen and what kind of punishment they will face. Yet the hero interrupts them, asking them that if challenging the nobility is a grave sin, what will happen to the feudal lord of Filos who is making Duke Valencia look like a fool? Elsewhere, 2 guards are talking, and one of them mentions that he has not seen Lord Ram around for a few days, asking if he is on vacation or something. The other guard says he heard that Ram is on probation because of that incident in Invader. His friend asks what the Lord did. He asks if his friend does not remember the fight between the local thugs. His friend asks if he means the time when they all hallucinated simultaneously, because no matter how they were questioned about that moment, they all said the same thing about a giant wolf chasing them. The guard says he remembers now. And not only that, yet the leader of those men was unrecognizable when they found the body, and all the money the former boss had simply disappeared. Yet he asks what that has to do with Lord Ram. His friend responds that it seems while he was negotiating with the new boss, they had a problem. All the shops and warehouses were closed, and the merchants who visited the city have many complaints, as they are no longer making money, which has angered the feudal lord. He also says that is likely why the feudal lord summoned the new boss. While they are talking, the hero listens in, hidden, back to the moment when he was talking with the people. Emma asks Tiny what he is talking about. The hero knows that in his past life, he used to believe all nobles were the same. So even after looking at the ledger, he did not think much of it. As part of the feudal lord's request, he handed over half of Wolf's fortune and the ledger. In return, he gained only some knowledge about Invader. Yet things are different now. Even though Tiny is not the smartest person in the world, due to his past life as a knight, he realized there are nobles who are above other nobles. And with this ledger, the feudal lord is finished. So he tells Emma that she does not have to understand this now, as it is not very important. Tiny says the most important thing now is that no one in Invader has to worry about Wolf anymore, and everyone there is free. Emma asks if this is true. The hero confirms it and says that if they want revenge or need to vent, now is their last chance. Then he points to Wolf's body. Soon, Emma remembers all the terrible things he did, and anger overtakes her. With that, she takes the opportunity to vent her rage on the corpse. Emma says she was the daughter of a prosperous merchant, and after Wolf ruined their lives, her father could not survive. Seeing Emma act this way encourages the others who also want revenge, especially for those who died after being beaten by Wolf. The furious women vent their anger on the dead body. Meanwhile, Tiny thinks he has no talent for comforting people. Moreover, it does not suit his style of repaying a debt, because he believes this will not be enough to heal all the wounds. Even so, he opens Wolf's vault and tells them they can take as much as they want, figuring there is nothing better than money to help a bit with the process. Tiny says that this money belonged to Wolf, and any woman or child who was forced to stay at Invader should take the money and leave. They do not understand why he is offering this. Emma asks what will happen to the hero, yet he says he will be fine and that she should take the money she needs. The girl says Tiny might not understand this because he is still young, yet claims there is no one in this world who does not need money. The hero asks where she thinks that money came from, stating that even if he sends all the bad guys to hell, the money will remain on Earth. Seeing the amount, the women get excited, yet the hero has something to say. He warns that if they commit any wrongdoing because of the money or speak a single word to the feudal lord, he will send his spirit wolf to take care of the rest, claiming that the wolf will track them all down and tear them to pieces. Then he tells Emma that if she is thinking of leaving Files, he recommends going to Diane. He also advises always traveling in groups and hiring mercenaries from a guild with a good reputation. However, Emma does not want to leave without him. Yet Tiny says he has another place to go, and she agrees, believing he is strong enough to take care of himself. Then she says they will do as he suggested and go to Diane. Soon she invites the hero to find her if his path becomes too difficult. Tiny says goodbye and thanks Emma for everything. From that day on, Tiny decreed that the red light district of Files Invader is closed. Back to the gods reminiscing about what happened, Tiny introduces himself. They see the boy and ask how long he has been there. They say this is the place where the Lord lives, and an ordinary civilian should not be sneaking around. Yet one of them asks how the boy knows the name of the new boss. Tiny responds that he is the new boss. To prove it, he shows his wolf to the guards. They immediately run inside. After that, he manages to stand before a noble. Yet since he has the body of a child, he has to deal with others looking down on him all the time. The Grand Master of the Phillies Order of Knights, Karun, says he heard from Ram about Tiny, yet thinks the boy is quite young. Tiny simply asks if it is the local etiquette to keep their guests waiting while they observe them. The Grand Master soon becomes irritated and says the boy needs to know where he is. The hero says the same to him, telling the man not to mess around pretending to be superior to the feudal lord. He also says that he is a guest of the feudal lord, and despite knowing this clearly, the Grandmaster is trying to point his sword at him. The man replies that as expected of someone who lives in filth, his tongue clearly stinks. Tiny says he did not know about that, yet to be honest, the stench is coming from the man, specifically from the foulest mouth in the Order of Knights. This infuriates the Grandmaster, yet the butler tries to calm him down, saying, "The Lord is waiting." Master Crone knows this very well, and the hero is relieved that he no longer has to wait. The Grandmaster then sheaths his sword and warns the boy to be careful inside because the Lord is someone very strict. In his thoughts, Crone affirms that he will kill the boy as soon as he has the Lord's permission. Anyway, the hero goes to meet the Lord, and Crone introduces him to the Lord as Tiny from the alleys. The Lord then tells him to come in. As soon as the hero enters the room, he is shocked, wondering if that thing is the feudal lord. Despite this, the hero maintains his calm demeanor, expressing that it constitutes an honor to encounter the governor of Phillies. The ruler inquires where he acquired such manners. Tiny responds that he has been practicing for some time in anticipation of this encounter. His identity is Baron Jim Volfiles, and following this, the ruler states the hero excels at mimicking a gentleman. Tiny hears this and believes he cannot grow accustomed to it. He also questions if this represents the same feudal ruler he once knew. He recalls that previously the ruler was dependent on narcotics. Therefore, he questions if this was the ruler's condition before he began consuming substances. Yet setting that aside, the ruler was nobility in his former existence and remains one now. Regardless, the record book reaching the Duke of Valencia will prove his destruction, thanks to the hero. Nevertheless, Tiny desires his appropriate vengeance this time, and the ruler states it appears the hero does not demonstrate the same respect to Master Crone. Tiny inquires how the behavior of someone toward his master and toward one of the master's subordinates could be identical. He also states he desires to become one of the ruler's subordinates. The Grand Master cannot accept what he hears. Yet in other terms, the ruler states the hero considers the Grand Master his competitor, and to him it appears the hero possesses grand aspirations. Nevertheless, he inquires if the hero is certain he is young, suggesting he might be a mixed-blood elf or dwarf. Tiny in response says no and claims to be merely 13 years old, which astonishes them. The ruler nevertheless states it does not matter as the hero is now before his sight, yet for someone who desires to be his subordinate. He declares that the hero stole his wealth and asks if the boy would mind clarifying this. Tiny responds that he did it for the ruler's own benefit. The ruler states he thought the boy was intelligent for his age, yet it appears he still does not know how this realm operates. In response, the Grand Master states that if the ruler desires, he can eliminate the boy immediately. Yet Tiny asks if the ruler knew that the Duke of Valencia has initiated a campaign against substance trafficking and prostitution. This leaves the Grand Master extremely astonished. The hero claims to know that the ruler is aware. Miss Valencia visited his territory and obtained this information from her company. Tiny states he just wanted to clarify things for the ruler before it transformed into disorder. He believes this is the truth, so it does not matter if the ruler investigates it personally. The ruler states he heard about it during the maturity ceremony for the youngest daughter of the Valencia family. They were planning something significant. Following that, the Grand Master tells the ruler that all of this is just the false notions of a child and that Valentino is full of brothels. Yet the ruler interrupts him, telling Crone not to exceed boundaries. So he apologizes. Then the ruler states that if the hero is speaking the truth, despite the harsh methods, it is something to be commended. Tiny thanks him. Yet the ruler states there is one more thing he needs to confirm. He declares that he knows the boy controls the spirit of a wolf. He asks if it is a spirit the boy took from the spirit wolf stone. The hero wonders how the ruler knows that. Yet then the lunar wolf appears and it uses its aura to make the hero see through the ruler. With that, he can perceive a circle made of demonic energy surrounding the man. Soon, Tiny imagines this can only mean that the ruler is a dark mage. He knows that demons never lend their power without offerings. A second circle mage is certainly a madman who has already killed hundreds of people or made offerings. Tiny remembers that one of the guys who wanted to take his sister's body mentioned something about this. Not only that, yet when he faced the brothers at Wolf's house, they also mentioned something similar. With that, he concludes that the ruler is the one who has been purchasing bodies from the invaders all this time. Not only that, yet he also realizes that Wolf had a dark mage behind him all along. Due to the hero's delay, the ruler asks why he is not speaking. Yet Tiny claims he did not understand the question. Then he orders Crone to attack. The hero realizes this is a problem because with his current power, he will not be able to defeat these two. So he tells the lunar wolf to attack. Seeing the wolf, the ruler states it truly is the master of the forest, and he cannot accept that such a spirit is in the hero's possession. Now that things have come to this, the ruler states they have no choice but to find a new test subject. Tiny then realizes that the ruler wants to use him in place of Wolf. The ruler asks how powerful this boy is. The Grand Master responds that he will soon reach level 2. So the ruler understands that he is already a match for a knight. Crone agrees unless he comes from a notable family that trained him to manipulate magical energy from an early age, making the boy a genius. Nevertheless, he states it is impossible for him to have learned all this on his own, because there is not a single drop of magical energy leaking from him, and the circulation is also stable. The hero states he learned this due to a secret legacy from his family. Soon, the ruler asks if the boy can answer him correctly now. Tiny believes he should simply say that someone taught him this, as he knows they would not believe him if he said he developed it on his own. So he tells the ruler that he learned it from his distant relatives before coming to Filos. He also states it is a breathing technique he learned in childhood, and as his strength grew, he realized it was a special method. In his thoughts, he wishes the ruler good luck trying to guess whether what he just said is true or not, because he knows the ruler accepted refugees from everywhere to increase the income source of the invaders, and it will be impossible to track his records. After that, Tiny states that the fact he is standing in front of the ruler would be proof of his words. Then the ruler states he will trust what the boy says, making the hero think it was easier than he imagined. Yet then the ruler states the only certainty is that he will judge. The hero does not know who he is. Even so, the ruler tells him to stay around for a few days. Since he killed Wolf, some things are causing problems. Then the ruler declares he will have to pin the blame on someone. This makes the hero think he must be referring to the members of that organization Wolf mentioned, and he considers that if the feudal ruler is as cautious as he is, he might be an incredible dark mage, making this very dangerous. The ruler interrupts his thoughts, demanding an answer from the boy. He also states he wants the hero to be his sword, adding that this should not be a bad offer. Tiny simply states that if the ruler orders it, he will accept, believing himself to be a special guest. The ruler confirms this, saying the boy should be very careful with his actions in his presence. In his thoughts, Tiny notes that he still has a card to play. It will take about 3 days for the Duke's men to identify whether the account book is genuine or fake, another 3 days for the punitive army to be assembled, and about 10 more days for the army to arrive in Filos, maybe a little over 15 days. Nevertheless, if the ruler's guest arrives after this period, everything will work out. So he asks the ruler when his guest will arrive. The ruler does not understand why he is asking. Tiny states his wish is to know this so he can use as much time as possible to learn proper manners. The ruler then states his guest will arrive in a week and tells the boy not to disappoint him. With this news, the hero becomes deeply concerned. Now the hero knows he has only 1 week to prepare. He realizes he has only 2 options. The first is to flee, as the people of Invader must already be far away by now. He could leave if he wanted, imagining that escaping from the ruler's men would be easy to do. Nevertheless, if he does so, he is certain the ruler will put him on the wanted list. And if that happens, things will become even more problematic, especially when he tries to meet the Sword Emperor. And since he received something from him, Tiny must avoid anything that could cause trouble. Yet that is not the only thing bothering him. Just thinking about having to flee irritates him, even though he does not yet have the same strength as in his past life. Finding a way to overcome his opponents has always been his way of doing things. As for the second option, this guest arriving in a week, the hero wonders if it is really the ruler's official visitor. He remembers that the feudal ruler referred to this person as if they were some kind of high nobility. Yet he questions why the house is so empty considering a guest is about to arrive. Tiny concludes this must be some kind of obscure private visit, and definitely the person supporting the feudal ruler is not someone who can show themselves in public. If that is really the case, he wonders what would happen if some kind of major unforeseen event occurred in Filos before this guest's arrival. He imagines that a lot of attention would be focused on one place, and there is a great chance this visit could be postponed or cancelled. Even though there is a high risk of failure, Tiny always approaches things this way. Yet for this specific task, the hero knows he needs to become stronger, and with that, he will be able to defeat the Grandmaster and the ruler. After some time, he stops his training because he feels hungry and wants to find something to eat. In the dining hall, the cook is startled by what he sees and ends up spilling hot soup. The person he was serving asks where he is looking. Yet when that person also sees the scene, they are equally surprised because they see the hero eating an absurd amount of food and wonder how he can eat so much, speculating that he might have dwarf blood, as they have heard dwarves eat as much as orcs. For his part, Tiny believes his magical body, which has surpassed dissonance, improves whenever he eats. In other words, the more he eats, the stronger he becomes. And since that is the case, Tiny does not need any medicinal herbs or anything of the sort. Yet upon seeing him eating this way, a knight approaches and asks if the boy learned good manners from a dog. The hero simply responds that he did. The man becomes irritated and tells the boy to act respectfully when in front of an adult. Tiny asks how he can respect someone who is picking a fight with a little boy, further irritating the man. He continues saying he is not sure if the knight is trying to make him laugh or looking for a fight and tells him to decide quickly. His provocations leave the man extremely furious. Then he lets his anger get the best of him, saying he is going to beat the hero. Seeing his colleague about to explode, another knight tries to calm him down, declaring the hero is just a child. Nevertheless, the one who tried to calm him down is reprimanded, because the Grandmaster approaches, telling him to stay seated and not interfere. Tiny seems to have already figured everything out. With further provocations, he tells the knight that he can attack him with full force, claiming he thought the man wanted to know how strong he is. Hearing this, the knight tells the boy not to regret it later. With that, the hero simply thinks that the Grandmaster should stay still and just watch. Not only that, yet he also knows that the feudal ruler is behind all of this. Outside the dining hall, everyone gathers to watch the fight between the two, including the Grandmaster, who is the most eager. Next, the knight named Grant claims he will put the boy in his place. Tiny asks if he is really sure about that. Grant simply tells the boy to grab his sword, declaring he will finish this quickly and asking if he is not scared now. Nevertheless, Tiny scoffs at his opponent and does not even grab a weapon. Then he lands a kick on the knight's shin, which causes him immense pain. Yet he tries to hold back so as not to show weakness. Next, he attempts to strike the boy. Nevertheless, the hero is more agile than he expected. After that, Tiny prepares to deliver another kick, and ends up hitting his opponent's other leg. Grant cannot believe he has been hit twice, wondering if this is really the power of a mere level 1. Looking at his leg, he notices it is already swollen. He believes he cannot lose to a child. Meanwhile, the hero believes his opponent is quite resilient. Yet driven by pure rage, the knight tries to attack him. Tiny once again manages to evade and prepares to attack again, which leaves Grant even more astonished. Then Tiny leaps toward his opponent and grabs him with his legs. He tells Grant not to worry because he will not kill him. The hero merely knocks his opponent out, and loudly and ironically asks if knights are really this weak, leaving everyone else utterly surprised, because they cannot believe that Sir Grant lost to a child. Tiny stares directly at the Grandmaster, who in turn is furious about what happened, yet he simply turns and leaves. The hero concludes that he intentionally defeated a knight in front of numerous people without the help of the lunar wolf. He knows there are not many people capable of doing that. Now he believes the feudal ruler will become increasingly hesitant to get rid of him. With that, he says in his thoughts that the probability of success has increased. The hero loses his balance for a moment and wonders if he overexerted himself. Yet he believes he had no choice in such a situation since he had to use magical energy for this. If it were in his past life, he would have faced many problems, because while his body recovered quickly, he was still at a disadvantage due to the slow recovery of magical energy. Nevertheless, in this life, his body is in harmony with his magical energy. So that disadvantage is a thing of the past. Now he can train as much as he wants, and he can become even stronger than in his previous life. The next day, the movements in the duchy turned out to be true, and the ruler states he made a mistake with the hero. Tiny thanks him for his consideration and trust. The ruler then tells him to enjoy the steak and feel free to eat the other dishes as well. With that, Tiny comments that it seems like a bit much for breakfast. Nevertheless, the ruler asks if his strength does not come from large quantities of food. The hero replies that what happened with that knight yesterday was a fluke. Hearing this, the ruler tells him not to be modest, claiming that his future is very promising and lamenting that there is not a good master to teach a genius like him. From what he has heard, the ruler states the greatest knights in history grew up alone without masters. Yet Tiny states what made them grow was having a great ruler to follow. The ruler is surprised that the boy knows about history and etiquette, making it clear to him that the hero is no ordinary commoner. In his thoughts, Tiny states he had an entire previous life to learn these things. Returning to the ruler, he states that both in the Empire and in neighboring kingdoms, this type of ears, black hair, and black eyes are very rare. Nevertheless, if you include that, it becomes difficult to guess. The hero does not understand what he means by that. In any case, the ruler states he never thought a foreigner could be worth so much. Once again, Tiny does not understand what he means, yet the ruler states he will be able to explain in more detail. He talked about the hero to him, and it seems it pleased him a lot. Tiny does not understand any of it and believes that he is definitely a crazy substance addict. He also believes that the ruler is only in such good condition because of the power of the circle, yet one can never know when the demon will strike. In his past life, Tiny imagines that he must have abandoned the ruler and removed the circle. For his part, the ruler states that he is eager to meet the boy. He also states the hero cannot imagine how good he is and will definitely make great use of him. Tiny thanks him for this precious opportunity. After the meal, he returns to his training. The hero is worried about him and the organization, yet he believes now is not the time to dwell on that as he needs to prepare. He knows that the ruler is in the second circle, and Mutuka Kran of the second stage is slightly stronger, yet still comparable, because the level of a mage and a magical energy user are similar, and the hero passed the second stage a long time ago in his past life. Yet now he has to reach that level again and imagines that 6 days will be enough. 3 days after this realization, he notes that his body is still small yet already quite strong. Just as much as his strength and weight were compressed, his elasticity has increased, and his movements are even better than in his past life. It seems that Tiny has rebuilt the foundation entirely and believes that perhaps the problem was his monstrous size. In his previous life, he only wanted to be big and strong, and his body connected to his magical energy responded to that unconsciously. The harmony between his body and his magical energy was broken because he grew too large. Yet now that he has reverted to a child state, he concludes he does not need to be so big to be strong. While training, nevertheless, he notices some movement. A few guards appear and identify him as the boy who defeated Lord Grant. They then leave, saying it is better to return later. Tiny feels grateful that they are avoiding him, giving him more space to train. After eating heavily for 3 days and training for hours with the dummies, everyone eventually loses their curiosity. Now they slowly start avoiding him. Nevertheless, the captain approaches. The hero asks what he wants. The captain tells Tiny to follow him because the ruler has instructed them to give the boy a weapon. Upon seeing the enemy's sword, Tiny believes the timing could not be more perfect. The captain states the boy does not realize how much the ruler thinks of and cares for him. He tells him to be grateful. Meanwhile, the hero looks around. He sees an armor set which he believes is very expensive, yet fits him perfectly. Nevertheless, when looking at the weapons, he does not see any axes or warhammers, and he believes he will need to spend his savings. After this, he asks the captain if he can take something like his sword. The captain asks if his sword looks like something mass-produced. He states the sword's name is Grills, crafted by Rogers, a renowned swordsmith, and it is a luxury artifact. He also states that a little bird does not eat stones, yet the hero can only think about how much blood must have been spilled by that sword. Even so, he states that the sword suits him more than the captain, claiming that this sword should be in the hands of someone more talented for the ruler's sake. Hearing this, the captain bites back his anger, calling the boy insolent and asks if he is trying to get himself killed. Yet the hero asks if he wants to test his skills right now. He then holds the sword as if it weighs nothing, saying that if he loses, he will hand his head to the opponent on a platter. As if the captain was not furious enough, this provocation makes him attack the boy with all his strength. Outside the armory, the guards only hear the commotion and listen to the hero apologizing, saying he will be more careful. Yet then the boy walks out of the room, and though injured, he is carrying the sword he wanted so much. The guards who see this wonder if Captain Crone hit a child, thinking that even though Tiny is exceptionally skilled for his age, this will be a problem. They also wonder if it is true that the captain dislikes this boy, as rumors suggest the hero might even take the captain's place in the future. Still, they believe it is wrong for a captain to hit a child. Yet in any case, they decide it is none of their business and go about their lives. As he walks through the corridors, some maids, upon seeing the hero injured, ask what happened to him. Tiny replies that the captain said they were going to fetch a weapon, and he agreed to go with him. And then this happened. The maids then tell him to go rest and call them if he needs anything. Back in the ruler's chamber, he asks what is happening with the sacrifice. His servant replies that it is secure. So the ruler asks if more bodies appeared again today. The servant confirms, and the ruler believes that this boy is turning the invaders upside down. With that, he dismisses the servant and states he does not know what the boy is plotting. Yet he believes he has to put an end to it because he imagines that in a few days the boy's lineage will be confirmed, and then they will be able to proceed. There is just one problem, as the ruler believes that if the hero belongs to that family, then, of course, he as the owner of that wolf will have to pay a terrible price. Nevertheless, he hopes that will not happen because seeing how knowledgeable and well-mannered he is, it is clear the hero came from a family of great prestige. Moreover, even though he is very talented, someone his age could never defeat a knight, probably because he must have mastered the vision of that family. And above all, the hero has those black eyes and hair. For the ruler, there is no clearer evidence than this, and he cannot wait to see him. Nevertheless, as he lies down to sleep, he hears a sound called an alarm spell. He wonders if it is a servant. If so, he wants to know who would dare disturb him unnecessarily, claiming that he will take this person and use them as a sacrifice. Then he tries to rise from his bed, yet soon after he sees someone approaching with a sword, and unable to defend himself, he is struck directly. The ruler can only scream in pain and spit blood. Tiny, who attacked him, states this is divine punishment, even injured. The ruler asks why he was attacked, yet the hero does not care and stabs his heart until the ruler bleeds to death. Afterward, he leaves the ruler's chamber and leaves the sword embedded in the body. The next morning at dawn, one of the maids finds the ruler's body and screams. Thus, the other servants also gather, and some notice that the ruler was a dark mage. One of the knights states that the priest was already there, and mentioned he could detect demonic energy, so he would report it to the parish. His name is Glenn, a member of the Filos Knights, and he states an investigative team from the Empire will be sent soon. Another guard asks why the ruler's body remains like this. He believes it has already been several hours since the ruler died, because they say the bodies of dark mages rot immediately after death. They find this situation horrible, and wonder why the ruler made that choice. Glenn believes the ruler abandoned the lineage and honor of being an imperial noble and was executed as soon as it was discovered. Then he states there is no way to question a dead person, yet there is still something unclear. After that, he examines the sword more closely and realizes it is the captain's sword. Nevertheless, the others do not believe the captain would do such a thing. One of them mentions that the boy managed to meet the ruler alone, given his excellent skills. He also states there was talk about a new captain, so he concludes the current one might have snapped after hearing this. Another guard asks if he would kill the ruler just for that. He would not do such a thing unless he was insane. Nevertheless, they question if that is the case. Why has not the captain appeared yet? Glenn states he has a bad feeling about this, and decides to do some investigations. Soon he talks to several people, and after interviewing all the guards and servants, he discovers that the captain beat Tiny a day ago. Finally, they gather all the testimonies, and Glenn tells them to summon the boy. Facing Glenn, the hero states the captain mentioned that the ruler ordered him to fetch a weapon, so he accompanied him to the armory. Yet he did not imagine that all along the captain just wanted to beat him, and furthermore, he did not receive any weapon. Glenn becomes irritated, declaring that the warehouse has already been inspected, claiming that there were some traces, yet the captain was not there, and no one has seen him anywhere, alleging that the captain vanished like a ghost after meeting the boy. Then he asks if the hero truly did not meet the captain after that. Glenn insists on his question, yet the hero declares that he did not meet the captain. Then Glenn asks if he does not find that strange. Tiny states he is somewhat worried that Glenn is not taking him seriously. He also states he is not happy to hear that, yet insists he is telling the truth. Glenn believes this matches the testimony of the staff. Showing concern, the hero asks what will happen to him, claiming that the master had said his future was secured. Glenn simply tells the boy to come back there earlier, and then lets him go. Tiny believes that this knight is one of the bastards living there, yet wonders why he does not remember him, and asks himself if he just forgot. Yet after thinking about it carefully, he remembers perfectly killing all of them in his past life. He then believes it would be suspicious if he returned to the room after being interrogated, concluding he cannot be careless. After some time, he returns to the room and receives a mercenary plate and money from Glenn. Glenn states that only commoners with the status of mercenary or merchant can freely enter other provinces, affirming that he personally verified the identity. Tiny believes he really wanted one of those, yet he asks why he is being given it out of the blue. The knight tells the boy that playing around in a rotten place will only waste his talents and advises him to go play in better places, claiming that this is advice from a life veteran. Upon hearing this, Tiny believes this is advice the knight himself wishes to follow. Now he understands why he has not seen him before. Glenn must have left the place. Regardless, Tiny thanks him and states he thought he should leave anyway. He believes that now that the Dark Mage is dead, the Imperial family must act. The hero prevented him from making a move. Yet the Duke's investigation team has not appeared, so he concludes that he will have to go personally. Glenn tells the hero that if he succeeds on his journey, he must not forget about him. Tiny asks what his name is again, and Glenn is shocked that the boy does not know his name. A bit embarrassed, he introduces himself as Glenn Liberty, yet states the boy can just call him Glenn. The hero then states that Glenn also needs to remember his name. Then he leaves, saying that Filos is without a ruler as its leader. At the moment, everything is in the hands of that knight. In a way, Tiny feels guilty, as the knight said he would need a mage specialized in tracking to find the captain. Thus, Tiny has left an unsolvable problem behind. And now that he has a mercenary plate, he plans to borrow a horse from the guild for transportation. Yet immediately, the lunar wolf appears. The hero understands that the wolf is offering itself as a mount, yet states riding it gives too many jolts over long distances. Not only that, yet he claims that a human riding a wolf's back will vomit everything in their stomach within 10 minutes, arguing that he is too slender to have the same balance as an orc. Yet the wolf does not care and forces the hero onto its back. Tiny, in turn, comments that the animal is still a bit small, because spirits usually materialize at the size they had when alive, yet they can also materialize in proportion to the mage's size. While using the wolf as a mount, Tiny realizes that their souls and senses must first become one, and so he decides to try. Soon, he uses a level 2 spiritualist ability, Condemnation of Sensory Soul Link. Immediately, the wolf's body begins to transform. It becomes stronger than before. Surprising the hero with this, he remembers his old friend asking what could be done by becoming a spiritualist, claiming that each domain is different. Yet the mage's traits manifest in the spirit, strength, and endurance. Those are the mage's traits. Yet shortly afterward, the wolf takes off. It runs at an astonishing speed. The hero notices that all his senses are heightened as they are connected to the wolf's senses, his vision, and his sense of smell. He imagines he will save a lot of time reaching Valencia and concludes he can travel farther and faster this way, possibly even reaching Karun, where the first catastrophe will occur. In his previous life, as if heralding the arrival of the Demon King, many catastrophes emerged one after another, which greatly weakened humanity's strength. It all began with the disappearance of Karun's relic, something the hero believes he must prevent from happening. The treasures of humanity granted by the goddess, the 7 sacred relics. This was supposed to be the final sacrifice, yet in his past life these relics were stolen. Nevertheless, in this life, Tiny wants to overcome all these disasters and become the greatest warrior because he wants to join the human army against the Demon King. The first catastrophe in Karun, the Kingdom of the Sea, is where the hero wants to go right after visiting the Duke's house. At another moment, people notice that the imperial family is sending an investigation team for the ruler's murder. There are even rumors that he was a dark mage. With this, they wonder if they will end up being affected. A man talks to his friend and states it is better to be careful, just to be safe. And his friend states it is better to stay out of it for now. Yet gradually they notice a strange mist approaching, emanating around a mysterious person. The city guards demand that this person identify themselves. Nevertheless, the person refuses and passes through the city gate with no difficulty, leaving the guards collapsed at the entrance at night in the ruler's palace. Glenn is still awake, working. Nevertheless, he notices a strange presence and asks the person who they are. Yet the hooded figure, instead of answering, states they have some questions, demanding that the knight tell them everything he knows about the ruler's death. Using magic, they enchant the knight. Enchanted Glenn has no choice yet to obey and begins to reveal what he knows. The person asks where the ruler's body is. Glenn states that at the request of the Empire's investigation team, it was placed in a coffin in his room. The hooded figure states, "That is excellent," and tells the knight to go to sleep and wake up in an hour. After the set time, Glenn wakes up disoriented and remembers nothing. He assumes he has been overworked, which is why he blacked out. Yet then one of the guards approaches, saying they have a problem because the ruler's body has disappeared. This leaves Glenn desperate, as the body was definitive evidence of dark magic. Far from the palace in the forest outside Filos, the hooded figure has the sword that killed the ruler and finds the body of the sword's owner already abandoned and dead. They quickly conclude that the culprit must be the dark-haired boy who defeated the wolf and disappeared shortly after the incident, vowing that he will pay for ruining the organization's work. The next day, at the west gate of Lucentia, Tiny is about to enter and believes that many people really come to this city. He also believes that everything is still going well, yet thinks that if he moves first, everything could fall apart. He wants to get his equipment soon, feeling even grateful for Glenn's kindness, yet he states this is already too much. Tiny pulls 2 gold coins from his pouch, and this quickly draws attention, as he is approached by 2 armed bandits asking if he has money. They demand that the hero hand over everything he has, yet the tables are about to turn when the hero asks if they have money. In his previous life, there was an unspoken rule on the continent's dark side. If a large shadow appeared in an alley, people should hide and not even breathe. Yet Tiny faced them until one day when he was approached by a man saying that killing so many people like that could taint his soul. Soon the day would come when he would be haunted by remorse, so he should show a little mercy. Yet at the time, the hero claimed he would be fine, declaring he had never killed anyone. He had only dealt with leftovers of abortions multiple times. Back in the present, he faced several local bandits and collected their money. One of them curses the hero, saying they are from the Rufus family, the Knights. Yet Tiny claims they are so weak he has never heard of that name. Angry, they try to attack him again. In response, Tiny throws the bag of gold at one of their faces, and as the bandit is thrown back, his companion trembles knowing he is next. Immediately, the hero lands a kick right in his face, and with the impact, he is also thrown back. With all the bandits lying on the ground, Tiny approaches the gold bag and picks it up. Seeing this, one of the bandits states his brother will not let this slide. Yet the hero is only interested in the amount of gold he got and even laughs in their faces. Now that he has the money he needed, he decides to visit a weapons shop. The shopkeeper then presents a leather and iron armor made in the southern mountains, claiming to be resistant to most arrows, which Tiny states seems quite useful. On the other side, some men are talking, and one of them states that anyway they cannot get close, yet the other states they can watch from afar. Hearing this piques the hero's curiosity, and he asks the vendor if there is an event happening. Since the boy did not seem to know, the vendor tells him that the Princess of Valencia is on patrol. Immediately, Tiny believes that if Arena was the person who taught him about affection, then the princess is the first person who gave him any hope. Although it did not end very well thanks to that hope, he was able to leave Invader. Tiny wonders why these people changed his life, believing that if she can recognize his life, then she will know he is living according to her sister's liking. The last time they met in his past life, the princess laughed when Tiny introduced himself, claiming that his name had nothing to do with him. She even apologized and tried to keep her composure, yet she could not hold back. Back in the present, Tiny believes she must have already forgotten about him. Nevertheless, he declares that in this life, he will find her sooner, make her remember, and also secure a meeting with the emperor. Elsewhere, a man states that the city of Lucentia is one of the largest in the central region. He is the eldest son of Count Lucent, named Edmund von Lucent. As he walks with the princess, he talks about the city's specialties, yet she does not seem interested. Accompanied by an entire garrison, they continue walking. Edmund keeps talking about things the princess does not care about, yet she has to fulfill her duties. So she states she is not interested in trade and asks if they could take a look at the poorer parts of the city. This question leaves Edmund very surprised, yet the princess states they are also residents of this place. Feeling awkward at her response, he agrees to take her where she requested. The princess remembers her father saying that if she is receiving the education of an heir, she should learn about real things. He told her to take a look at the poor because they should have a better life, and only then will the country become a better place. The princess wonders if it is unusual for her to put into practice what her father taught her, believing that in her heart she wants to change everyone's perception with reality. Yet when her fiancé is announced at her coming-of-age ceremony, she will no longer be free for the rest of her life. This makes her question whether she should seek refuge in the temple, as she has felt drawn to it for some time. Nevertheless, she knows her father would be sad about it, and he would not want her to live alone for the rest of her life. Amid her thoughts, she hears that a child is trying to approach. It was the hero confronting the guards. Edmund steps forward and asks who this boy is and where he came from, claiming that he must leave immediately. Nevertheless, unexpectedly for them, Tiny takes out an item and states this is a ring that the princess herself gave to him, claiming she said he should come see her, and even though he is late, he would like to greet her. The others believe this is nonsense, except for the princess as she recognizes the ring the boy is showing. Yet she states it is strange because she gave that ring to a poor child, and asks the hero how he got it. Realizing that the princess does not recognize him, Tiny now finds himself in trouble, as the guards point their swords at him precisely, because the princess believes he stole the ring, with swords around his neck. The leader of the guards demands the boy explain himself. Tiny now believes that they met too soon, and states it may be hard to believe, yet claims that the child is him. He believes that maybe the princess does not recognize him because he suddenly grew up. So he decides to give more details, saying he was the only one with dark hair in Filos, and perhaps the only one in the entire duchy. The princess asks how that is possible, because the boy she met was so frail and could not even speak properly. She also states he was so small and cute, yet was a pitiful boy. Thinking about it, the hero realizes that even if he were small and cute, he could not have done much. So he decides to use his powers, and summons a small, cute animal for the princess, which she seems to like a lot, as she hugs the animal tightly, even though she is warned it is still a strange spirit. She, nevertheless, states that only very pure children can obtain a spirit like that. The hero knows this is true, yet there is a catch. The leader of the guards analyzes him from head to toe and notices that the boy has weapons and a spirit, becoming suspicious. On the other hand, the princess asks what the name of this cute animal is. Tiny replies that it is called Lunar Wolf, referring to the moon in the Eastern dialect. Such knowledge about the dialect also catches the leader of the guard's attention, unlike the princess, who is solely focused on the animal. She states she never imagined the hero could change so much in just 1 or 2 months when he did not even look like he was 10 years old back then. The princess also remembers that his name means tiny. Tiny states he is 13 years old now and his growth sped up a bit after his magical energy awakened. Viven, the head of the guard, states this is very suspicious and asks the hero about his true age and whether he is some kind of half-blood. She apologizes to the princess for her rudeness, yet claims it is her duty to keep the princess safe. Edmund speaks up, saying he also finds this suspicious and suggests it would be better to interrogate the boy after a quarantine. In turn, Tiny states he will not ask them to trust him, yet reminds them that the princess said she could help him when she gave him the ring before. Edmund becomes irritated at being ignored by the boy, yet the princess agrees that the hero needs her help. Soon, Tiny asks if she believes he can meet Lord Asgard von Valencia. Vivin, already annoyed, asks how the boy dares and claims he must be out of his mind. Tiny simply asks if they believe a boy could do any harm to the Lord of Valencia. He states there are only 7 superhumans on the continent, and one of them is the Blade Emperor, who can wield the power of destruction. Therefore, someone like that could not be harmed by a mere boy. The princess states that the title Blade Emperor would greatly embarrass her father, and notes that it has not been long since he was listed as one of the 7 greatest knights on the continent. With that, the hero concludes that this has yet to happen. Vivin states that this is definitely a title that suits His Excellency. She also declares that His Excellency's prestige has spread even to the most distant fields, and she feels relieved that they accepted it well. Next, Tiny states he would like to personally explain to the Duke what happened in Filos as someone who was involved in the incident. Elsewhere, the princess asks if this really happened, and Vivin responds that it did. She then asks if the head of the guards is hiding anything else besides what Tiny said. Vivin replies no, claiming that the Empire's ruler was a dark mage and that it seems someone else is behind it. The princess states Tiny experienced the situation personally and believes his testimony could be a very important clue. Moreover, she knows that Tiny asked to see her father and needs to return home. Vivin asks the princess how long she intends to hold on to that animal, as she is worried the wolf might hurt her, yet the princess states it is just a cute thing which does not seem to please the wolf. The head of the guards observes the wolf more closely and is also charmed by it, yet she quickly tries to regain her composure. Meanwhile, the princess asks about Tiny. She states she does not know and only mentions that young Master Edmund took him, saying he wanted to talk to the boy alone. The princess grows curious about the conversation. Yet suddenly, the spirit wolf vanishes from her hands. Elsewhere, Edmund states that he and the hero can finally talk alone and asks what the boy's name is again. He replies that it is Tiny. Edmund does not like how informal the boy is. Yet Tiny states there is something more important than that, and asks what Edmund knows about the Dark Mage. The young master states he does not know anything about that and claims to only understand why the boy is so arrogant. Soon, Tiny realizes Edmund lied, yet the young master states the boy is very disrespectful and seems to lack any manners. Then Edmund raises his hand to strike the hero, claiming he must learn proper manners. Nevertheless, the hero grabs his hand, stopping Edmund from continuing. Edmund becomes very frustrated that he cannot free his arm. He declares that he will tell the princess about the boy's lack of manners, as he dared to use violence against a noble. Nevertheless, the hero asks what kind of bizarre social status this is, and states he will handle it his way. Yet he wants to see what Edmund has prepared for him, since he called him, because he trusts him. Edmund does not like this attitude at all, yet he tells the hero to follow him. Far away, Vivian mounts her horse, because the princess ordered her to go to Tiny immediately. She thought the princess might be exaggerating when she said this, since the spirit might disappear if it is far from its master. Yet she knows Edmund took the boy to the outskirts of the castle. She rides off at full speed toward him, hoping it is not too late. As they walk to another place, Edmund leads the hero to a large mansion, yet Tiny does not seem to care about it at all. After entering, a man asks how Edmund got there. He also asks if something happened as the deadline is still far off, and he wonders why the young master has come for the product. They are the Rufus family, first in the hierarchy, and a bunch of fools. The hero dislikes this family as he faced them before. Edmund in turn states he is not there for the product, yet demands that they educate this insolent commoner. One Rufus hesitates, unsure if he should do it. Yet Edmund slaps him, asking how he dares to question the orders of the duchy. Then Rufus states he understands. He immediately tells Eric and Tillman to go ahead. Nevertheless, as soon as these two face the hero, they recognize him right away because they were beaten by him when they tried to rob him. Sarcastically, Tiny greets them, and both of them are instantly terrified. The eldest asks why the two are hesitating. They respond that this is the boy they talked about before, and ask Rufus to handle him. The eldest states the boy is unlucky and should have been more careful. Edmund, seeing Rufus, believes he seems very confident and likes that. The big man, for his part, wants to end this quickly, yet he is struck before he can do anything. And with the force of the blow, he is thrown to the other side of the room, falling unconscious on the ground. The hero, nevertheless, is ready to face the next opponent, yet none of the others dare to confront him. Tiny asks if that is all they have got. Desperate, Edmund goes to Rufus, telling him to get up right now and protect them. Tiny states he can try if he is capable, yet he will not let this situation slide. Soon the two collapse in fear, staying on the ground. Seeing this, the hero calls them a pair of cowards. He turns to the others, asking if they want to fight too. The terrified expressions on their faces answer the question. Shortly after, Vivian arrives, worried about Tiny. Yet upon entering the house, she is faced with something surprising because the boy had already dealt with all the bullies. Not only that, yet she also sees Edmund lying in an embarrassing position, and Tiny was not in danger at all. On the contrary, he, in his calm demeanor, asks why she is there. Vivian replies that she is under the princess's orders because she is worried. Then Tiny hands her a book of bribes, claiming these guys were involved in human trafficking. And with that, he believes that Idiot will not be able to deceive anyone else. This makes Vivian wonder what kind of life this boy has had until now. The next day, because of this incident, Edmund was expelled from the duchy. The princess states it seems he had worked with these human trafficking organizations for a long time, and because of this, the Duke's reputation was also severely damaged. She also states that from now on, relationships will probably become a bit more difficult. Vivian apologizes, yet the princess asks if she believes she did something wrong. Yet the one who answers is the hero, saying that nothing wrong was done. This makes the princess sigh in relief, claiming afterward that she already knew. She declares that merits and demerits must be assigned fairly without regard for one's status. That is what her father always says. Vivian then asks why she is looking at her like that. The princess states she should have at least broken one of Edmund's arms before he passed out. He ended up escaping everything without any punishment. Hearing this makes Tiny believe that these two have a very good relationship. The youngest daughter of the famous Blade Emperor and the Genius Knight, a unique combination where at times they seem like sisters, and at other times they seem like mother and daughter. After the situation with Chloe changed, they are always together. Tiny believes it is interesting that someone younger than Chloe acts like an older sister or even a mother. Then the princess asks what the boy thinks. The hero replies that Edmund had more pride in his aristocratic status than anyone else, and no one will ever forget his sins. Vivian exclaims about the things the hero says and asks if he is really a child, yet the princess is only interested in playing with the lunar wolf. Afterward, she even comments that the wolf's name is too long and decides to call him just Lunar from now on. Tiny asks if she does not blame or distrust him. Chloe responds that she has already heard of the dark-haired boy from Filos. It said he destroyed the underworld organization and freed all the victims, and since he just did it again, the princess finds it incredible. With this, the hero is glad she believed him. Nevertheless, she tells him to never let it happen again and states Tiny needs to share such things before acting. 3 days later, they are still traveling until the carriage comes to a stop. One of the guards states that an elf has asked them to set up camp. So the princess steps out of the carriage, along with the others. The elf introduces herself as Arena, an envoy of the World Tree. After greeting the travelers, she asks if she may join them for a moment. The princess seems pleased with the idea. Nevertheless, Tiny recognizes the elf as a fifth circle sorceress. Elves, descendants of fairies, are famous for their beauty. Elvenheim, the kingdom of the elves, is located in the far west. For this reason, it has always been difficult to see elves in the Aslan Empire, which is at the center of the continent. Even so, most of the empire's people are friendly toward them. Elves born with elemental abilities are known for being pure, gentle, and peace-loving, and this elf is a large-scale fifth circle dark mage. In turn, the princess asks if Arena is crossing the Valencia Duchy to reach the kingdom of Weravist in the north. Arena imagines that it might be inconvenient for the people of the Allen Empire, since the empire has been in conflict with the kingdom of Waravest for some time, yet the princess states that is not the case and declares it is just a long journey. The elf states that is exactly the point, as her goal is to travel the world and hear new stories. Chloe mentions that she has heard about this and asks if Arena is undergoing elven training for the elite elf knights. The elf replies that yes, that is exactly it. Nevertheless, something piques her curiosity. Arena asks if the princess is the owner of the spirit wolf in her arms. She responds that it is a good guess, yet states the spirit belongs to the boy. Pointing at the hero, Arena states she has heard that there are very few humans with elemental powers. Tiny believes he already knows everything and never imagined that this person was someone of high rank. Soon he states he is impressed, as it is the first time he has seen an elf up close. Yet it is all an act on his part because the hero believes he cannot fight her now and will have to wait. Nevertheless, his performance convinces Vivin and the princess, and he believes it does not suit his demeanor. Yet he has to keep up the act. Fortunately for him, the elf does not know the lunar wolf's abilities, as only the owner knows all of the spirit's capabilities. He also wonders how the elf manages to hide such a high level of magic. Arena in turn states that since they are talking, they could do a demonstration of magic. Tiny was not expecting her to showcase her power outdoors. This reminds the hero of his past, where a friend named Argon warned him to differentiate elven powers. Either way, he observes that there are 12 level 3 specialists in total and 1 level 4 warrior. The stages of a mage's circles and a magical energy user's levels can be considered equivalent. So, to defeat someone 1 level higher, at least 5 people 1 level lower would be needed. In other words, if Tiny at level 2 wants to defeat someone from the 5th circle, which is above level 3, he would need at least 100 copies of himself. A single attack from the elf would be enough to defeat him. Thus, the hero considers preparing a surprise strike, and just needs to wait for a good opportunity since they have a secret card on their side, the Lunar Wolf. Speaking of which, the wolf jumps from Chloe's lap and goes to Vivin. Seeing this, Arena states he is very cute, and that she would also like to hold him for a moment. Then she asks the hero if she can, and he responds that she can. He states he will not deny this request and hands over the wolf. Yet what happens next surprises everyone. The wolf transforms into its strongest form, and the hero takes advantage of the moment to attack. The elf definitely was not expecting this. Not only that, yet Vivin also attacked her with her sword. Arena ended up using her magic, revealing to everyone that she is a dark mage. After being exposed in front of everyone, the princess believes it was good to have Tiny's company. Since the hero can synchronize with the wolf, he was able to warn the princess that the elf was a dark mage. He also stated that Vivin could help. At that moment, Chloe was a bit shocked, yet she knew she had to maintain her composure. The hero knew this could become an international issue, yet he stated he hoped the princess would understand. He also explained that at the rear of Filos, if they did not launch a surprise attack at that moment, they would be in danger and he would risk his life to deal with it. After making the princess aware of his plan, the wolf leaped into Vivin's arms. This allowed the hero to alert her as well. With that, the two managed to coordinate their attacks, catching the ill-intentioned elf off guard. Nevertheless, this did not last long as the elf managed to escape soon after. From above, she summoned a magical shield. Vivin shouted for her soldiers to attack together, and they did so in unison. The hero was not left out as he attacked along with the others. Yet, as expected, the elf was very strong and he could not penetrate the force field. After that, one of the guards also attacked. Nevertheless, this only made the elf angrier. She used her magic to push them away. Arena, furious at being discovered, demanded to know how they figured it out. Tiny replied that it was not hard to tell since he smelled the stench of her dark magic. The boy's audacity provoked Arena's deepest hatred. This made her even stronger, even surprising Tiny. Arena used her magic to cause an explosion, creating a cloud of magical smoke. Everyone was about to be hit, including the hero, who was very close, yet he managed to summon a magical force field to protect himself. Even so, the impact was so strong that he was thrown far away. After getting up from the ground, he thought this was the first time he had to use this ability in his current life, and he was barely missed by the attack. Meanwhile, Vivin stated that the elf's shield was weakened, and they should seize the opportunity to attack. Arena kept attacking, shouting for everyone to get out of her way. Tiny took the moment to mount the lunar wolf and charge toward the opponent. Nevertheless, once again, he could not break through her shield. Even so, he caught the elf's attention. Distracted, she did not notice the others approaching. Yet, at the last second, she managed to dodge their attack, saying that if this ends with just one death, it will be completely useless. She also declared that now that things had reached this point, she would kill everyone. Her words, nevertheless, did not frighten the heroes, who used the moment to attack again. This infuriated the elf even more. Tiny approached from above and tried to strike her. He managed to land a blow, yet it only hit her shield. Nevertheless, the force of his attack was so strong that it knocked the elf to the ground. This caused her force field to start cracking. Arena did not like this at all, yet Tiny stated there is more where that came from. In turn, the elf declared she would take all of them with her. She then used an area of effect spell, affecting everyone around her, including the princess, who, seeing the approaching danger, was startled. Yet Vivin stepped in, stopping Chloe from being hit. Then she told her men to hold on a little longer. Nevertheless, looking up, she saw something surprising. It was the hero moving like a meteor. Tiny, for his part, thought it was perfect that the flames were completely blocked. And thanks to his improved vision, the iron armor is much better and more useful than in his past life. Now he believes he must attack with full force to finally defeat the enemy. After striking the elf's force field again, he managed through the impact to cause another magical explosion. The impact threw Vivin far away, and Tiny too, though he was saved by the wolf. Even so, he got hurt, yet it could have been much worse. His effort, nevertheless, was not in vain. As Tiny succeeded in destroying the elf's magical shield, having succeeded, he mounts the wolf again and charges forward, telling the others to attack as well. Vivin stands up and acts according to the plan, frustrated and angry. Arena asks how they dare, calling them filthy humans and pushing them back with magic. Vivin notices that the elf still has considerable power. Looking at the hero, she sees that it has not stopped him from attacking. The hero continues advancing toward the opponent, and as he gets close enough, he launches another attack on her. Then Vivin tells the guards they need to finish this quickly. Realizing she is at a disadvantage, the elf retreats, and the hero notices she is fleeing. He immediately tells everyone to stop her by attacking. Yet the elf was not fleeing. Instead, she gained enough height to unleash her most powerful attack yet. Tiny realizes she is the last follower of the demon, yet sacrificing her body to amplify her powers is absurd to him. Even so, Arena performs the fiery offering, aiming to burn everything below. After that, the dark magic flames engulf the area, hitting several royal guards. The hero manages to escape with his wolf, and notices that the warriors are already at their limit, concluding they need greater power to end this fight. So he states they must have bought enough time and declares that it is Chloe's turn to act. The princess then begins to manifest her power. She uses her ability called Shine, the divine power channeled through penance and blessings. Those who attain priesthood through penance only after being baptized and learning about divine power receive the anti-demon power. Nevertheless, there have been people born with this power. A saint and a warrior said to be sent by God in difficult times, or a being rarely born, someone not born into priesthood, a person called a cleric. Clue is one of these people, and by using her power to combat dark magic, she surprises even her bodyguards. The hero knows she kept this ability hidden from everyone around her, out of fear of being summoned by the priests. Chloe is the most powerful cleric Tiny has ever seen. He even thought the princess was still weak. Yet this is already enough. Not even the elf expected this. She had not prepared a defense for it, and was soon pulverized by the princess's light magic. Because Chloe poured all her strength into this attack, lying on the ground, Arena cannot believe this happened, especially because she cannot believe. She would need help from beings she considers inferior. Nevertheless, tired of hearing her talk, the hero strikes the elf on the head. Then he states everyone is still in shock, so he will finish the job. Yet the princess stops him, saying the elf cannot die yet. Tiny asks why not, and Chloe states the elf must be interrogated, because even as a cleric, the princess did not sense the elf's dark magic and needs to understand why. Clue wants to heal the elf with her magic, and Tiny states if she wants to test it, he recommends she go ahead. Seeing the elf's body, Tiny states she had a death befitting a dark mage. On the other hand, the guards find it incredible that the princess is a cleric. Clue states that in the end her secret was revealed and she feels like she has lost a lot. Then she asks if he knew her secret, since he was the only one who did not seem surprised when she used her abilities. The hero responds that he did, and the princess wonders how since this secret is kept even within her family. Tiny states he cannot explain it now, yet he will at some point. Chloe is satisfied with this answer and does not question him further, which surprises the hero. He also remembers the mage who was after him, admitting that he has already gotten into too many problems. He also states the princess was in danger because of him and claims it is the noble's duty to eliminate all demonic threats. Yet Chloe states that if she had died, it would have been due to her own lack of power, and she sees no reason to be angry with Tiny. This only makes the hero believe that the princess is still the same as she was in his past life. After that, the princess notices that the boy was worried about her and finds it endearing. Vivian notices this and asks if the hero hates being called a child. He states no, yet in his thoughts, he knows he is older than he looks. Nevertheless, Vivian states that children at his age hate being called a child, and this shows that the hero, like other children, has a normal side. Tiny insists that this has nothing to do with anything. Clue feels her obligations as a princess, thinking she must report what happened to her father as soon as possible. She concludes that she will send a report as soon as they reach the nearest city. Sometime later, they arrive at the main gate of the city of Tiben. Seeing the reception, the hero believes to himself that he knew the Blade Emperor takes good care of his daughter. Yet this is a bit much. Not only does he believe this, yet Chloe also does, blushing with embarrassment. The people around are also impressed, as a fleet of blue-winged knights presents itself to welcome the princess. Seeing this, Tiny believes the Valencia elite is quite over the top. All these knights are at least specialists and belong to the most powerful group in the Empire. After this, Garen Kleeman, vice-captain of the Blue-Winged Knights, leading a force of 103 knights, introduces himself to the princess with greetings. The princess states he and the other knights have done a great job and tells them to rise. Garen expresses his happiness to see that the princess is safe and states that His Excellency was very worried. Chloe, nevertheless, states she is sure she wrote in her report that she was safe, claiming that it is a bit of an exaggeration for them to appear here. Garen asks if she did not face an attack by a dark mage, and states that if there were not an emergency at the moment, her father would have come to meet her personally. The princess asks what emergency this is. The vice-captain explains that about a month and a half ago, the Tempest family's relic suddenly disappeared, something that shocks Chloe. Tiny also becomes concerned about this. He asks if this relic is an artifact, yet Chloe is not sure. This grabs the hero's attention even more. She explains that this is a secret only passed down to the head of the family. She adds that no one else knows, and she can only suppose it might be a powerful artifact. Then Tiny states he knows why the relic disappeared. Everyone present is shocked to hear this. Yet the hero simply asks to meet His Excellency, saying he will tell them everything he knows. After that, the Blue-Winged Knights escort the princess and her group back home. Meanwhile, the vice-captain reflects on what the hero said and asks one of the princess's personal guards about him. The guard states the boy's name is Tiny and claims he is an incredible boy, even saying he captured the dark mage. He also mentions that he heard the hero is almost at the expert level, which does not match his age, surprising the captain because he knows that even the 7 knights did not reach that level at such a young age, making the boy seem like a genius or a monster. Garen Kleeman even believes it would have been amazing if this boy had been born into his family. Yet then he remembers something and states he recalls who brought the letter from Filos. He declares that the name is uncommon and it must be him. In the carriage, the princess is mesmerized by the scenery, seeing a field of flowers outside. Seeing this, Tiny asks if she likes lilacs. Chloe responds that she does, adding that her father and her late mother also loved them, and they even named her after the flower, to which the hero states it suits her. Vivian comments that the love between the Duke and the lady was very famous, and she has heard that she was the only woman the Duke ever loved. Nevertheless, Tiny remembers that before he died, Chloe's father said he actually did not like that flower very much, and asked Tiny not to forget it. Now, the hero knows that without a doubt, the Blade Emperor would want to keep this a secret. He also knows that the Emperor likely will not remember his past life, yet the Emperor told the hero to find him immediately, so there must be a way. Tiny believes he must meet the Blade Emperor to define his path, and find a way to become a great knight. For the hero, his level is the priority right now. If he does not reach at least commander level, it will not help him at all, because in this life he wants to destroy those who stood in his way in the past. At the mansion of the Duke of Valentia, one of the largest in the Elan Empire, the gods celebrate their return home. The princess asks the hero if he has been to Valentia before. Tiny responds that this is his first time. Clue does not quite understand what he means, yet then both are startled, because the princess's father shouts with joy upon seeing her again. Right away, the hero recognizes him. Nevertheless, he did not expect to see such a formidable warrior acting like a doting father. The old man does not care about that, as he is just happy to see his daughter. On the other hand, Chloe is dying of embarrassment. When she sees her father running toward her for a hug, she dodges. Her father asks why she is doing that, and she states everyone is watching and he should have a little pride. Crying. He asks what is wrong with a father worrying about his daughter. Yet Chloe states it is no use making that face, and he should apologize to the knights who had to suffer so much for nothing. So he does, saying they did an excellent job and that, thanks to them, his daughter is safe. Then he expresses his gratitude as a father above being the Duke of Valencia. After that, he states a banquet has been prepared for them and tells everyone to enjoy it. The Duke then asks who the boy accompanying his daughter is. Tiny realizes the old man did not recognize him. Chloe states she already told him about the boy, mentioning that the hero will testify about the dark mage. Her father states he has been very stressed lately and did not remember that. Yet straight away, Tiny tells the Duke that he can say where Tempest is. His direct statement surprises everyone, including the princess, who definitely did not expect this. Even the Duke is startled, calling him a cheeky boy. Quickly, the hero feels something strange as he is under the effect of soul pressure. Yet he believes the Blade Emperor still has much to learn before finally reaching the level of previous proficiency. Among the 7 knights, Estina has the highest proficiency, and Jarek is another who could have achieved that level. In his thoughts, the hero concludes he can suppress all of this with the power he accumulated in his previous life. After that, he asks the Duke if they can talk about this right there outside. Such boldness shocks the Duke, yet the princess tells her father that the hero is still just a child and does not know what he is saying. Nevertheless, her father replies that someone who knows nothing would not act like this, and declares that he needs to speak with this boy. Later, in a more appropriate place, the Duke wants to know more about what the hero mentioned. Tiny states he has a hunch about where Tempest might be. The Duke states he is curious about this hunch. Tempest is one of the few ancient words the hero knows. It means time or opportunity. He states that if this artifact has been missing for a month, perhaps its power is time reversal. Hearing this piques the Duke's curiosity even more. The hero states it all began with a catastrophe that would only occur 20 years later. He then tells his entire story, and the Duke listens intently. After hearing it, he states the story is very well constructed, believing it is unlikely to have been invented by a child since the boy even knows the names of the World Tree's guardians, the first Dwarven Hammer and the Orc Warrior. Tiny claims they were colleagues for a year. This leaves the Duke puzzled as he declares those sworn enemies are always at odds. He also states that only one person can be sent to the past, and that after sacrificing the life of a very powerful human, their descendants must use it with caution. These words are passed down along with the family relic. Yet honestly, the Duke did not think it was true. Nevertheless, the circumstances the boy described seem real, yet he admits it is difficult to trust his judgment. So he asks if his future self really trusted the hero's talents and sent him back in time. The Duke states that if it had been him who returned, he would have used his experiences from the previous life and his status. Thus, he would be ready to organize humanity's power to face the Demon King's army. Despite that, he is still doubtful about one thing. Why did not he return instead of the hero? The Duke becomes indignant that it was the boy who returned in time, not him, and asks why this happened. Tiny states only the Duke's future self can answer, as before sending him back, the Duke said something about saving his talent. That is when the hero realized the Duke had gone mad. The Duke understands and imagines that his future self did not know where he was sending the hero. Tiny is surprised to have been sent back by someone who did not know where he would end up, since he had never used the item. The Duke states he could not know, yet instead he simply conveys these words. He states the hero should return to where his soul was most troubled. Looking at Tiny's current state, the Duke believes the boy has returned to the moment when he found his determination, and so his future self must have foreseen this as well. Now the hero understands the reason he returned to the day his sister died. After this, the Duke asks if he believes his future self made any mistake. Tiny replies that he does not believe so. He declares that the Blade Emperor is not to blame, and he is already happy that he can see his sister once again. Then the Duke states they have one more thing to confirm. He mentions that if his future self told the hero to find him, there must be some form of confirmation prepared. The hero recalls that the Emperor said his daughter's baptismal name is Lilac. She received this name because it was his wife's favorite flower, yet the Duke states that information is already well known. Nevertheless, Tiny reveals that in truth, he does not like that flower very much. That would be the confirmation his future self passed on. Upon hearing this, the Duke lets out a loud laugh. He states that is absolutely something he would say, remarking that telling the person he sent back words he could never say to anyone else is exactly like him, since he would never want anyone to know about it. Now he knows it is all true and is not sure whether to laugh or cry about it. The Duke realizes that only this would make the disappearance of the relic make sense, as it was always in his room in his hands. Tiny feels relieved that the Duke believed his story. Nevertheless, the Duke then states there is still one thing to verify. He orders that Knight Royer be summoned. Afterward, Tiny asks what he is doing. The Duke explains that while he believes in Tiny's regression, he is not sure he can fully trust him, because the hero claimed to be Tiny, one of the 10 knights of the future, and he wants the boy to prove it is true, validating that his capabilities had gained acknowledgement from his older self. Afterward, beyond the castle walls, Tiny begins feeling it's somewhat unjust since the ruler instructed him to find him, yet now his present version wishes to evaluate his skills. Therefore, the main character chooses to utilize this opportunity to provoke the Duke, and inquires whether he's ever pondered what his destiny might resemble. The Duke answers that he has frequently. Tiny then inquires whether he wouldn't desire to learn something about the duchies tomorrow, yet the Duke responds that such knowledge isn't necessary for him. He declares that everything sparking his curiosity involves predicting catastrophe, and instructs the main character never to speak differently, not to him or anyone else, since individuals develop through their errors and setbacks. The Duke declares that he takes pride in having guided his offspring correctly, guaranteeing they wouldn't collapse during disappointing times, and he refuses to let the main character interfere with his children's chances for development. Nevertheless, Tiny persists that he understands something regarding the princess's circumstances, yet he questions how someone like himself, who endured such hardship due to his physical condition, could approach the Duke's household. The Duke feels shocked by this and questions whether the main character genuinely has no concept of what might occur ahead. Tiny answers that he only understands the nobility descended into disorder. With this revelation, the Duke questions whether that represents his complete knowledge. Tiny responds by questioning what additional information he seeks. Speaking about Tiny, the Duke states he represents the sole allied presence from tomorrow and questions whether he doesn't believe the Duke requires knowledge of what transpired during that period. Yet the child's limited knowledge infuriates him. Therefore, the Duke grabs Tiny's ear, warning him he better recall swiftly or face severe punishment. He additionally states the ear discomfort will provide encouragement. Subsequently that evening, at a different place, the Duke, examining a paper, questions why it stays so blank. He additionally finds that over 10 catastrophes exist and questions their nature, and why the main character shows such negligence. Apart from several instances, Tiny discovered most catastrophes through gossip or from certain allies. Speaking seriously, the Duke questions whether he possesses any valuable knowledge. This causes Tiny to realize he must develop rapidly, at minimum before they achieved parity. The Duke states the child's only valuable knowledge concerns a sacred fighter mentioned in the prophecy. The identity would be Cromwell, and his age was 20 years. Therefore, the Duke states he must locate him for training purposes. Nevertheless, concerning this final information, Tiny emphasizes a crucial point, that the fighter was 20 years old in tomorrow's time. Yet presently he hasn't received life yet. The Duke grows frantic, questioning why the main character torments him this way, and wondering whether his future version bears responsibility, or whether he should simply eliminate this child who provides no assistance whatsoever. Yet then his attendant emerges, announcing that he has already called Royd. The Duke, nevertheless, directs him to fetch Drexler rather than Royd, and to inform him that someone requires discipline. Following this, Drexler Anon enters. He serves as the deputy commander of the Blue Wing Knights, holding a 5th-level senior position. Drexler feels tremendously thrilled to receive summons from the master. The Duke addresses him properly and states he requires him to evaluate the child to determine if he merits his confidence. This shocks Drexler, as he hadn't anticipated having to battle a youngster. He questions why his master contacted a deputy commander for such a minor issue and wonders whether he committed some error to warrant demotion. In his thoughts, he envisions it would prove extremely challenging to manage the estate without the deputy commander. Yet the Duke recalls him instructing him not to become lost in his worthless fantasies. He additionally states this represents a very significant issue. Therefore, Drexler should battle the child cautiously. Drexler examines the main character thoroughly and observes something remarkable. The child has reached 2nd level even before specializing. The child appears approximately 10 years old, so Drexler questions how such achievement seems possible. In response, Tiny requests Drexler to present the artisan who created his weapon. He states it would improve if the hammer grew larger and even provides some suggestions about it. Yet the Duke instructs him to concentrate, as failing the evaluation would mean breaking the agreement. The Duke additionally instructs Drexler not to restrain himself, urging him to battle with complete force. Subsequently, he informs the main character that he agreed to assist him, and he will determine whether to honor that agreement based on this battle's outcome. Tiny questions whether the result depends on the victor. Nevertheless, the Duke responds that he doesn't believe it will reach that point. He additionally states that if Tiny succeeds in striking the deputy commander once, he will act as though the child won the combat, which proves sufficient to excite Tiny. Drexler then readies his weapon, and the main character does likewise. The pair confront each other, causing the Duke to recognize that the child possesses a distinctive method of controlling mana, since he formed a very precise image, undoubtedly identifying him as exceptionally gifted. Yet he suspects that's incomplete, since if he possessed tomorrow's experiences, he personally could achieve specialization far exceeding normal boundaries. Nevertheless, this child traveled back through time, and the Duke believes there must exist some purpose beyond his abilities to justify such focus in tomorrow's world. Then he commands both to battle with complete power. In response, Tiny calls forth his spirit wolf, declaring that if his adversary doesn't strike, he will. Riding the wolf, The main character rushes ahead. Drexler feels amazed that the child commands a spirit, yet claims it holds no significance, since he displays no terror in this circumstance. Nevertheless, as he strikes, the main character evades, something Drexler hadn't anticipated. Tiny exploits the opportunity and attempts to strike his adversary. He succeeds in delivering a blow to Drexler's protective gear. Nevertheless, it creates no mark, which causes him to question whether Drexler excels in both offense and protection. On the opposite side, Drexler states he's enjoying himself. He additionally states he'll proceed gently so the child doesn't perish. With his hammer, he strikes, yet ends up striking the floor. Tiny then concentrates and declares he will compete, utilizing swiftness. Drexler doesn't remain motionless. He finds the main character quite daring, and with a floor strike, he destroys the pillars the child was utilizing to travel through elevated areas. Tiny then understands not only that, yet Drexler has progressed and barely missed him, as he succeeded in leaping at the final instant. The main character feels surprised to observe Drexler handling a hammer bigger than a blade with one hand, creating the appearance that protective gear also gets used in pairs. This indicates he's concentrated on protection. Drexler questions how long the main character intends to continue fleeing. Meanwhile, Tiny keeps avoiding from overhead, causing Drexler to understand he's very skilled at evasion. From beyond the arena, the Duke watches, believing he can interpret all of Drexler's actions. The deputy commander expected he would only confront a 10-year-old child, yet it appears that Tiny's previous existence's knowledge still stays with him. To the Duke, Tiny certainly appears remarkable, yet he believes it's insufficient and desires to witness everything the child can demonstrate. Therefore, he questions Drexler regarding how long he intends to prolong this. This irritates the deputy commander further and provides him the encouragement he required. Shortly, with all his power, he strikes the main character with his most powerful technique. The technique which the Duke personally identifies as a soul weapon shocks him. He believes it was excessive and understands he must halt him. Tiny, in response, doesn't appear concerned since he confronts the adversary directly, causing the Duke to believe the child must be insane. The collision between both results in a massive blast in the sky. With the blast's force, the main character plummets at tremendous velocity. The Duke then calls him foolish, and Drexler apologizes for the extreme power. The Duke states he desired to witness the main character's ability, not his bravery. Yet, with a grin on his expression, Tiny declares he prevailed. The Duke doesn't completely comprehend his statement. Nevertheless, when he observes Drexler, he notices an injury on his expression. When the main character advanced, in the battle before receiving his adversary's strike, he hurled his weapon toward him, since he succeeded in approaching sufficiently close. Therefore, at that instant, Drexler received the strike. That's why Tiny leaped. And now that he comprehends this, the Duke states the child could have perished and shouldn't perform something so dangerous merely to prevail. Tiny maintains that he didn't perish and that he prevailed. Yet the Duke questions whether he was this dangerous in his previous existence. The main character confirms that he was, since according to him, if he didn't behave that way, existence would transform into a dark path with nothing to provide. After all, he questions whether this isn't simply a contest where they must prevail regardless of cost, declaring that this had been his way of living up to that point. He then inquired about the Duke's thoughts and whether he had succeeded in demonstrating anything. The Duke responded that he would never engage in such behavior, and contemplated that perhaps during his former existence, he might have considered it worthwhile to attempt something so dangerous. He then stated he would honor his commitment and provide the protagonist with what he required most at that moment. Tiny attempted to express gratitude for his generosity, but suddenly his energy abandoned him, and he crumpled onto the arena ground. Following a period of time, he regained consciousness, and upon noticing the Duke, he inquired about his location. The Duke mentioned his recovery exceeded expectations and noted they had significant matters to discuss. Tiny questioned how much time had elapsed, and the Duke answered approximately half a day had passed. The protagonist then wondered if he had summoned any priest. But at that moment, the princess emerged, announcing she had just completed her recovery and asked where he wanted her to escort the boy who had just awakened. She also questioned whether he didn't plan to harm him once more. Nevertheless, she learned from her father that the boy had injured himself and he wouldn't harm his daughter's savior. The protagonist felt surprised to receive such a title, as he had believed the situation was reversed until that moment. Clue mentioned he had been hovering between existence and death, but Tiny merely smiled and stated that, as the Duke had observed, he had been overly ambitious. He offered his apologies for the inconvenience. The princess advised him to behave more appropriately for his age. Nevertheless, the Duke moved closer to him, declaring that it appeared even as a youth, Tiny acknowledged beauty and warned him against touching his daughter. Tiny deflected, expressing embarrassment at being called the princess's savior, mentioning this had never occurred previously, and becoming a benefactor immediately after capturing a dark mage was unexpected. The Duke then comprehended this hadn't transpired in his former life. The princess then questioned what they were discussing, and her father evaded, saying if it held importance, he would definitely inform her. He also mentioned she should concentrate on her maturity ceremony, as the arrangements were nearly finished, and he felt certain she would find it enjoyable. The princess nevertheless appeared somewhat troubled, and departed with a melancholy expression. Tiny appeared to have observed this, but allowed her to leave. Subsequently, alone, the Duke mentioned he had forgotten to provide crucial guidance, and informed Tiny that his return to this moment must remain confidential between them. The protagonist stated he had no plans to inform anyone. The Duke emphasized this must not reach other listeners, particularly priests specifically, because the flow of space-time represents the foundation of fate established by the Creator, a force even the goddess who rules everything cannot influence. A simple human opposing this equals sacrilege. That explains why your lineage has maintained Tempest's existence as classified. Tiny questioned whether the goddess differed from the Creator. The Duke responded he shouldn't possess this knowledge because this information had been eliminated from the temple's writings. However, something the authentic scriptures contain has been transmitted among the most ancient families. For the present, the Duke wished to maintain the current state. He stated that the 10 knights the protagonist referenced must be the sole individuals possessing this knowledge. Tiny concurred, expressing he had no plans to abandon the 10 knights. He added this would strengthen him beyond his previous capabilities, and he understood all future tactics. The Duke declared that was ideal and questioned what powers he had employed in the future. Before responding, Tiny asked whether the Duke would betray him. This startled the Duke unexpectedly. The protagonist stated he should better recognize what he had promised to provide, asserting he was becoming elderly and forgetful. This left the Duke extremely annoyed, and he struck the boy on the head. Tiny then questioned why he had done that. The Duke escorted him back to the arena, declaring he must begin instructing him. Tiny asked whether he knew his actual age, to which the Duke replied it only worsened the situation. But since he had made a promise, he would provide the protagonist with his desires, and he also wished to share some visions dedicated to the Duke of Valencia. He then questioned whether the boy had ever learned of a force called gravity. After some duration, the protagonist began to grow drowsy, and he fell asleep during the explanation. The Duke roused him with another strike, stating they hadn't even begun, and he was already sleeping. Tiny instructed him to cease hitting him. Therefore, the Duke demanded his attention and explained that his family's vision divided into 4 basic components: mana techniques, a sword style combining defense and offense, methods for acquiring attributes through 3 phases, and a method for gaining aura characteristics through 7 stages. The protagonist then stated it made sense for a Valencia to possess such skill. With that, the Duke boasted. Therefore, since the protagonist mentioned he utilized an offensive weapon, the Duke stated the boy didn't require attack sword instruction. Tiny declared his great hammer surpassed any sword, but something else captured his interest. That incredibly powerful defense he witnessed the Emperor employ, describing it as the ideal teaching. The Duke then clarified that among Valencia's vision components, differences existed, and that represented the method of acquiring aura characteristics. The protagonist didn't completely comprehend, but the Duke stated that was his current instruction, how to acquire attributes. Tiny felt discouraged because he wanted to study more about defense. However, the Duke understood his approach. In another location, distant from there, a gathering of hooded individuals occurred, and one announced Elaine's death. He added she had been the blade intended to penetrate Elvenheim's heart, and losing such a valuable asset so carelessly was unacceptable. But he mentioned the responsible party was a child who considered himself a descendant of the Morse lineage. Then he instructed the others to collect information about this child, but they must ensure the Empire remained unaware. The others supported this choice. Before finishing, the leader stated they must remember that currently, Karun's mission held the greatest importance. Returning to the protagonist, he appeared completely beaten, but had discovered that acquiring attributes required certain characteristics first. Next, he mentioned he already possessed all attributes beneficial to him and wondered whether the third stage would trigger an explosion like in his former life. The Duke responded he had already verified when his body collapsed following that battle. He stated that even with a child's physique, Tiny weighed more than most knights. Consequently, his body was molded by the vision. Tiny remained uncertain about that, but the Duke advised him to consider carefully and asked whether he hadn't worn armor in his former life. With that, the protagonist recalled he had indeed worn extremely heavy armor. The Duke then explained that heavier bodies required heavier armor. In other words, greater energy absorption resulted in slower movement, and he questioned whether Tiny understood why. Then he stated it was due to something certain sorcerers termed gravity. If he mastered this attribute, the heavier his body became, and the more energy his body contained, the faster and stronger he would grow. The Duke questioned whether the boy showed interest now. He then declared this was an ability no typical expert could match, as force existed between objects. Hearing this increased the protagonist's curiosity. However, he couldn't completely concentrate on the Duke's words. This annoyed the old man further. He attempted to explain again, but the protagonist questioned why the ground would attract anything, finding the Duke's explanation absurd. The boy's ignorance made the Duke impatient and frustrated, but he persisted and questioned why the boy believed things from high places fell. Tiny responded it had always been that way. Already irritated, the Duke stated it occurred because of gravity, but the protagonist displayed no interest in understanding it. This made the Duke question why he wouldn't try harder to comprehend. Tiny questioned why it had to be so complex, claiming that if he didn't understand, then it was acceptable as it was. This disrespect ignited the old man's complete rage, calling the protagonist a cursed child and preparing to destroy him. He then transported the boy to a tower's summit and suspended him by the edge using only his shirt, causing the protagonist to panic. The Duke declared he would learn through experience. Additionally, he employed ice mana to increase the boy's weight. Then he questioned again why someone who climbed so high would have no option but to fall. Desperately, the protagonist answered, "Gravity," but he spoke it without comprehending its true meaning. For this reason, the Duke released him, permitting him to fall, instructing the boy to experience gravity directly. As he fell, the protagonist thought the Duke was mad, but he understood nothing would prevent him from striking the ground, because if he continued falling this way, he would surely perish. So he decided to attempt something and summoned his lunar wolf. The wolf materialized on the ground somewhat confused, and observed that Tiny was about to fall directly onto him. The protagonist, feeling somewhat ashamed, apologized to the wolf for what was about to occur. Then he fell onto the creature. With this, his fall was softened, and he managed to survive. But shortly afterward, the Duke appeared, questioning whether he felt gravity's greatness. Tiny replied he felt it throughout his entire being. This pleased the Duke, who stated this was a height from which he wouldn't die if he fell. He then questioned whether the boy understood gravity now. Tiny, however, didn't appear to have comprehended. So the Duke stated they should attempt several more times until he grasped it, claiming that experience was the best method. However, the protagonist disliked being thrown off again, saying it would be preferable to learn only with words. After falling multiple times from the tower, he awakened in a bed being treated with magic. Clue was pleased he had finally awakened, saying it was amazing he had already become an expert, something Tiny wasn't even aware of himself. He remembered all the times he fell and wondered whether that was even possible. Chloe stated that even though he was happy to be her father's student, she questioned what kind of training it was. Not even the protagonist knew how to respond to that. Even so, the princess declared it was amazing he became an expert, and she was pleased that a genius had emerged in Blue Wing. Tiny, however, questioned whether it was appropriate for her to be there. He stated she should be preparing for her maturity ceremony, as her father had mentioned. The princess became somewhat flustered and stated there was nothing to prepare. The only thing she needed to do was study etiquette. Tiny became somewhat thoughtful, but stated she would perform well. Chloe questioned what he was discussing, and he replied he meant the ceremony. Then the princess instructed him to stop joking, stating she knew she would perform well because that was the day she would be the star. She then questioned whether she appeared nervous. Tiny responded that everyone close to her could observe it. In any case, Chloe stated it was fine because Tiny was part of the family. Now, this surprised the protagonist. However, Chloe stated he was her father's student, so they were part of the same family, and even told Tiny he could address her as sister from that point on. The protagonist definitely hadn't expected that. Clue questioned what kind of reaction that was, claiming it was a great honor since she was the Duke's daughter. And since they were now family, she questioned whether the protagonist could keep a secret. He replied it wasn't a problem, considering it. The princess mentioned that Lord Drexler was searching for Tiny, something he hadn't known. After that, he returned to the arena. This time, many people were observing him because Drexler stated he heard the protagonist had become a specialist. Tiny confirmed yes, but didn't understand why he was summoned. He realized this didn't appear like something ordinary. Due to some people watching him closely, Drexler stated he didn't need to worry and questioned the boy what he thought about a rematch. Seeing that Drexler had dropped his weapon, the protagonist wondered whether it was because of what occurred in their last fight. Drexler stated it wasn't typical for knights to lose their patience with children. Then he stated they would fight now to help him adjust to his new level. Tiny stated that if that was the case, he wouldn't refuse the invitation and immediately went on the offensive, striking his opponent's shield. Even with the shield, Drexler felt the blow and wondered whether this was really the same boy he fought a week ago. Again, the protagonist prepared to attack. Then he put some distance between himself and his opponent and charged again. But this time he wasn't unarmed like his opponent, with his weapon charged with energy. Tiny prepared to strike him. Drexler didn't stay idle and charged his punch, thinking that even a light touch could cause significant injury. However, both ended up colliding their attacks, causing an explosion and throwing them far from each other. Drexler wondered why the boy's attacks felt heavier. Either way, he regained his composure and withstood the protagonist's consecutive attacks. Meanwhile, he observed the boy, noticing he was even faster than last time. With his club, Tiny attacked and didn't hold back on the energy in his strikes. Even those watching from a distance noticed how heavy his club was. Not only that, but they saw the protagonist could handle it with remarkable speed. Drexler gave up fighting unarmed and stated the protagonist didn't need to hold back on him. Tiny then stated he would do just that. The opponent charged toward him, but Tiny, having been hit by those attacks a few times, knew how they worked. His weapon was lighter than usual, even when swung, and when it hit the target, it was much heavier than it seemed. Drexler felt the pressure of the strike, then pushed the protagonist away from him. Tiny thought that after manipulating the senses of the mana body, it was just a matter of applying it in the fight. While his opponent realized what was coming, the protagonist executed the level 1 combat method, nicknamed by him as Lightning Hammer. When it struck Drexler's shield, the impact caused a massive explosion. From the outside, some wondered whether this was the strength of a specialist. After that, Drexler stated they didn't need to fight anymore. Tiny thanked him for the help. Drexler claimed he held back on him. However, Tiny also stated he didn't show everything he knew. This surprised the vice captain. The protagonist reminded him he was an elementalist, and by summoning his wolf, he made Drexler realize he didn't even use it. Then the vice captain stated the protagonist passed the test and welcomed him to the Blue Wing. However, Tiny stated his wish wasn't to join the knights, and questioned whether the Duke didn't inform him of the situation. Drexler didn't expect to hear that and was surprised the boy didn't want to be a knight. Later in the Duke's office, he told the protagonist he forgot to inform the Blue Wing, and stated that if the protagonist planned to travel the continent, it was better not to belong to any family. Either way, he stated he did an excellent job and exceeded his expectations, but Tiny knew what he had to go through and didn't like it at all. In any case, the Duke stated they were almost ready to face the first catastrophe. Tiny questioned what was missing. The Duke replied they still needed to create a Warhammer artifact for the protagonist to use, an artifact infused with nearly permanent magical power. Its value could vary greatly, but it would take at least a few years' salary of a knight to buy something like that. Then the protagonist questioned whether it wouldn't take too long to produce one. The Duke replied one had been in progress for a few months. It was a secret because it was originally meant to be a gift for Drexler's loyalty and service. After that, the protagonist went to Valencia's best forge, called Rendal's Hammer. He then requested an adjustment, but Rendal, the dwarf craftsman, found it odd that a boy would ask for something like that. He stated he would rather cancel the contract and pay the penalty than have his work treated as if it were a children's toy. The protagonist knew the dwarven artisans wanted the weapon to find its rightful owner, even if it meant taking a loss, so he knew he needed to prove his worth. He quickly questioned whether the dwarf thought he was better than an average knight. Rendal took a good look at the boy and noticed he was an expert, even though he seemed very young for it. Then he questioned whether this was some kind of trick. However, Rendal had a unique characteristic of dwarves, his right eye, which allowed him to detect truth and lies based on the emotional waves of words. Thus, he confirmed the boy's honesty and agreed to do what the protagonist asked and told him to wait. When he returned, he brought the hammer. Tiny questioned whether it was ready. The dwarf stated it wasn't completely sharpened yet, as it still lacked impact amplification, automatic repair functions, and protective magic. The protagonist questioned whether it couldn't include offensive magic. The dwarf thought he wanted protection, but Tiny clarified that wasn't the case, arguing that a warhammer wasn't common as it wasn't very popular and anyone would be foolish to reject a third circle spell. Rendal then stated there was in fact only one other warhammer, describing it as made of compressed black steel and covered with weight amplification runes. However, he explained it ended up being too heavy, so he abandoned the project. But Tiny stated he really liked the sound of it and questioned about its other specifications. The dwarf explained the other features, and the protagonist became eager to see the hammer. Due to his insistence, Randall took the boy to the weapon, and upon seeing the hammer, Tiny's eyes lit up. However, Randall stated it wasn't as grand as it looked, because the hammer weighed over 100 kilograms. Before he knew it, the boy already had the hammer in his hands. Even realizing the weapon was heavy, Tiny could still wield it. He even struck the ground with it, alarming the dwarf as it could have collapsed the house. The dwarf noticed the boy had fallen in love with the hammer. In turn, the protagonist stated the hammer was a bit small, but resembled the nocturne he used in his previous life. Tiny then questioned whether the dwarf could help him with the dagger so he could still use it as he grew. Rendal stated he didn't even need to ask. The protagonist then told him to charge the Duke double, but questioned what the warhammer was called. Rendal replied its name was Stamp. Upon seeing the hammer, the Count was surprised that something like this existed and thought it was great that Drexler would get his own too. Tiny stated it would take about 2 weeks to make the necessary adjustments, and he needed to train in the meantime. He stated he was still far from becoming invincible. Upon hearing this, the Count questioned where that idea came from. The protagonist explained he learned some Eastern languages because of his appearance, and mentioned he was often told he looked like a demon. The Duke stated the boy was very amusing and made a good choice. He also told him to use more of those Eastern languages, as sometimes he came off as a bit dim. After that, the Duke stated that since Tiny had to wait 2 weeks, he would participate in Chloe's coming-of-age ceremony. Tiny questioned whether he would make that announcement. The Duke stated it was about a connection with the imperial family and questioned how Chloe could refuse an engagement with the crown prince. As he mentioned before, the crown prince died on his wedding day. Thus, the protagonist questioned whether the Duke would go ahead with it. Knowing this, by next summer all direct members of the imperial family of Alan would die, marking the second catastrophe. As a result, the Empire, once considered the strongest human nation, would suffer from internal conflicts and the nation's power would fragment. The princess would become a widow and the sole survivor of the imperial family, earning the title of the heiress princess of misfortune. Now knowing all this, the Duke stated the protagonist didn't need to worry as he would take care of everything. Tiny stated all he knew was there were rumors the second prince was responsible, but he also died. He recalled Chloe telling him to call her sister and began to worry about her. He stated that even her father couldn't figure out what happened in the previous life as everything was shrouded in uncertainty. The Duke stated his daughter was brilliant, being someone whose personality shined brighter than her appearance. Yet, people still failed to see it. However, the protagonist stated that later the entire world would see it. After all, even if the Duke helped her, it was she who managed to rebuild the ruined empire. Nevertheless, she didn't seem happy. Then the Duke stated that for his daughter and for the entire world, he would choose the best path, claiming he could prevent all of this from happening precisely because he was Asgard von Valentia. If that was the case, the protagonist stated he would not stop him. Instead, in the end, he would save Chloe his own way. However, jealousy overtook the Duke as he claimed the protagonist was too close to his daughter and didn't seem to have good intentions toward her. The protagonist knew the Duke lost his temper when it came to his daughter and stated he misunderstood him, trying to calm him down. Outside, two men were talking, and one wondered whether everyone was there because of the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. The other stated everything was now ready and he had taken care of everything. Thus, his companion could have fun safely. The big day had arrived. The commander of the Blue-Wing Knights told the Duke they had received more guests than expected, saying it showed how influential Valencia was. His name was Gus Freewell, and he claimed they would make this day unforgettable. By the way, he also mentioned they had received a guest from Rocker. It was the third son known for being a parasite. The Rock Duché was a major power in the Empire, and a family that had competed with Valencia for generations. To the Duke, this was a terrible time to have someone like that around. He questioned them to ensure everyone knew this was Valencia, not Roktor. The commander stated he had already taken all necessary measures, and the Duke stated that was good work. However, something else worried him. Then the Duke questioned Genus whether he had any illness he hadn't disclosed. Genus questioned what his lord was talking about. The Duke took on a serious demeanor, but decided to leave it for later and stated he just wanted Genus not to handle everything in the ceremony alone. But the commander stated it was fine since the princess was like a niece to him. The Duke remembered that, as a child, Clue used to follow him around, and there was even a time when she thought she had 3 older brothers. Then he changed the subject and questioned whether Janus planned to marry. The commander replied no and reminded his lord he promised not to ask that again. Thus, the Duke apologized. Janus stated he seemed a bit strange today. The Duke expresses his growing anxiety as the maturation ritual draws near. He dismisses his commander after mentioning how occupied the man must be. This commander, Janus Freewell, is merely a youth who inherited the position following his father's death. The Duke had inquired about this individual to the protagonist, yet Tiny possessed no knowledge or recognition of him. This leads the Duke to question whether Janus will remain loyal in times ahead. Furthermore, it will not result from illness or matrimonial obligations. Nevertheless, Janus possesses 6th-level mana abilities and cannot perish in conventional warfare. The cause will likely stem from the second disaster. Such are the Duke's contemplations. Returning to the protagonist during his practice session, he recalls discussing Janus, believing the Sword Emperor's hypothesis holds merit. Strong likelihood exists that events will unfold during Chloe's wedding celebration. Multiple individuals may participate in these occurrences. The princess then emerges accompanied by Vivin. Tiny questions whether her presence is appropriate given the arriving visitors. He also inquires if conversing with him violates proper conduct. Despite Vivian's attempts at warning, Chloe claims confinement to her chambers is tedious and states that Tiny's company provides fascinating tales and opportunities to observe the lunar wolf. The protagonist then suggests lending her the wolf temporarily, and the princess responds that having the creature nearby will enable her to withstand much greater hardships. Abruptly, someone emerges, addressing her as Valencia's angel while proclaiming her true beauty. The gentleman apologizes for his audacity, yet declares the princess the most stunning woman Thiberon Voner has encountered. The princess startles upon learning this name, though Thybron explains his origin from a distinguished family, maintaining friendly rivalry with Valencia. Clue preserves her courteous manner while expressing pleasure at their meeting. Thybron expresses hope for finding time to commemorate their initial encounter. She appears somewhat surprised, yet Thybron instructs her against feigning ignorance, asserting he will become her life companion. Now that they have finally met, conversation is warranted. Thronon even mentions bringing exceptional wine from his property. Angrily, Tiny questions this madman's identity for offering alcohol to a minor while declaring an engagement. Vivin advances, demanding Thybron retreat, since the princess cannot interact with guests before the maturation ceremony. Thybron expresses surprise at discovering a female knight beside the princess and questions how a woman dares interrupt him. His guard attempts intimidating Vivin, instructing her withdrawal, claiming this represents discourse between young nobles. However, Vivin responds that this situation exceeds his comprehension. Thybron's guard explains his master's sincerity and mentions several years of illness. He requests the princess's understanding despite his master's apparent rudeness. Thybron concurs and requests at minimum one opportunity. From a distance, the protagonist observes everything and considers this individual even more peculiar than the previous fool. Determined to make him suffer consequences, Tiny addresses Chloe as his sister, while adopting an entirely juvenile attitude. Questioning the identity of these odd people, Thybron immediately demands identification of this insolent child and commands Gam, his guard, to remove him instantly. Without hesitation, Tiny advances and delivers a forceful strike to Thybron, denouncing him as refuse while hurling him away, declaring himself an expert. Witnessing his master's assault, Gree prepares for action. However, he receives similar treatment and loses several teeth. The conflict between them becomes visible from afar. A nobleman observes a child defeating a knight with merely a slap and expresses disbelief at the scene. Watching the boy leave his adversaries on the ground, the man questions this child's identity. After receiving such a blow, Graham wonders how events reached this point. He recalls receiving orders to escort Throne to the princess because his master claimed it would create Valencia scandal. However, at that time, Green noted this would also damage the Roktor reputation. Yet his master stated Thybron would soon face family expulsion. This revelation deeply astonished Graham. His master explained that successful execution might benefit that worthless individual and instructed Gree to act ignorant while following the plan. He added anticipation for witnessing Gree's task completion. Returning to the present after one slap's impact, he collapsed. From above, the aristocrat watches a high-ranking knight and expert, questioning that boy's identity. His associate describes him as a legendary prodigy, or rather, a monster. The aristocrat soon marvels that Valencia's duke protects such an individual, and expresses desire to meet that boy eventually. Speaking of which, he inquires whether Duke Alan von Rohr truly pursues imperial family proximity. His companion responds that Roktor obviously wouldn't desire remaining outside imperial family attention, and likely attempts ending their relationship. The aristocrat quickly understands Roktor's attempt at tarnishing Valencia's reputation, and notes many years since Valencia's duke achieved order status. His companion states Alain simply refuses falling behind Valencia. These words make sense to him, leading him to conclude his companion's correctness. He then wishes to address those fools first while noting their lack of discreet arrival. However, his companion states his lord need not go there, because Valencia's children clearly value their youngest and they have all returned. Later, the Duke converses with the protagonist, explaining Thebron's expulsion from Rocker, meaning Tiny requires no excuse for striking a noble. The protagonist considers this favorable, yet the Duke disagrees. He labels it an unfortunate incident while requesting the boy's self-control. The Duke questions whether he seeks imprisonment before the Demon King's army strikes. Tiny attempts justification, claiming both behaved poorly, yet the Duke acknowledges prior knowledge while stating his own desire to assault that fool Thybron. Furiously, the Duke questions his audacity entering Valencia and pursuing his daughter, claiming he deserved consequences. Tiny wonders if this matches the same man requesting self-control. Outside the chamber, he observes two approaching men. They rush through the corridor, shouting about that scoundrel touching Chloe, while claiming he deserves punishment. The protagonist believes he has encountered them previously. However, one collides with the boy and immediately falls down. The other expresses surprise at witnessing a specialist being pushed by a child. Yet, upon sensing the protagonist's aura, he questions whether the boy is Tiny, the child who battled Drexler. Tiny confirms this while explaining Drexler's intentional loss without using his spirit weapon. They acknowledge the rumor's accuracy and understand his father's vision gift. They express regret about meeting under such circumstances while claiming current urgency, promising later encounters. Soon after, they continue pursuing Thybron, declaring his death before leaving Valencia. Eren expresses desire for first facial contact. Thus, the protagonist recognizes Eren as Valencia's heir, explaining the familiarity. However, he questions the other companion's identity. Since only one young master existed in Valencia's future, he wonders if similar events occurred as with Gus. This imperial family matter with Alan irritates him, because the imperial family always considered Alan's bloodline most noble. Only Alan lineage members received banquet invitations. Even Valencia's guests faced severe limitations and small numbers without considering consequences. The protagonist knows the noble golden dragon's blood froze fatally, yet his thoughts face interruption, because the earlier aristocrat appears, claiming environmental sound checking remains beneficial. Tiny questions his identity. While observing his magical false face, the noble states he lacks proper introduction while identifying himself as Baron Redley von Narsa, a guest at the princess's maturation ceremony. He mentions hearing rumors about Tiny defeating a knight and desiring their meeting. Therefore, he questions the boy's Valencia origin. Tiny responds negatively while explaining the Duke's temporary guardianship. Redley acknowledges Valencia Duke's excellent judgment. Seriously, Tiny states this is Valencia, and the Baron should exercise caution regarding Duke-related statements. Baron Redley acknowledges deserving that response while questioning whether they are equal, making the protagonist question his age. Redley suggests that mutual advice exchange indicates potential friendship, and requests treating Tiny to dinner celebrating their friendship. He instructs against refusal, claiming agreement would provide mutual enjoyment and loyal friendship development. Tiny considers assaulting him to reveal his true identity, yet remembers the Duke's control and composure instructions. However, the Baron then mentions hearing about the protagonist's princess proximity and questions potential meeting arrangements. Before additional inappropriate comments, Tiny wastes no time, delivering a solid facial strike to the arrogant man. Like others, he flies away, landing directly on his servant. This satisfies the protagonist, ignoring potential consequences. After the Baron's ejection, the protagonist realizes possible excess. This angers the servant, who immediately charges for attack, calling the boy insolent. While wielding a sword, the protagonist defends using only mana. Furiously, the servant threatens dismemberment. Tiny notices the opponent's unexpected strength. Yet closer observation reveals the man's mana-controlled space manipulation. This identifies him as a challenger. The opponent seeks hand removal for insolence. Tiny, however, defends using mana armor, while seizing opportunities for lunar wolf summoning. Yet the opponent remains determined against this. Upon seeing the wolf, he recognizes the boy's elementalist nature. However, the opponent's opening allows Tiny's attack, enabling successful punch delivery. However, he experiences surprise afterward. because the opponent stopped the punch with his forehead without movement. Then the man grasps the boy and hurls him away. During his fall, Tiny manages safe landing without injury, yet he soon realizes the opponent's approach for renewed attack. He turns to his wolf for assistance while mana shielding. Despite this, he receives impact. However, he manages blow softening. His opponent comments on his resilience while declaring unrestricted approach. With his sword, he moves for attack, yet receives halt orders. The Baron rises from ground, claiming personal fault rather than the boy's. Afterward, Tiny encounters Genus, who expresses meeting expectations but not under these circumstances. Tiny apologizes, while Genus comments on apparent suspicion. The present Baron requests forgiveness. Gina grants clemency this time. However, he warns about remembering one thing, stating Valencia's unforgiving nature. He also informs Tiny about the magical disguise permission, leaving the protagonist feeling oppressed. Genus expresses high expectations while claiming increased caution. Could make Tiny very promising. He mentions current urgency, yet Tiny desires questioning before departure. He inquires about the Baron. Genus responds with unfortunate confidentiality. The protagonist questions imperial family connections. This makes Genus consider inappropriate disclosure. Tiny concludes logical sense since challenger-class knights remain rare. Genus, however, demands secrecy. Tiny privately acknowledges prior arranged marriage knowledge while assuming the Baron represents some imperial inspector. After all, Chloe's maturation ceremony has arrived, and they will likely announce her crown prince engagement. 1 week following the maturation ceremony, Janice reflects on Chloe not as royalty, but as his younger sister, while vowing to make this day her most beautiful. However, he grows irritated hearing Tiny speak, as the boy enjoys food while ignoring everything else. Tiny even attempts Genus conversation, yet he focuses solely on duties. Genus instructs slower eating due to abundant food. Tiny attempts response with full mouth. Genus then warns against eating before jaw breakage. The protagonist startles at this, yet Genus considers him a growing boy lacking discipline. Soon after, the Baron approaches again, questioning Tiny's availability for conversation instead of busy Lord Gus. Tiny expresses surprise at the inspector's party appearance while admitting previous rudeness. He thanks him for generosity and forgiveness. The Baron responds with personal fault acknowledgement for impossible requests while admiring Tiny's defensive reaction. He also grants permission for retaliation against future rudeness since none would dare counterattack. Feeling awkward, the protagonist questions this individual's masochistic tendencies. Afterward, the Master of Ceremonies announces the event star, Princess Chloe von Valencia, entering alongside her family. Her father accompanies her with her siblings, while the princess's enchanting smile illuminates the space. Witnessing this, the Baron becomes Aruk, commenting on her beauty. Tiny dislikes this entirely and refuses overlooking it. As the princess approaches, guests call her Valencia's angel due to captivating beauty. Chloe, however, feels uncomfortable, while wondering if everything will transform after today. Among the crowd stands the concerned protagonist, remembering her brother consideration. He then summons his lunar wolf, wishing her happiness in new life. The wolf approaches the princess, brightening her day. The Duke and others express surprise at its appearance, except the princess, who enjoys herself while calming the wolf in her lap. Her father feels relieved at the absence of threat. Yet suddenly the wolf begins transformation and shifts from small form, growing larger, while assuming adult persona. Nevertheless, it remains beside her. Seeing a spirit near the princess, some guests consider her goddess-like. Even the Baron impresses upon witnessing the spirit's true form, while thanking the protagonist for beautiful distraction. Tiny questions this individual's gratitude, finding everything too strange. Back at the ceremony, the Duke again thanks Chloe for healthy growth. He also states that if her mother witnessed today, she would feel great happiness. The father's words to his daughter move many guests. However, not everyone appears familiar with the Duke's story, as one appears confused about it. Regardless, the ceremony continues. The Duke places a necklace on his daughter, and all guests become dazzled. The Master of Ceremonies announces the evening's highlight while declaring the princess's fiancé presentation time. The Duke then declares his daughter's fiancé as this person, indicating the hall, yet not someone physically present. Instead, it represents a magical projection displaying the fiancé for everyone's viewing. His name is Bradley Van Asran, expressing great happiness receiving Valencia's angel as his companion, while regretting personal attendance impossibility on this wonderful day. Present Vivian impresses because this young man represents the throne heir. Meanwhile, the protagonist remembers Bradley's meaningless death in his past life. The Baron declares his turn, yet the protagonist grabs him, questioning his destination, while stating premature departure timing. The Baron acknowledges his princess' concern. However, he insists the protagonist need not worry about him while instructing name-reading, Nars backward. The protagonist quickly realizes his Astran identity. Then Bradley reveals his true identity, while bidding the boy farewell. Tiny now understands his identity throughout. Furthermore, he realizes striking the throne heir. Thus, he concludes deep trouble, and even considers allowing his death at next year's wedding. Janus approaches, questioning Tiny's thoughts. He deflects, claiming warmth feelings, yet Janus reassures him, stating his highness's forgiveness. Even with potential resentment, he assures safety within Valencia's territory. The Crown Prince sought this engagement against His Majesty the Emperor's wishes, who preferred the Rocker family. Tiny then understands the prince's Valencia favor. Janus has additional sharing and reveals his master's message. He states everything's readiness while instructing the boy's duke, meeting after ceremony conclusion. This occurs and the protagonist visits the duke's office. The old man thanks him for spirit revelation as it apparently relaxed Chloe. Tiny claims insignificant action while questioning readiness. The duke confirms yes, yet honestly finds it hard believing. He explains Humanitas, Karun's sacred relic, disappeared and Orthus, the capital, faced destruction by great demon Kraken's attack. He questions how it could possibly be Kraken among all demons. Tiny states investigation necessity. The Duke declares agreement completion and weapon collection availability at the blacksmith. The next day, the blacksmith explains weight and impact enhancement, self-repair addition, and mana wave optimization for him. Considering this, he calls these specifications quite unusual while questioning the protagonist's intentions. Tiny simply takes the hammer while requesting testing permission. The dwarf instructs hitting something with it. Therefore, the protagonist becomes excited while declaring perfect weight. The story then transitions to a battle where, with single impact, he manages enemy defeat. He then declares the hammer exceeded expectations, while thinking he needs thanking Master Rendell for excellent work. Afterward, the lunar wolf signals something, while rushing into the forest. Tiny questions Moonlit race desires. He even remarks on the lunar wolf's optimal condition. For Tiny, this is perfect because they can reach their destination in 1 week, since they are heading to Anaxin Port. Elsewhere, far from there, one cultist reports the Morse child left the duchy mounted on superior class spirit beast, while moving 4 times normal speed. Another questions the route. The first responds that the nearest port is Karun's, which shocks the others. Their leader calls this more than irritating, and this time desires personal handling while ordering others to call the trainer. On the road, the protagonist encounters an ambush, while questioning these fools' identity. The men dislike that label while questioning whether the boy fully grasps the situation. They know the boy's expert level, yet claim he's merely an elementalist against 5 of their finest men. They also state this boy needs awakening because they, the Black Knights, will provide education. At that moment, an archer shoots an arrow at the protagonist. Meanwhile, Tiny mocks the entire group. He deflects the enemy's arrow using just his hand, catching everyone off guard, since they considered such protection impossible to achieve. Yet one among them calls out to his companions to remain calm, insisting it was merely a simple trick and they held numerical superiority. Upon hearing these words, Tiny declares that ignorance requires physical correction. Using his weapon, he delivers a blow to one attacker. The remaining enemies become frightened by the child's might and question whether this demonstrates true expert capabilities. the struck individual gets launched through the air. At that moment, the main character observes that genuine knights are impressive, yet these are merely demon servants. The group's commander becomes panicked and begins fleeing, declaring this wasn't part of their payment agreement. Tiny refuses to allow their escape, however. Therefore, he gets off his wolf companion and prepares to eliminate them all with one earth strike. Without delay, he slams his hammer against the surface, creating tremendous force and splitting the ground open. Through this method, the adversaries get consumed by the earth. Tiny, remaining upright, observes his vanquished and fallen foes. With irony, he comments that his weapon proved excellent and intends to continue using it into adulthood. Nevertheless, he remains puzzled about how these fools discovered his destination and believes he should have kept one alive for questioning. Suddenly, he hears a tree crashing nearby that almost struck him. His wolf companion successfully avoided the assault. Following this, Tiny detects something enormous drawing near and identifies it as a dual-headed troll that appears angry about territory invasion. It immediately begins pursuing the child, and while getting ready to run, Tiny questions why such a powerful creature exists here. Monster rankings get decided through their alliances. This indicates a level 5 beast works alongside a 5th-rank spellcaster or someone with greater magical ability. Understanding this, the main character feels confused about how and why this troll stands before him. He attempts to flee with his wolf. During his escape, he observes the troll being commanded by someone calling the main character worthless, who only creates obstacles. The spellcaster commands the troll to destroy the child like an insect. This revelation helps Tiny understand that such a monster appeared because it serves a magical master. Therefore, he commands his wolf to pursue the spellcaster while he handles the troll. Yet the spellcaster refuses to permit this. Consequently, he positions the troll defensively. The creature then launches an attack, blocking the main character's advance. Additionally, it destroys multiple trees, complicating Tiny's circumstances. Further, he recognizes the creature as a berserk variant. Before he can respond, the troll materializes behind him, attempting a surprise attack, yet Tiny barely avoids it. He understands that level 5 trolls possess strength enhancement and healing powers. However, berserk state has restrictions, and he simply needs to endure until a weakness emerges. The creature attempts to assault the child with acidic breath. Nevertheless, Tiny creates a magical barrier. He also observes that the enemies fight solo, therefore they shouldn't exhaust so much magical energy. Before further consideration, the troll strikes again. Tiny attempts to block it using his weapon since dodging proves impossible. By doing this, he successfully forces the creature backward. Once the troll impacts the surface, Tiny leaps to attempt a surprise assault. He connects with his strike, causing the troll to cry out in agony because his weapon possesses mass and force enhancement. Subsequently, the troll rises again. Even after receiving a knee injury, it continues its offensive. Tiny evades the creature's strikes and transitions into offense because he refuses to grant the giant any recovery time. From afar, the spellcaster watches everything and wonders how long the main character will continue evading, stating that once captured, everything ends. During the battle, the main character reaches a blocked route. Becoming trapped, the troll prepares to attack him when suddenly, the controlling magic gets disrupted. Witnessing this, the spellcaster grows frantic. As Berserk State concludes, Tiny questions whether he truly believed there would be no retaliation, explaining he was simply awaiting an opportunity during the enemy's rage. The spellcaster hadn't anticipated such cleverness from the child. Consequently, he becomes exposed, and the wolf succeeds in grabbing and attacking him, preventing enemy resistance. Tiny praises his wolf's performance. He also instructs it to secure the spellcaster firmly. Meanwhile, he rushes toward the troll, striking it with maximum force. Consequently, a tremendous blast occurs, leaving the troll's dual heads in the main character's grasp. He approaches the spellcaster and asks if he desires to participate as well. After several inquiries, Tiny discovers that the organization's base lies in the Alliance's lawless settlement and questions whether the spellcaster's superior is that location's mayor. The spellcaster confirms this. Tiny states it certainly isn't those two individuals, but the spellcaster cannot comprehend this comment. He knows his wolf is a spirit creature and possesses explosive magic. Tiny declares he cannot easily release a 5th-level beast controlling mage, and questions whether they plan to steal Karun's artifact. The spellcaster denies this, making Tiny believe his suspicion was correct. He only wants one more answer and requests the name of whoever assigned this task, promising the spellcaster's release afterward. The enemy hesitates to answer, but the main character advises careful consideration and questions whether he has witnessed a head suddenly detonating. The spellcaster responds that he believes so. Tiny asks whether he thinks his chances of experiencing this are minimal, simply because he's currently in Tiny's custody. The spellcaster becomes terrified hearing this and cannot determine how to respond. Shortly after, the main character walks through the harbor settlement of NXN. The surrounding people wonder who launched fireworks after witnessing a huge blast in the heavens. Tiny recalls the Duke informing him their arrangement concluded and he would wait at the Annex Tavern. After some walking, he locates the establishment. Upon entering the tavern, he becomes surprised, because he hadn't expected reinforcement. The Blade Master himself. The gentleman apologizes to the child and explains his establishment doesn't serve alcohol to minors. The main character notices the facial transformation and feels incredulous. He wonders whether it involves magical cosmetics. Yet he cannot detect any magical energy. Some intoxicated patrons tell the main character this isn't a location for children, and mock his hair color. They even mention that other customers have departed. However, due to their ridicule, the lunar wolf frightens them and establishes dominance. It then returns to the main character. With this, Tiny says they cannot disregard him. The proprietor sees a dark-haired spiritualist and determines the child wants the establishment's specialty menu. He apologizes for delayed recognition and escorts him to a separate chamber. Privately, the main character displays his badge. The gentleman recognizes it as the Duke's authorization bearing, the emblem of Valencia's covert organization, Blackwing. They represent not only the finest warriors, but also excel at information gathering and networking. The gentleman introduces himself as Jay and reveals he commands the Black Wings. Tiny realizes this means Jay literally leads and has an inquiry. He states that if Jay holds leadership, he should possess at least blade proficiency. Yet he detected no magical energy and questions how the leader conceals it. Jay responds that he hasn't awakened magical abilities. He also explains that sometimes concealment techniques become the most difficult disguises to identify. Then he assumes the Duke's appearance again, leaving the main character completely amazed. Jay clarifies it's merely basic disguise work. Tiny then believes his assessment was accurate and asks Jay whether this isn't extremely risky. Jay responds that's what creates the excitement, making the main character think he has peculiar preferences. Then Jay suggests focusing on their assignment rather than his personal interests. Jay discloses that Gail Anderson, the tsunami mage, who was meant to receive a recommendation document, has vanished. This news leaves Tiny quite shocked, because Tsunami Mage represents a title granted to a 7th Circle spellcaster. The main character questions whether he shouldn't be particularly powerful since he's near the ocean given the designation. Jay explains they lost communication with the mage during his journey, and it's been 2 weeks past his anticipated return. Tiny then states it's difficult making any recommendations under such circumstances, but Jay reveals he prepared an alternative plan and tells the child to meet his new persona, presenting him with a different emblem. The main character questions whether he's certain the Blade Master sent him for this purpose. He also asks whether Jay knows the name Hustle, but it appears he doesn't. Tiny then explains that Hustle is the demon servant responsible for the Karun incident, and states he obtained this information just before detonating someone's head. After considering briefly, Jay says the name sounds like it belongs to an orc or beast and decides to remember it. Then one of Jay's attendants summons him, urging haste because they have arrived. Tiny questions who they are, but Jay simply states he must depart because it means the important figures have come. Soon, the main character suspects that something unfortunate will occur. However, in the establishment's main area, a magnificent celebration takes place. Tiny encounters the so-called important figures, who prove to be a massive group of famished patrons. The servers are displeased with the overwhelming crowd. This makes the main character wonder why a front establishment performs so successfully. 2 days afterward, on the vessel Flaxen, the sailor announces imminent departure, until a cloaked person asks whether this ship travels to Karun. Subsequently, a crew member identifies the figure as a youth and requests their documentation. Tiny, who had maintained concealment until then, presents the identification Jay provided. Immediately, the crew member realizes he's nobility and wonders why a noble travels there without protection. He quickly apologizes for his mistake. The main character states it's acceptable since he's merely fallen nobility now, even though he doesn't completely comprehend. The sailor wishes him safe travels. Meanwhile, Tiny remembers Jay mentioning a noble house called Moors that was accused of demon worship and vanished 40 years prior. Dark hair and black eyes were characteristics of their bloodline, but with so few descendants they couldn't rebuild over time. From this point, Tiny must adopt the persona of a Moor survivor who escaped and bore a child with an elf. Tiny must assume this disguise now, but thinks that even as an elementalist it remains somewhat odd. Then he begins feeling somewhat different, and quickly realizes magical energy exists within the vessel. The main character senses a presence but observes nothing abnormal around him. He understands, however, that multiple presences exist, and questions their intentions. He even considers they might plan to sacrifice everyone aboard. In a distracted moment, a person attempts to catch Tiny unexpectedly, but his reflexes prevent this. The main character swiftly grasps the person's arm and fractures it, halting the assault. The person's scream instantly attracts everyone's focus, and the vessel's crew becomes frightened, particularly witnessing blood flowing out. One sailor questions what the child is doing. Meanwhile, the person demands release. His blade drops to the deck, but Tiny uses his foot to raise it and then kicks it airborne, striking the person directly with his own blade. The others become speechless, witnessing the scene as they watch the person suffering in pain and bleeding heavily. However, knowing the person's malicious character, the main character feels no compassion. Once it ends, a dark magical aura begins emerging from the body. This confuses the others further. Not only the vapor, but a terrible odor also begins spreading among them. They quickly understand the person was a demon servant. A sailor thanks the main character for eliminating him, but mentions his approach was somewhat harsh. Tiny, in response, grasps the sailor's arm as well, and sarcastically questions whether he meant this. Then he repeats the identical action from before, bringing this person down onto the vessel's deck. Not only him, but another was also struck. The main character continues attacking them as he suspects more demon servants remain nearby. He even employs human forms as weapons. People begin escaping, believing he's a mass murderer. However, one crew member finally understands that everyone the child attacked was also a demon servant. Tiny, with a stern expression, regards his final target, the one who appeared to be the vessel's captain. The captain arrives on deck and questions what's occurring. Seeing the bodies, he asks how this could have transpired. Then he notices the main character and immediately apologizes for the disturbance. It appears this chaos resulted from demonic servants, and he would appreciate the child's assistance in a future inquiry. Tiny laughs and declares he is an excellent captain, and also a superb performer. Without hesitation, he assaults the captain with his hammer, launching him away and destroying him with the force. The people, already stunned, become even more terrified. They look toward where the captain's form landed, and see that he too was a demonic servant. In the settlement, someone reports what occurred, explaining these demonic servants were responsible for the Flaxen operation 5 years earlier. 5 basic sailors, 2 expert-level navigators, along with the captain who was a blade-class warrior. King Emid Vankar becomes impressed by this intelligence. Tiny hears the reporter theorize that hundreds or thousands of people may have been offered to the demon, and wonders which demon the demonic servants worship, as some demons can breach dimensional barriers and extend their influence. The offerings get used in ceremonies that both empower the demonic servants and provide substantial strength to the demon they worship. To Tiny, people who surrender to this are humanity's parasites. The king states they have hidden for 30 years, and even he relaxed his vigilance. But he explains that thanks to the elemental spirit wielder with elven heritage, a major catastrophe was prevented. He also mentions understanding that the child's spirit can locate demonic servants and asks whether he can observe this spirit. His attendant states that even if he has elf ancestry, it remains very hazardous. However, this presents no difficulty for the main character as he calls forth his spirit wolf and presents it before the king. Upon observing the spirit wolf, the king becomes amazed, declaring the creature is incredible and majestic. Now that he witnesses the spirit directly, he can accept it. He also expresses desire to speak with the child privately and requests his attendant's departure, surprising them. Even the main character didn't anticipate this, as it's uncommon for a king to meet alone with a stranger, leaving him very curious about what will follow. The king's attendants ask His Majesty to reconsider, as they prefer not leaving him alone with someone unknown. However, the king insists and states it won't require much time. Therefore, they follow the command and depart. Now Tiny stands face to face with the king alone. The king tells the young champion they needn't worry about others listening, and questions whether it's false that he descends from elves, already suspecting the response. The king states he would like to understand the main character's real reason for being there. Hearing this, Tiny wonders where his mistake occurred. The king explains that after existing so long, one learns considerable information. For instance, that elves don't actually possess dark hair. The king tells the main character not to worry, stating only his family members know this information. Embarrassed, Tiny apologizes for the deception and explains he was pursuing demonic servants because he's attempting to prevent them from stealing artifacts and causing additional destruction in Karun. The king states that apparently the main character truly deserves the empire. He also mentions that Karun is a neutral nation but still belongs to the Kingdom Union. The king declares that it's very challenging to trust an empire that opposes the Union. He then questions whether that's why the child concealed his identity despite having good intentions. In any case, the king chooses to believe the child's statements, making Tiny recall why he's known as a wise ruler. The king states the child is a spirit wielder with an innocent soul, which makes Tiny think even a wise person cannot escape bias. Because elemental spirit wielders work with mana's essence and spirits, they are natural opponents of demonic cultists. But simply because of this, they get labeled as virtuous people. In his previous existence, there was one who was completely contrary to this goodness concept, and this troubles the main character slightly. However, putting that aside, he wishes to request the king's assistance. He asks to be assigned to the sanctuary guard to attempt resolving Karun's disaster. The king agrees and even mentions he'll provide the child some recognition for defeating those demonic servants on the vessel. With that, one of his attendants presents a blade and an emblem. However, the king explains that since he dislikes lengthy ceremonies, he wants to bypass all the blade ceremony traditions. Because the main character has already demonstrated his value as a warrior, and in the royal family of Karun's name, Tiny von Morris gets appointed as a knight. He gets ordered to serve as a sacred artifact guardian. The main character thinks this is the first knightly rank he's achieved in this existence. He then tells his sister Arena that he's beginning anew, but this time he'll certainly perform better. Before departing, he has something to tell the king. He mentions a person named Hustle as being responsible for this situation, stating that he heard this name being mentioned among beasts and orcs. With that, he questions whether the king knows anything about it. The king asks whether he's certain about this intelligence. Yet the monarch's facial reaction astonishes the main character. Tiny clarifies that the details originated from a fifth circle spellcaster moments before he detonated his skull. Following this, the monarch simply instructs Tiny to depart as he requires more contemplation time. In another location, distant from there, a spellcaster calls forth a being. Witnessing this, a different person emerges, declaring it's ideal because it resembles a tsunami spellcaster. The spellcaster who executed the summoning appears to have done so through force. Yet standing in front of him is Hustle, explaining that a youth managed to penetrate the illusion, and events won't proceed as he desires. Returning to the monarch's fortress, the main character gets presented to the other warriors as someone who handled the demon servants from Flaxen. Mason, the sanctuary defender and military member, explains that the child is half-elf. Therefore, they shouldn't dismiss him simply because he appears youthful. And despite being a warrior who has barely emerged from infancy, this is because he demonstrated his abilities and received knighthood for it. The other defenders are bewildered. Even the main character doesn't completely comprehend what just occurred. Previously, he had questioned the monarch whether it was truly acceptable to dispatch him there so readily, as it could trigger opposition within the court. Yet the monarch told him not to worry, as for centuries it's been Karun's military, not the sacred artifact defenders who safeguard Ortis. The sacred artifact is now merely a representation. Therefore, protecting it shouldn't exceed a monotonous duty. This leads the main character to determine that this is employment for a group of failures with no prospects. Although there may not be any external opposition within the unit, it's a different matter. He then attempts to communicate with Lord Mason. However, the defender states they are a unified unit, and hierarchy exists there. Before Mason can proceed, the main character summons his lunar wolf to frighten the others. He states he doesn't understand much about this hierarchy matter, yet he does understand how to incinerate a demon servant if required. He then questions whether the others understand how to as well. Absolutely not, they respond. Therefore, the main character states he hopes to cooperate well with everyone. Speaking of this, he's still troubled about the monarch's response, which might suggest he recognizes who Hustle is. Shortly afterwards, someone emerges questioning whether the child is the elemental expert who vanquished all those demon cultists. The person approaches the main character and states it's a pleasure meeting him, presenting himself as Truman, the sanctuary defender captain. Tiny also states it's an honor meeting him. Yet upon examining Truman, he understands the person is merely an expert insufficient for a captain. Nevertheless, Truman heard that the child volunteered to join the defenders and questions whether it's due to interest in divine artifacts. The main character chooses to confront him to determine the elderly person's motives and wonders whether he's connected to the Karun disaster. However, Truman responds completely differently. Becoming enthusiastic and stating the main character came to the correct location, leaving Tiny entirely surprised. Truman clarifies that the artifacts are simply representations, and their only function is to repel evil beings. Yet they only function within a 1-kilometer range and seldom block demonic power above level 1. Still, the more one examines them, the more one understands they transcend that. He suggests some literature for the main character to study, and questions whether he's ever learned about the covenant of mythological eras, stating that the divine artifacts are treasures protected by humanity since ancient periods. Tiny understands that's why he didn't detect any demonic power in the elderly person and nearly accused the wrong individual. Truman continues his explanation, clarifying that even the most wicked beings are subject to the strength of the artifacts fashioned by the deities. Yet seeing the child nearly dozing off, he states he realizes it's much preferable to observe the artifacts than to study about them. The elderly person then rises and tells the child to accompany him, as he's going to display a divine artifact personally. Therefore, they walk toward the position in the fortress's interior, in the central area. As they near the entrance, the elderly person asks Tiny whether he understands why the sanctuary defenders are considered outdated. The main character questions whether it's because they claim artifacts are merely valueless representations. Truman states the actual reason is much simpler. Then he opens the entrance and Tiny is amazed. Both proceed toward the divine artifact called Humanitas, and the elderly person clarifies that the reason is that the artifacts don't require protection. Tiny is profoundly impressed by the artifact as he observes it closely. The elderly person states the artifact hovers, yet they don't understand why. There's also a legend declaring the undeserving shall not contact it, and that alone suffices for the artifact to need no protection. Then he tells Tiny to attempt touching the artifact to determine whether he's deserving. Yet, to the elderly person's astonishment, the child succeeds. Not only this, yet Tiny realizes that it's a 7th-level artifact, a concentration of light that damages absolutely nothing in existence, and its strength refuses everything not of this realm. Tiny notices the barrier is communicating and that only he can perceive it. Therefore, he questions whether it's due to his magical sensitivity. The radiance makes the main character realize that the barrier itself is also an artifact. It even shifts. Truman is very impressed by all of this, because he realizes the child is communicating with the artifact. Returning to the training area, the elderly person states the main character has a gift for astonishing people. He also states he's been there for many years and has never witnessed anything like it. Tiny thinks the elderly person may not be powerful, yet he loves his profession and executes it carefully, making him very different from the other members. Shortly after, they encounter a warrior from the Imperial Order, Greg Simbo. Truman questions what he's doing there. Greg responds that he didn't come because of the captain. He then approaches the main character and questions whether he's the much-praised half-elf saint. The main character states he's merely a quarter-elf and not truly a saint. Greg refuses to accept a champion who punished the dark spellcasters, and questions how the child dares to speak such foolishness. Then he declares he'll reveal the child's disguise and charges to assault. Tiny had been anticipating some opposition anyway, therefore he evades the assault and grasps the warrior's arm to throw him down, exactly as he did to the others on the vessel. And therefore he does, slamming a warrior twice his size, and massed to the surface, creating a loud sound with his fall. Still, Greg refuses to surrender. Tiny, in response, thinks that if the warrior can still speak, it means he went too gentle on him. Therefore, he grasps the warrior's arm again, swinging him side to side and slamming him into the surface. From a distance, the elderly person observes everything, making Tiny wonder whether he should maintain dignity or not. He attempts to keep his composure, thanking Greg for teaching him so much, leaving the elderly person even more bewildered. Yet he wasn't the only one observing the main character. Further away, another warrior saw everything and found it intriguing. Other warriors attempt to challenge the main character. One of them, named Robert Dumbbell of the Imperial Warriors, heard that Tiny defeated Greg and wanted to confirm it. Yet the way he discovered wasn't ideal. As Tiny delivered a solid punch on his face, Tannen Royer and Edgar Albert, also from the Imperial Warriors, present themselves to challenge the child. However, they stood no chance, as the main character didn't spare them from public shame until another challenger emerges. His name is Randolph Granches, commander of the Imperial Warriors Order, and he proposes a duel against Tiny. Yet on the first hammer blow he receives, he's already sent soaring. The main character states that at least he's a little less worthless than the others. He also states he did him a favor by not finishing him off, and now wants a favor in return. Tiny then questions whether he knows someone named Hustle. Randolph responds that he doesn't know anyone by that name. This leaves the main character slightly confused, because no one he interrogated knows Hustle. Afterward, another warrior emerges, stating he's impressed that the child defeated Randolph. Tiny questions who he is, thinking this might be someone of a superior rank or a novice-level challenger. Either way, the person introduces himself as Liam von Peterson, Grandmaster of the Imperial Warriors. Maintaining his composure, Tiny apologizes for his impoliteness, addressing the Grandmaster as Your Excellency. Liam states he doesn't need to be so formal, claiming that an elderly person like him is simply happy to observe such a talented young person in action. And he questions whether the main character would duel him as well, to relieve his boredom and provide information about Hustle. The Grandmaster states that a duel is adequate compensation, surprising Tiny with this proposal because he didn't expect a martial artist with challenger-level magical energy to challenge him to a duel, let alone offer the reward he's been seeking all this time. Liam states he'll go gentle on the child, yet tells him to do his best. Tiny smiles, as this is exactly what he desired, and states he'd be a fool to refuse. He immediately jumps toward his opponent, ready to strike him with his hammer, thanking him for the duel. However, Liam manages to defend himself, and the force of the blow even shakes the surface. Tiny warns him that if he underestimates him, he might get seriously injured. The Grandmaster notices that the child has become lighter. When Tiny attempts to sweep him off his feet, he cannot, facing greater resistance, and realizes his opponent has a stone attribute. Liam looks at the child and states he's quite entertaining. Tiny doesn't falter and creates some distance between himself and his opponent. He had anticipated that this is a defensive ability of an entry-level challenger rank. The heavy, resilient warrior, clad in shining armor, declares that he's taking back his promise to go gentle on the child. Now that he's seen what Tiny can do, he won't hold back his strength when attacking, stating that it'll be more enjoyable this way. The main character doesn't feel differently from his opponent, and doesn't intend to hold back either. He swings his hammer, and thinks there's no advice he could offer about Liam's skill, only that what might be lacking is experience and accomplishments. The way Liam shifts his center of gravity to gain momentum, and the way he channels strength into his weapon, makes the main character think that he should be taking tips from his opponent instead. Liam states that the title of genius isn't enough for the child, claiming that he's actually a monster. To Tiny, that's a genuine compliment, as he already sees himself that way. Liam then states that he thinks this is enough. He strikes the surface, causing the main character to lose his sense of balance, making him more vulnerable to attacks. However, even with difficulty, Tiny manages to defend himself, yet he ends up being thrown by his opponent. Liam then states they should stop as things have gone far enough. Tiny thanks him for the duel, yet the Grandmaster states this was a new experience for him, even at his age, and that he should be the one expressing gratitude. To show his appreciation, he agrees to provide the promised information, leaving Tiny excited to finally get the answers he's been looking for. Liam explains that there's a person named Littman who belongs to the Imperial Warrior Order, yet only takes orders from His Majesty. The main character is surprised because he wanted information on Husul, not Littman. The Grandmaster states that's all he knows about Littman's duties. Yet it seems he's been wandering through various places, therefore perhaps he knows this hustle that the child is seeking. He questions whether Tiny would like him to arrange a meeting. Yet before he can answer, one of the defenders calls for Tiny, stating that His Majesty is urgently looking for him. This catches the main character off guard. Nevertheless, he goes to the monarch, who states that the person beside him has found the individual Tiny has been searching for. The monarch introduces him as a specialist from the Eastern Continental route, Lord Littman. Tiny is confused because they've already found him, and he hasn't even asked about him yet. Moreover, if this is Littman, the main character wonders whether he's the same person Lord Liam just mentioned. Littman greets Tiny, stating it's a pleasure meeting him, and calling him the champion who massacred the demon servants, questioning whether the child has been looking for him. Tiny states yes and responds that it's a pleasure meeting him as well. The monarch notices that something is off with the child. Meanwhile, Tiny thinks that if His Majesty was going to stage this performance, he could have at least warned him beforehand. Littman attempts to speak with the main character, yet Tiny quickly states that given his appearance, he thinks his origins might be from the Eastern continent. Therefore, when the monarch asked what he wanted, he answered that he wanted to go there at least once. Soon, Littman states that His Majesty gives very generous rewards. He also mentions that over the past decade, every time they discovered a new route, he also received undeserved favors. Even so, the monarch tells Tiny not to leave for the east immediately, claiming that he must keep his promise to eliminate the base of the demonic cultists before departing, something Tiny intends to fulfill. Tiny is puzzled by how suddenly the monarch mentioned the demonic servants. He immediately becomes suspicious of Littman and examines him from head to toe. However, he doesn't detect any dark aura in him. Then he concludes that Littman is clean, and in any case, if he were a demonic servant, his lunar wolf wouldn't have stayed idle and would have acted already. However, upon closer inspection, he notices a type of magical energy that seems like a mix of beast and human. Thinking about what Jay stated, it starts to make sense. Littman states that to respond without hesitation, one must be a competent saint. The monarch declares that Littman will assist Tiny in eradicating the demonic servants. Littman questions what the monarch means by that, since he was supposed to begin searching for Serge Gale the following day. Yet the monarch tells him to cancel that mission, claiming that eliminating the threats in front of them is more important, and that the best person he can mobilize right now is Littman himself. This leaves Littman slightly frustrated, yet even though he's concerned about Gale, he understands that he must obey the monarch's orders. Tiny observes him and detects no demonic energy, yet he believes Littman is Hustle. Later, he meets with the monarch and states that Littman is not a demonic servant. The monarch understands, yet still states it's good to be sure, and asks Tiny to confirm it himself while working alongside Littman. The main character questions why the monarch didn't say so earlier, and the monarch responds that he had no choice. Tiny then questions whether it's due to a magical oath. The monarch confirms it. This type of oath is bound with magical energy, creating a lightning discharge equivalent to the circle level of those who break their promises. A promise made in the third circle causes a small shock, yet it can become a burden if one doesn't have much time left to live. Tiny then questions why the monarch is doing all this, considering that Lord Littman has been loyal to the monarch for decades. While the main character is only meeting His Majesty for the second time, the monarch states that they of Karun's blood upon living to such an age begin to experience strange premonitions, a dream where the sacred artifact vanishes and demons destroy the entire capital, a dream the monarch has repeatedly had day after day. Tiny appeared out of nowhere and stated the sacred artifact would disappear. That was enough to raise suspicions. It would be great for the monarch if it were just an elderly person's random dream. If this ended only with the resentment of a loyal subject, then the main character feels something different and realizes Hustle is no longer there, wondering whether he left the palace. Tiny rushes off mounted on the lunar wolf and thinks that not even his wolf could detect demonic energy. Therefore, he wonders whether the real Hustle is somewhere else. Yet if that's the case, why would he flee at such a time? To the main character, the answer is quite obvious, and he just needs to gather some evidence to prove his point. At the settlement's port, some people are loading equipment onto a vessel. One of them tells the others to move the containers quietly as they work at night, specifically to avoid drawing attention. Then a hooded person appears and catches their attention. The person removes his hood, revealing himself as Littman, yet the people recognize him as Lord Husel and question what he's doing there since they were expecting him only the next day. Husel explains that some things happened. He states the monarch has put the child on his trail. One of the sailors states the child hasn't seemed to be around for a while, yet Husel admits he doesn't know what's on his mind. He orders the people to hurry because he wants to leave immediately. The sailors comply and rush with the preparations. However, what they didn't expect was for their vessel to explode out of nowhere. Not only that, yet it's rendered incapable of departing as it's split in half. And standing on the vessel's bow is the main character, questioning what they're up to in the middle of the night and calling them demon worshippers. The others immediately recognize it as an ambush. Yet, before they can do anything, the main character strikes the surface with his hammer. Hustle sees that the child has already taken down 4 of his people. Ironically, Tiny questions whether anyone else wants to enjoy eternal sleep. Those still alive call him a monster. In turn, Hustle remarks that the child may be a follower of God, yet he's only at the expert rank level and must already be exhausted from all the fighting. He also tells his people not to fall for it, claiming this must be the main character's plan to recover magical energy. Tiny admits he's been found out, yet states he doesn't care. Hustle comments that he didn't expect the child to face him alone, and declares he will end him right now. Yet the main character tells him to try all he wants. Therefore, the two begin their clash. Hustle attacks with his blade. Tiny counters with his warhammer. He manages to block an enemy attack, leaving his opponent very surprised, while Tiny holds the enemy's blade. He orders his wolf to attack. The lunar wolf strikes the opponent, drawing blood with its blow. Hustle, enraged, questions how they dare to leave a scar on his body. He also declares he'll tear the wolf apart right before the child's eyes, claiming that when a spirit is forcefully summoned, even Tamers like him are shocked. Tiny refuses to let this happen, yet Hustle rushes toward the wolf. claiming he'll deal with it first, and then finish off its master. The lunar wolf stands its ground while taking the hits. Tiny grows deeply worried for his companion. Still, the wolf walks toward him, still able to fight despite its injuries. Hustle notices this and is incredulous, believing his blow should have been devastating. Yet the wolf survived. He wonders how it resisted a reverse summoning. Not only that, yet looking at the main character, Hustle realizes the child is conserving magical energy by healing only the injured parts. Hustle calls it a terrifying talent and resolves to kill him today. Hustle's people refuse to let him fight alone and charge at the main character. Yet with just one swing of his hammer, Tiny takes them all down. This allows him to refocus on the main enemy. As he advances, he calls Hustle a lunatic beast person. Tiny tells his wolf they're running low on magical energy and advises it to focus only on moving. Hustle realizes the monarch must have told Tiny about him, claiming that elderly person doesn't know how to be grateful. Tiny takes offense at how the enemy speaks. A flashback shows that when Tiny discovered Hustle had left the castle, the monarch warned him that Hustle was a person with many stories. Lobists usually inherit the powers of terrestrial animals, yet sometimes mutations are born among them. However, wolf people kill these offspring immediately because they remind them of the ancestral sirens who defied their deity. Tiny questions why the monarch is suddenly telling him this. The monarch clarifies that he once encountered a mutation who somehow survived and hid his true nature to live outside his native settlement. Since the monarch needed his capabilities, he swore on his magical energy to keep the mutation's nature a secret. Yet, while sharing this, the monarch suffered severe harm due to the oath. Returning to the present battle, Hustle questions whether the monarch didn't mention anything else about him. Following this, he uses magic to control the seawater. At this moment, Tiny recalls the monarch's warning that if Hustle ever became his enemy, he should never fight him near the ocean. A vital detail the main character forgot to consider. Now he realizes Hustle is a mutation of a killer whale. By the sea, Hustle prepares to assault. He fights by launching water blasts toward the main character. Tiny, struggling, manages to evade, yet Hustle continues his relentless magical assault. With each strike, the water blasts grow stronger, heading straight for Tiny. Amid the fight, Tiny notices that Hustle's aura weapon grows more powerful with water. Eventually, Tiny gets hit, and Hustle declares that it's over. Yet what seemed unlikely happens. Tiny, along with his wolf, emerges from the wave, ready to fight again. As he attacks, the main character tells Hustle that he's the only one who will die today. Still shocked, Hustle tries to defend himself from the child's relentless strikes. He also notices that Tiny's regeneration is abnormal. Hustle grows frustrated, realizing reinforcements should be arriving soon. Yet he knows he can't let this drag on any longer, and tries to hold his ground as best he can. Hustle moves away, and the main character assumes he's fleeing, especially upon seeing the enemy diving into the water. This leaves Tiny quite frustrated. However, he soon realizes it's not exactly the case, as Hustle reappears, stating that he's not just any ordinary expert and claiming he will postpone his death a bit longer. Then he dives once more. In his whale form, Hustle moves through the water. Tiny realizes he cannot pursue him into the ocean, yet then he has a vision. His wolf shows him something. The main character sees the wolf walking through the air and had no idea it was capable of doing that. He questions the lunar wolf whether this is one of its abilities. Receiving confirmation, Tiny questions whether the wolf can use it now if he assists. Yet upon further thought, he realizes he doesn't know how to do that and thinks there might be another opportunity. He then remembers Hustle stating he would postpone his death and wonders what the enemy is trying to achieve. In a nearby cave, Hustle walks deeper into the location, stating that, as always, it was perfect. Then he encounters the Wave spellcaster, whom he keeps imprisoned. Furious, the spellcaster hurls insults at him non-stop. Hustle questions whether that's how he treats the person helping him, claiming that despite appearances, he still cares for him. He also states that if the spellcaster doesn't eat and faints, the monster he's controlling might escape. At the back of the cave, they see a massive sea monster which the spellcaster keeps under constant watch. This monster doesn't seem at all happy to be confined. It even tries to escape, slamming against the prison holding it. Hustle states it's incredible, calling it a precious miracle his organization acquired. He adds that if the monster escapes, it will send a telepathic message to its mother, and if it's killed, the mother will know immediately. To him, it's only a matter of time before Karun is destroyed. He then tells the spellcaster that if he wants to save his hometown, he must put more effort into keeping the monster trapped. Angrily, the spellcaster states, Hustle will face divine punishment. Hustle merely laughs at this provocation, claiming he already received such punishment at birth, and stating that what's about to happen is just settling old scores. As soon as he leaves the cave, the spellcaster feels a bit relieved. Still, he remains focused on the monster, keeping it trapped within his magical cage, because he states he won't let Hustle's desires become reality. Sometime later, the main character returns to the royal palace. Liam accompanies him, and before the monarch confirms the report that all the sailors were demonic servants. The monarch questions about the cargo. Liam responds that it consisted of items used for magical rituals, and that the combined value was equivalent to half the kingdom's annual provisions. This makes the monarch think he should have suspected Hustle sooner. Hustle had told the monarch he would show how mutations could contribute to the world. He was a person of great ambition. He also proved to be competent. Therefore, the monarch wonders why he switched sides. Tiny apologizes to his majesty, yet states he heard from Liam that almost no one knew about Litman or his duties. The monarch states that's exactly what Hustle wanted since he was trying to avoid the killings of beastmen. The main character states that they should have suspected it, asserting that those with ambition don't hide. Liam doesn't appreciate Tiny's tone, yet the monarch states he's right, and that they of the royal family should have noticed Litman's malicious intent. However, he affirms that crying over spilled milk won't change anything. Then he calls Tiny a little champion, and now that they've lost Hustle, he questions whether Tiny has a way to track down the demonic servants. The main character responds that he does, and requests the monarch's help with something specific to carry out his plan. Following this, Tiny heads to another location. He knocks on the door of an establishment. Jay answers, stating they're still closed. However, the main character introduces himself. Jay doesn't recognize him due to his hood, yet nonetheless, he questions what's accompanying him. Following some conversation, Jay understands what happened and realizes Tiny encountered a demonic servant, who was difficult even for him to identify. Now he understands why things became so complicated. Yet Tiny states the person didn't have any apparent demonic energy. Hustle is simply working with the demon worshippers. Jay concludes that there really are people who make such choices, and he is truly speechless as he didn't expect Tiny to approach him so directly. He states he has long wanted to show him the potential of the Black Wings. Tiny questions what would happen if he still had a chance. Jay questions what he's talking about. The main character then picks up one of the containers he brought and states that His Majesty has ordered him to collect all the remaining artifacts. He adds that if Jay truly belongs to the Black Wings, they must at least have an expert in tracking magic. He also states that now is the time for the Black Wings to shine. Tiny tells Jay to find a tracking magic expert to examine all the artifacts so they can get rid of them. Tiny then questions where the tracker spellcaster is and tells Jay to bring them immediately. Yet Jay states that will be very difficult. Desperate, the main character questions why. Jay explains that they've tried before, yet the enemies must be very cautious as they get rid of all evidence. The main character thinks he's doomed now, and wonders whether he went through all those trials for nothing. However, Jay states that's not entirely true. He explains that the shipment of demon worshippers' goods Tiny brought to his establishment is massive. It's not the kind of quantity they'd gather at once without a good reason. Indeed, Jay states that ordering such a large amount can only mean they're preparing for the ceremony. Tiny doesn't quite understand what that means. Jay elaborates that if Karun is to be burned all at once, they will be very selective about magical items. Yet with the ingredients, it's different. At least 3 and at most 10 ingredients are required to perform a single ritual. They'll try to acquire ingredients that don't draw attention, and to amass such a large quantity, it will take time. Yet if there's a shop in Karun that sells all the ingredients, they will certainly go to that place to save time. Tiny states that's impressive and tells Jay he's not just good at business. A waiter approaches and Tiny questions what this is. Jay states he arrived at the perfect time because he wanted him to try it. It's the popular menu item from his restaurant, roasted chicken with vegetables. Tiny thanks him yet wants to avoid it. Jay insists that he try it before passing judgment. Cautiously, Tiny picks up a piece, following taking a bite of the chicken. He's shocked at how good it tastes. He wonders how that's possible, as he didn't expect the dish to be this delicious. Following finishing everything, Jay questions how it was. Tiny questions Jay why he doesn't work as a real chef. Jay feels proud of the compliment as it shows his dish was truly excellent. Now he states he can move on to the next mission without regrets. He's eager to start hunting those demon worshippers as he's certain an opportunity will arise. 2 months later, some cultists walk through a dark alley. One of them questions whether this place is really safe. The other responds that the store owner's background check has already arrived. He did his part in the business and probably did it for money. The first cultist questions whether his colleague disobeyed the elder's instructions, yet the colleague responds that the investigation has already been concluded. They need to use their time wisely in circumstances like this. As soon as they enter, the store owner greets them and questions whether they are looking for something. One of the cultists states that this place deals with all kinds of items and requests the seller to bring everything on this list. The seller takes a look and thinks that these people have no idea he works with Tiny. Earlier, they carried the containers that the main character brought and set up the items in the store as requested, making this place pass as a real store of various goods. Jay thinks that 2 months of hard work are finally paying off and tells the people he will prepare the items immediately. He just requests them to wait a moment. The most nervous cultist questions his colleague whether everything is really fine, and his colleague responds that the first elder told them to take care of this, and in this way they will save a lot of time. He is sure the elder will like his work. However, the two are startled right after. Another one enters the store stating that this story is quite interesting and questions whether the others want to hear his. The two are shocked when they see the elder and question how he got there. Jay realizes they are a group and wonders what they are talking about. Returning to the elder, he states he can no longer just sit back and watch. Mediocre people taking on great responsibilities and failing. Soon the two become extremely frightened. One of them even tells the elder not to worry about the owner's identity because he has already arrived, yet that does not stop him from being obliterated by his leader. He begs the elder for forgiveness and dies right after, those being his last words. The one still alive is given the task of cleaning up his companion's remains. Meanwhile, the elder turns to the seller, apologizing for the inconvenience, yet states he is a little intrigued, because the chronological order is just a big coincidence. Following this, in the same way he did with one of his own, he attacks the seller with his magic and observes him sadistically. Sometime later, Jay regains consciousness and sees the main character trying to revive him. Tiny finds Jay in that state and questions him what happened. Jay responds that he was just lucky. The main character still doesn't quite understand. Earlier, as soon as the elder attacked, the seller realized that he couldn't use even a bit of magical energy and concluded that he shouldn't have done that. He looks around and states the seller seems to have a very nice store. Then he withdraws his magic from Jay. Even so, he leaves the seller on the ground in a lot of pain. The elder simply throws a bag of money onto the counter, stating he will pay enough, yet warns the seller that he must bring certain items more often, and threatens him, stating that if he dares to speak about what happened there today, he will not be able to recover safely. Following telling the main character everything, Jay states it is a relief that he hasn't awakened his magical energy, therefore he was lucky. Tiny questions whether the elder just left following this. Jay responds that the elder is confident he can kill him at any time, just like that recent attack. The main character states that the enemy blatantly ignored Jay because he is not a magical energy user and even left traces of his visit. That's why he states they need to call in an expert in magical tracking. However, Jay is still worried about something and states that before this he would like to check one thing. Tiny questions what exactly that would be. Jay states that at the moment it is probably more dangerous than the main character thinks. He claims to have had the same feeling as when he was trained by the Duke, the aura of a superhuman, which he felt the same way with the dark spellcaster. Therefore, Jay states that maybe he is at the same level as a 7th circle spellcaster. Tiny, however, states that no matter how dangerous this is, he needs to do it. Even if it doesn't work, he claims he will find a way to make it work. Jay states that was expected coming from the main character, and now he knows why His Excellency praised him so much. Then he gets up, stating that he will trust Tiny. A month following all these events, Tiny checked the movements of the demon worshippers, and believes that in a few days on a nearby island, they will perform a great magical ritual. Therefore, he plans to invade the scene along with Blackwing. He has already transmitted this information to the royal family and expects to receive reinforcements soon. His Majesty has also sent reinforcements. Then he notices someone approaching. The senior warrior states that several of the other warriors are on vacation. Even Lord Liam is on leave. Tiny questions whether he has a good relationship with Lord Liam. The senior warrior states they are friends and always drink together. Then he questions whether Tiny would like to have dinner with them for a while. The main character apologizes to the Grandmaster, yet ends up declining the invitation. With this, the elderly person questions whether Tiny will take a vacation as well. He responds that he will. Soon, the Grandmaster understands that this cannot be avoided. Therefore, he just wishes Tiny a good rest, and Tiny thanks him. A few days later, on the scheduled day of the operation, some warriors state that the main members of their order are absent, and they cannot miss this opportunity, because tonight they will take the relic. Tiny, however, was already waiting for them and states they did a good job taking leave, yet claims that their despicable behaviors are too obvious. Even so, he looks at one of them and states he didn't expect to see him there. The Grandmaster, Truman. Tiny questions whether he can explain why he is there. The others state that the main character is just an outsider, and question what he knows about the Grandmaster to slander him like that. One of them claims that the elderly person is the one who trained several royal warriors, and is also responsible for reforming the Order of Warriors. Then he questions whether it is justifiable that he is destined for a unique task of protecting the religion. Tiny questions whether the Grandmaster was really from the Order of Warriors. He responds that it was a long time ago. He states that back then realized his limits early on since one of his companions was an unparalleled genius. Following realizing his situation, he tried to earn merits through training. And what he got following all that hard work was a baron without land and just a transfer notice. The elderly person claims that this was not fair at all, and that His Highness, the current monarch, did nothing about it. At that time, Lord Littman was the only one who contacted him because he was also neglected due to his origins, and showed him a new purpose in life, a world that valued knowledge and not just individual strength. It was a dream of creating a new kingdom. Tiny questions how he intends to create a new kingdom by being an accomplice to a demon worshipper. The Grandmaster states that it is too late to turn back now. Therefore, they advance to try to capture the main character. Being honest, Tiny states that this is good. Then he attacks them with his hammer, and the elderly person is astonished to see all the others being defeated so easily. Tiny states that this way is better. Following this, only the elderly person remains. He tries to help the fallen, yet cannot believe this really happened. The elderly person then states he will end this quickly and throws a sphere. However, the main character easily defends himself, and the sphere that the elderly person threw ends up going in the opposite direction. Following this, it disintegrates, revealing that it contained dark magic. Soon, the sphere bursts, and its contents leak into the air. Tiny tries to defend himself from it, yet realizes that this sphere is nothing ordinary. It starts to transform into something even more bizarre. Suddenly, it turns into a creature that, as it rises, reveals itself to be a demon. Seeing it right in front of him, the elderly person wonders how a demon could emerge from a divine artifact. However, he is the first to be attacked by the demonic creature, which grabs him and squeezes him to drink his blood. The elderly person screams loudly due to the pain he feels. Tiny even tries to help him by attacking the demon and cutting off its arm. Yet the enemy's arm smashes the elderly person to the ground, falling from its body. In his final moments, he hears the main character asked where he got that sphere. He responds that he received it from Lord Littman, who warned him to use it in an emergency situation. The demon becomes furious following losing its arm, yet the main character notices that it is trying to merge with the sacred barrier. Tiny thinks that there is no way they didn't know about this and blames the elderly person. Then he tells the Grandmaster that he still has a lot to explain, therefore he should wait patiently. Then the main character sees the enemy trying to approach the sacred barrier. However, he has no intention of letting him succeed in doing that. That's why with his hammer he attacks, and this time he pierced the enemy's abdomen. The force of the blow was so great that in addition, the demon was thrown and crashed into the wall. Tiny tries to deliver the final blow, yet as he sees him approaching, the demon flees with its wings, leaving the main character frustrated. Therefore, the enemy manages to get closer to his objective. Far from there, near a boat, allied forces of the main character put an end to a ritual. A hooded person states that apparently the ritual is being performed on other islands as well, and questions his companion whether he can tell what kind of ritual it is. He responds that it is a large-scale concealment magic. The hooded person questions what he means. His companion states he doesn't know much about it, therefore it's better to get back to work as soon as possible, because if they are using magic for concealment, then their true purpose must definitely be Karun. Through this, the hooded person concludes that Tiny is in danger. Returning to the main character, he becomes worried upon seeing the enemy approaching the barrier, but he knows that above all he must prioritize command. So he moves to stop the demon, and before it could touch the barrier, Tiny arrives at full speed and stops it, knowing he must keep it away from that source of power, ordering it to take its hands off the barrier. With his hammer, he strikes the enemy on the head. The impact of the blow is so great that the enemy falls to the ground and becomes furious immediately after. Tiny, who was still in the air due to the force of the strike, takes advantage of the enemy being immobilized and attempts to deliver the final blow. As soon as he lands the hit, Demon is shattered into pieces. Tiny says he didn't know a demonic beast of this class could move that way inside the sacred barrier, and sees that those demon worshippers are using far more advanced magic classes than he had imagined. However, he soon realizes that old Truman is no longer there, so he runs off in search of the Grandmaster, saying that he was saved but repaid by escaping. The protagonist does not want to let him get away under any circumstances, so he runs with his wolf following the blood trails. Truman is fleeing through the sewers. He can barely walk due to his injuries. However, he knows of a secret passage nearby and tries to reach it. But as he reaches the door, he remembers the monster and thinks that not even Tiny could defeat that demon, believing he is in his final moments. The Grandmaster wonders if this is truly what he wanted, for he sacrificed his subordinates for an absurd dream. Even the sacred relic that once gave him comfort have truly met its end. However, the protagonist arrives just in time to find him still conscious. Truman didn't expect to see him as he never imagined he would defeat the monster. Tiny, however, asks why he looks so surprised. He also asks if it's because he is still alive, or because he found the secret passage the old man had hidden with magic. The old man realizes that this boy is truly courageous. Meanwhile, the protagonist is surprised that the old man created such a space beneath the capital without even drawing attention. Truman now says that it truly seems like his end, but Tiny tells him it's not over yet, as he still needs to be interrogated and asks the old man what the cultists are planning. The Grandmaster does not know the answer, but he says he does know one thing. He stands up and tells Tiny, "Do not forget Sock." The protagonist did not expect this response. However, before he could ask anything else, the old man died right in front of him. Tiny realizes that he was already at his limit, and says that if he had not joined the demonic cultists, his end would not have been like this. Soon after, his wolf appears, and through their mental connection, Tiny understands that a powerful mana is coming from behind that door. So he decides to open it to see what it is, and when he opens the door, He sees a man lying on the ground, recognizing him as the wave mage. However, as he approaches, he realizes that the man is already dead. Then he wonders where the mana that his wolf sensed is coming from. Looking further inside, he sees a baby kraken and wonders why an ancient monster is there. But soon after, his mind is invaded, and he sees some memories through telepathy, wondering what these images in his mind are. Immediately, he remarks that he should expect nothing less from a wave mage, as he sees that he was protecting Karun even after his death. Then Tiny senses a sinister aura approaching, carrying an immense amount of energy. He then deduces that it must be of the same rank as a glutton. He doesn't have much time, even so. He knows that 2 spells are still missing. First, he will insert mana into the first spell that stopped working. Then a beam of light appears, illuminating the sky above, which can be seen from afar, forming Gale's letter in the sky. The king, upon seeing this, is in shock and is unsure of what is about to happen until his son appears. His name is Henry Van Karen, and he says they are in trouble. The prince says that a massive tsunami is approaching, and a standard evacuation announcement will not be enough. So he wants his father to declare the highest level of alert. The king thinks that if it really is the Kraken, not even the power of the sacred relic will be able to stop it. And he wonders if this will truly be the end of Karun, until Tiny appears and asks if he is already giving up. He enters the room carrying the mage's body until one of the king's servants calls him an ill-mannered brat and says he cannot be there. In turn, the prince recognizes the body and asks if it is really who he thinks it is. Tiny replies that this is Lord Enderson. He fought for Karun until the end and perished. The prince asks, who would dare attack a 7th circle mage? And Tiny responds that the mage fell into the scheme of the demon worshippers. The prince is outraged that they have destroyed Karun's last pillar. However, Tiny says they still have hope. Even in this situation, Enderson left them something because he cared about the kingdom. He left behind the shield that will save Karun. The prince is surprised to hear this. But the king says that even if Gale had a plan, it would still be the end of Karun. He didn't have time to explain this to the protagonist earlier, but now he talks about the barrier's limit. He mentions that the sacred relic can indeed stop monsters. However, a high-class demonic creature like the Kraken, not even the sacred relic will be of any help. The prince says that the Kraken is just a mythical monster, and asks if the king really believes it is responsible for this tsunami. Before he can answer, Protagonist says that the sacred relic will work. Tiny tells the king to think about the promise from the mythological era. Sacred relics are humanity's treasures passed down from generation to generation, since ancient times, and anything that is a divine creation will be affected by them, even a monster. The Kraken is a monster from the mythological era created by deities. If the promise is remembered, even it will be able to break the sacred barrier. His Majesty says that this is correct. Since the Kraken is different from other types of monsters, it might work. Then he orders the people to be gathered inside the palace immediately, and for all mages capable of stopping the tsunami to be summoned. He doesn't care if everyone fits inside the palace or not, because there is still a mansion near the main building, and he can take the rest by ship to the continent. He also says that the imperial family will provide resources and that everyone must be evacuated without exception. However, a servant appears and says they have a problem, and claims that all the ships have been destroyed. At the city's port, not a single ship remained standing. The cultists ensured this happened. One of them tells the elder that they destroyed them all. The elder says that this has blocked all escape routes, but asks what happened to the invisibility magic circle. The subordinate says they received a report that a knight came to the barrier. After that, they lost all contact. Soon, the elder concludes that the imperial family is stepping on their tail. So he orders that all possible reinforcements be sent to buy some time. However, the elder thinks that this is not so bad, claiming that facing someone of the challenger class within the sacred barrier might be difficult even for him. Things will be easier without the barrier knight. Now the stage is set. Karun will not be able to handle the approaching tsunami. The imperial family's mages have spent all their power trying to stop the tsunami, and amidst the chaos, they unleash the disaster of the seas. The imperial family's bloodline, and the light of the sacred relic will be severed, bringing destruction to Kun. The elder tells his followers that after so much time they are finally there to spread Malem's name across the world. 2 days have passed and the water has already engulfed much of the city. Everyone who tried to help is already exhausted. The king says this is due to their efforts to prevent the tsunami from advancing. Tiny tells the king that he doesn't look well and should rest. But soon Tiny himself feels something wrong and kneels on the ground. The king becomes worried about him. However, Tiny insists that he is fine. He just thinks that he is already here. People begin to see something approaching. In the water, something emerges from the waves. The ruler of the depths reveals its tentacles, a monster that terrifies people, possessing the power to decide Karun's fate. The Kraken's tentacle is about to strike the city, and as soon as people see it, they start running and screaming. The authorities struggle to believe that they are facing a Kraken, until the protagonist approaches the king saying that he carries the legacy of Knight Anderson. Then he mounts the lunar wolf sets off. The king tells him to be careful on the way. Tiny departs carrying the baby of the mother Kraken. Meanwhile, the king remembers the mage's last words. The mage apologized to the king for leaving before him, said that until the end he tried to serve his country, and as proof of his devotion he left something hoping it would reach the king. The protagonist approaches the enemy, and seeing it up close he is quite impressed. However, upon witnessing the Kraken destroying various places, he realizes that it is still too far to be attacked. So he asks the lunar wolf if it has any ideas. Soon he has a vision from the wolf and starts to feel something that is not new to him. Feeling stronger, Tiny is now ready to fight. Then he enters Spirit Tamer Stage 3, increasing his power bond with his wolf. Tiny says, "This sensation of power is incredible, and now he wants to get closer to the Kraken." As soon as the monster sees the protagonist approaching, it becomes extremely irritated and lets out a massive roar. Tiny and the wolf immediately feel the pain from the sound of the roar. The protagonist is using the baby to lure the mother. However, due to the creature's reaction, he deduces that the mother might think he is responsible for killing her baby. Either way, he decides to get closer immediately. The mage said that he imprinted their image on the baby Kraken's body. Even if the Kraken is less intelligent compared to the legend, it should be able to identify who killed its baby. Once he gets close enough to the Kraken, Tiny attacks. The baby is quickly thrown far away, drawing the mother's attention, who does not like this at all. However, the baby is still under the mage's magic effect. The mother Kraken picks up the baby, and from a distance, Protagonist asks if it worked. The Kraken becomes extremely enraged. Its furious reaction even scares the protagonist. But before it could do anything, one of its tentacles approaches, completely destroying the building Tiny was on. The protagonist manages to escape alive, but his wolf is not unscathed, as he realizes that everything he did was in vain. Without the wolf to protect him, Tiny is about to hit the ground until one of his allies appears to help, and catches him before he crashes. However, right after, one of the tentacles reaches them, barely missing both of them. The ally stands up and carries the protagonist until Tiny realizes that it is Grandmaster Genus. He asks if Genus is really okay being there as he has work to do, but Genus tells him not to worry and states that the Emperor himself gave the order. Tiny says that political issues might arise if he interferes with Karun's affairs. However, Genus says that he is in disguise, so it won't be a problem. He is a young challenger, ranked knight, who possesses 2 elements, silver light mana of wind and ice. A knight like that is not normal. Genus looks at the Kraken and notices that it suddenly calmed down out of nowhere. He then asks if Tiny thinks there is a specific reason for this. From a distance, the protagonist sees something that indicates the presence of demonic cultists. As he approaches, he confirms it and wonders why they are there. Tiny remembers the Kraken's previous attack and wonders if it was actually aimed at the cultists and not at him. If that's the case, it means his plan along with Anderson's legacy worked. But soon after, they see the female Kraken becoming agitated again. Both are shocked by this, as Tiny sees no cultist nearby and thinks that whatever the reason, he needs to gather more information. So he asks Genus what happened to the magical ritual. Genus responds that it was a synchronized magic circle containing demonic energy, so he and Jay destroyed most of them. Tiny knows that even though he is the only one able to distinguish the cultists, this will be necessary for the sacred relic. So he gathers all his strength, telling Genus to show him the location of the sacred relic. Because using the magical ability he obtained from the wolf, he wants to identify the target. Then he sees the cultists walking through the city, and once again with the wolf he charges toward the enemies. Genus follows him and asks if it's okay to leave the Kraken alone. Tiny says that the cultists are after the sacred relic, and his priority is to protect it at all costs, because only then will the promise of the mythological era remain valid. The Kraken is more violent than before. The people in the city are horrified as they see it getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, guards are protecting the sacred relic until they hear a noise coming from it. Some of them still feel safe as the perimeter around the castle is secure, and they must protect this place until someone approaches, putting them on alert. A cultist comes forward and says that, as expected, the effects of the concealment magic are insignificant, and asks if it's because of the barrier. Another one responds that it doesn't matter because even if they are within the barrier, getting rid of insects won't be a problem. Then the enemy leader wants to take control of the guards by force. Using his magic, he attempts to do so, leaving the guards deeply frightened. But they cannot put up resistance strong enough to match the darkness. Soon, cultist leader is more than satisfied. Nearby, Tiny and Genus approach the relic until a group of cultists spots them arriving, and is ordered not to let the protagonist take another step forward. Tiny says that he was already busy enough without these nuisances. However, Genus takes the initiative to deal with the enemies, to create an opening for the protagonist to advance. Thus, he attacks from a distance, keeping the enemies out of Tiny's way, as expected from the Northern Wind Knight. With great speed, he throws them off balance. Then Genus asks if the enemies are capable of touching the relic, as they shouldn't even be able to get close to the barrier. Tiny says that maybe they are not part of the demonic cult because he has seen a case like this before. Even so is just as disturbing. Judging by the chaos they have caused, this might not even be the worst-case scenario. Janus asks what that means, but before he can answer, they see someone. It's Lord Liam appears to help. He asks the protagonist what has happened to the world this time. The protagonist tries to explain, but he is interrupted by a Kraken attack. He wonders why this is happening so suddenly. However, he sees the answer right in front of him. A group of cultists emerges near the relic's location. Not only that, but they walk out holding the sacred object in their hands. They have obtained the core of the relic and sealed it with dark magic. Tiny realizes that they are actually stealing the relic, and understands that this is why the Kraken attacked and the promise of the mythological era was nullified. Genus comments that this is definitely the worst-case scenario. Besides the Kraken, Seventh Circle Dark Mages appear. With that, their leader says that the protagonist returned faster than expected, and considers this lineup intriguing. The descendant of Morse alongside two challenger-ranked knights. He also says he doesn't know the identity of the other one, but it is certain that he disrupted their grand cause. Then the elder of the cultists declares that he will kill them right there. Next, he uses his ability called Black Thunder aimed directly at the protagonist. Genus sees this and thinks it's too dangerous for Tiny, so he makes the decision to intervene. The protagonist tries to warn him not to do it, but he realizes that even Lord Liam has stepped in to protect him. The enemy says they are struggling in vain. Even so, they hold their ground. Tiny realizes they won't last long and that he must retrieve the sacred relic somehow. He also notices that the other guy who had the relic has disappeared. However, he soon sees him escaping through the air. With his lunar wolf, Tiny gives chase, demanding that he return the stolen item. The elder says he won't just stand by and watch, and he tries to assist his ally with magic. Seeing this, Venus worries about the protagonist and moves to try to help him. He breaks free from the dark magic, leaving Liam impressed, especially for counterattacking a Seventh Circle Dark Mage directly. Janus, in turn, wields his Sword of Valor in its first cutting form alongside the ability Frozen Blade Song. He realizes that the enemy's resistance is immense, but Janus insists and manages to break through it because for him, protecting Tiny is above all else. He received this order from the Emperor himself, who at the time said that if Janus could not trust Tiny, he should trust his Emperor. So he thinks that he cannot disobey his master's orders, and tells the enemy that he is his true opponent. Liam tells him not to forget about him either. The Elder says that they are wasting their lives, but Gina simply tells Tiny to take care of the main task. So he does, running after the relic. Faced with two challenger-ranked knights, the Elder wants to see if they are truly skilled, so he prepares to attack and uses his black thunder magic. The two heroes brace themselves to defend and endure the dark magic attack. Liam is the first to break free. Then he charges toward the enemy, his sword energized by his ability. He strikes the dark magic practitioner, whose attack causes massive destruction to the surroundings. The Elder says that Liam is good, but claims that his abilities are useless against him. Seeing how easily the enemy defended himself, Liam is quite surprised. The Elder then questions whether he really thought he could face him without a barrier. However, with all this talking, the Elder became distracted and did not even notice Janus approaching from behind. Therefore, he is hit directly by his adversary being thrown far away. Gina states that they were only able to endure thanks to the main character. Liam remarks that he never imagined that warrior Tiny had such a strong friend. Gus responds that it's something like that. However, soon after the enemy returns, now aware that his opponent's magic is of ice and wind. Therefore, he states that he now knows who he is facing and cannot waste any more time with them. Then he calls Gus a dog of Valencia. Janus had already anticipated that it would be difficult to keep his identity hidden for long. The enemy states that as thanks for coming all this way, he will kill him with his own hands. The champions prepare for an attack as they see the enemy charging up his next move. Soon, the Elder attacks with the intent to kill them, launching a massive blast of dark energy. The warriors think there is no way to stop it, feeling anxious about what comes next. Therefore, they simply dodge the attack, watching as it passes them, yet destroys everything in its path. Janus thinks that this power is devastating, and concludes that it is best to act before the enemy attacks again. However, right after he notices something, the Kraken has appeared right in front of him and is about to attack with one of its tentacles. It strikes back to the main character. He is trying to stop the thief of the sacred artifact until the moment comes when Tiny attempts to strike him, yet the enemy escapes into the water. From there, he calls Tiny an idiot for trying to start another fight with him in the ocean, revealing himself as Hustle. However, Tiny questions whether he is sure about that, as he tells the enemy that this time things will be different. Hustle states that he can try with his hammer. Tiny prepares to attack, and the enemy declares that he will make the ocean his grave. Then he uses water typhoons to attack. However, Tiny is not afraid at all, as he manages to turn the situation around, and the enemy doesn't even realize it. The main character appears above him shortly after, leaving the enemy completely confused. Hustle wonders when the child learned to do that. Then Tiny states that it is his turn to attack, and charges at the enemy. Tiny dodges the attacks along the way, and instead of going directly at the enemy, he heads toward the sea. Hustle states that if it's come to this, then he will dive and assume his whale form, declaring that at the very least he will protect the sacred artifact. However, Tiny appears questioning where he thinks he is going. With his hammer, he strikes the whale right in the belly. Immediately, the artifact becomes exposed, and Tiny rushes to grab it. Yet, as soon as he takes possession of the item, the enemy, still in whale form, declares that he will not let him escape with it. However, he then sees Tiny approaching, stating that this time they must finish this the right way, and with his Thunder Strike ability, he lands a direct hit on the whale, causing the enemy to bleed from the blow, and forcing him to retreat into the sea. The whale, Usul, is cast into the ocean while Tiny boasts about reclaiming the artifact. Yet soon after, the Kraken decides to appear again, disrupting his plans to return. Tiny realizes that at this point he won't be able to return the sacred artifact before Karun is ruined, and knows that before that happens, he must stop the Kraken. The main character fears the settlement's defeat. He knows he must stop the Kraken and retrieve the artifact. With this absurd amount of demonic energy, Tiny feels like his head is about to explode. Therefore, he decides to remove the seal from the artifact's core and orders the ancient beast to stop attacking, claiming that innocent lives are being lost. However, he hears the creature respond that it doesn't care. It also states that it is only doing this to exterminate the evil in this world. Not only that, yet it claims that there is no longer an artifact there, and killing a few humans is not against the contract. Tiny, however, tries to convince the Kraken otherwise, telling the creature to stop attacking. Yet the monster calls the main character a human with the Alliance contract. It knows that the main character is asking it to stop, yet it questions whether he knows the pain of losing a child. Tiny realizes that there is anger in the Mother Kraken's demonic energy, yet he also feels her sadness. Therefore, he claims that he will find out who killed her child. However, he questions the Kraken to trust him and stop attacking immediately. Even so, Mother states it will not be possible because of the person's abilities with the artifact. Tiny tries to convince her, stating he will make it happen no matter what. Therefore, the Kraken states it will lend him a little of its power so he cannot fail. Her attacks cease. Meanwhile, back to Janus. He and Liam are recovering from the battle. The warrior states he was lucky not to have died, as he thought that would happen when he was attacked. However, Liam states there is good news, and shows that the Kraken's tentacle is retreating, and beneath it is the enemy who was struck directly. The elder states that the two of them really don't give up, yet neither does he, and he is ready to keep fighting. With his dark magic he prepares, and from above, he causes a massive explosion. Janus states this is a huge amount of demonic energy, and that it is spreading rapidly. From above, the elder declares that he will burn everyone with this absolute darkness. The champions sense something different and step back. The enemy mocks them when he sees this, calling them both pathetic. However, he doesn't notice a tentacle approaching and is struck directly once again. Following the tentacle rises. The elder thinks that 2 consecutive attacks cannot be a coincidence until he sees a third attack approaching and once again is struck by the Kraken being thrown far away. This time, the champions see that the enemy is being attacked by the Kraken and wonder what is happening. Even from afar, the Kraken demonstrates its fury, and the elder starts to realize that all this anger is directed at him until he is not just attacked physically yet is also taking damage from demonic energy. The champions notice this as they observe the enemy, and upon seeing the demonic power spreading, Liam tells his comrade to run. Janus, however, does not do so, leaving Liam confused. He states that this demonic energy is harming only the enemy, being harmless to them. Therefore, he concludes that the Kraken knows who the enemy is and deduces that the main character behind this. Returning to the enemy, he is practically being tortured, and he thinks that since it has come to this, he might as well finish it. Then something bizarre starts to happen. Liam questions what that noise is until they see some kind of root growing, and from it a carnivorous plant-like creature emerges which immediately attacks the champions. Janus and Liam defend themselves, yet they start getting trapped by the plant's roots. Meanwhile, the elder is writhing in pain. However, the plant moves toward him and captures him. Liam is extremely shocked to see this, and immediately after, the plant leaves. He doesn't like seeing the enemy escape. Therefore, he frees himself from the binds. Following this, he frees Janus. Now that they are free, they can continue. Liam states he cannot let the enemy head toward the castle. He and Janus run toward the enemy, arriving with full force at the castle. Yet, as soon as they arrive at the place, they see that everyone present has been zombified. The defenders have been brainwashed. Now they only want to kill what they see in front of them, which in this case are Liam and Janus. They received the order from the Great Person. The elder is behind this, and he states that his great work has been ruined because of the two of them. Yet he still has something, as he claims that at least he can achieve one of his goals, and he tells the champions to do whatever they can against these innocent soldiers if they want to catch him. The two become a bit nervous, and they wonder where the Emperor is. Liam states that the Emperor might be in danger, and that at the very least he will bring him honor. He then requests Genus to go easy on the soldiers. With that, he charges into battle, yet does not hold back his strength. Genus notes this as he himself was instructed to go easy. However, Liam states that he is striking with the dull side of his sword so they won't die. Then he declares that he must reach the Empire, and orders everyone to get out of his way. Genus observes this and thinks that he can take it easy. Near the Emperor's chamber, the Elder takes down his personal defenders, killing them mercilessly. He states that it took him longer because of those who stood in his way, and believes that at the very least he must hurry to reach the precious Imperial family. The Emperor then realizes that this was the enemy behind everything. In response, the Elder states that as a reward for correctly figuring it out, he will put an end to the Karun Imperial bloodline today. However, someone appears, stating that before that happens, he will die. The Elder quickly notices that one of the warriors has already approached him, yet claims that their attacks will not work on him. Still, because of this distraction caused by Genus, the enemy did not see Liam approaching, and was struck. Liam apologizes to the Emperor for the delay. The Emperor is relieved to see that he is safe. Yet right after, the enemy rises again, and states that this will only add more bodies to the count. He declares that they will witness their own deaths approaching. Liam is shocked that the enemy still has so much strength, and realizes that even if he manages to dodge this attack, the Emperor will not. And there is only one thing he can do now. Therefore, he apologizes to Janus, yet grabs him as a kind of human shield, declaring that he will do anything to protect his majesty. However, he coats Janus' body with a type of armor, and then both are struck directly. Liam recalls the moment he became the leader of the Imperial warriors, personally appointed by the Emperor who entrusted him with this role. As the dust from the attack settles, he thinks that he let his guard down too much and should have kept moving as if his life were at stake. And he tells himself if he were stronger, he wouldn't have to resort to such measures. However, someone approaches and states that the power of the devil infiltrates through weak minds. It was the Emperor who also tells Liam not to give up. He adds that even he, who had been making the wrong choices, did not give up. Seeing the Emperor using his healing abilities, Liam tells him not to push himself too hard, and states that he is already feeling better thanks to his majesty. Genus gets up and tells Liam not to forget about him, and questions how he could use someone who came to help as a human shield. He also states that he won't forget this, yet Liam claims that he will make it up to him somehow. However, he wants to finish off the enemy first. The Elder is outraged that they are still alive, and prepares to attack again. Genus states they have only one chance and will try to break the enemy's magic. The enemy declares that this will be the end, yet with the swordsmanship of Valencia, Genus prepares and charges his most powerful attack. He then hurls several magical swords at the enemy using his ability known as Mad Mind's Melody. Upon being struck, the enemy wonders how a mere challenger could land a hit on him. Yet then he realizes that this is not all because this time he sees Liam behind him, also preparing to attack. Liam unleashes his ultimate ability alongside the Imperial swordsmanship of Karun, an ability called Stone Thunder, and hurls his sword. The enemy is hit directly, and a powerful explosion follows. Soon, the prince questions whether it is over, and the Emperor states that this is favorable, yet then collapses, weakened. They realize that the Emperor has fainted. Yet Janus notices another problem. He picks up an arm from the surface and states that all they did was dismember the enemy. The Elder managed to escape even though he was severely wounded, yet still alive. However, on his way, he encounters something. Tiny, riding his lunar wolf, spots him from above and questions the elderly person why he has the sacred artifact instead of his subordinate. The Elder falls into despair. He wonders why the shadows are not responding to him because the number of people assigned to this mission was a third of their entire group. And on top of that, he was severely injured. The moment comes when he finally encounters the main character, sees the artifact in his possession. A magical prison surrounds them both. Tiny questions the Elder what he thinks about the artifact being in his possession. The enemy responds that he doesn't care how Tiny got it back because it means nothing now. Then he attacks the main character, yet Tiny instructs his wolf to counterattack. Therefore, he doesn't stay still and charges toward the enemy. Seeing this, the elder doesn't understand. Tiny uses the Iron God's armor, adding more weight as he accelerates, yet becoming lighter when he jumps. And with his iron body, he increases his impact power. Soon, he easily crushes his target. The enemy finds this absurd, because he sees the main character breaking through his magical barrier. Tiny states he won't just break through, he will crush the enemy's head. He calls for his lunar wolf and together charge once more, leaving the enemy even more terrified. Now, without his defense, he is vulnerable to attacks, and is soon struck directly by the main character's hammer. The elder is furious about this. Meanwhile, Tiny claims that the enemy has weakened and prepares to strike him again. Yet, when he looks at his opponent, he realizes that he is breaking the magical field surrounding them. Not only that, yet the elder appears to be charging one of his attacks. Using all of his dark energy, he summons a sphere of demonic energy, claiming that the main character forced him to use this and therefore he will show no mercy. The enemy's body begins to disintegrate, and Tiny realizes that this is a human sacrifice formed by pure dark energy, which is increasing exponentially. Before attacking, the enemy calls the main character trash, and accumulating even more of his energy, he declares that his opponent will burn in the most painful way possible. Then, with his energy fully charged, he tries to strike the main character. Tiny feels the dark energy closing in from behind him, and concludes that a long-range barrier is useless against the elder. Therefore, he uses the anomaly that the artifact taught him. Only superhumans are capable of this. Yet the alloy of his soul is energy. Then he is struck by the dark energy. The enemy celebrates thinking he has defeated the main character. However, he soon sees that this is not the case, because the main character holds the artifact in his hands once again, surprising the elder. Tiny activated the compressed barrier, allowing him to escape the enemy's attack. The elder states that his opponent is just an expert, and tries to belittle him since he cannot land a hit. Yet nothing shakes our small main character because he sees an opening to counterattack, and he doesn't waste the chance. With his hammer, he strikes, shaking the enemy's entire structure. Then Tiny makes sure his strategy worked. Yet surprisingly, the enemy still resists and grabs him by the arm. The elder states he cannot accept this and that he will have to study the main character piece by piece. However, he doesn't understand why the boy is smiling, until he looks behind and sees a kraken tentacle approaching. He tries to escape the attack zone, but Tiny grabs his leg, preventing his escape. The elder says that if that's the case, the protagonist will die too. But for Tiny, as long as the elder dies, it's fine with him. Soon, the elder realizes that because of the protagonist, he is going to die. Then he is struck directly by the kraken's attack, and is buried beneath the rubble of the ground. In freefall, Tiny has no mana left to summon his lunar wolf. Even with the iron armor, he concludes that he will die from this height. But he doesn't want his end to be like this. However, the kraken stops his fall with its energy. Tiny finds this both unsettling and comforting at the same time, and he wonders if the kraken's energy is truly demonic. Safe and sound, he hears the kraken thanking him for his help, claiming that through the protagonist it was able to awaken its resentment. The protagonist is happy to have helped, and says that it's all fine. After that, the kingdom of Karun announced that it had been in danger due to an invasion by demon worshippers, but the young hero saved them. This young man crushed the enemies and made the kraken return to the ocean. The king showed deep gratitude and rewarded the hero with the title of Radiant Knight. 3 months later, the protagonist seemed like a different person. Genus approaches him and asks if this is really possible, because the Tiny he knew clearly no longer exists. Genus says that the protagonist has grown a lot in just 3 months. Tiny responds that it's due to his secret technique and that he used it to focus on growth for a while. Even so, Genus claims that it is surprising, and in any case, he notices that it is very quiet there. The protagonist says that it must be because the coronation is approaching. Then Genus says that they should go as well since it is a grand occasion, and asks if they should take a walk first. While walking, Gus says that the place was completely restored while he was resting in bed. Speaking of which, Tiny asks if he is sure that he is ready to walk already. Gina says that regarding his injuries, he experienced a post-rebound effect. Regardless, he is almost fully healed and does not have to lie down for too long. That is if Knight Liam doesn't use him as a shield again. Either way, he asks if Tiny is doing well since he extracted the power of the sacred object with a specialist class body, fought against someone from a much higher class. Genus claims that the protagonist may have pushed his body too far. However, Heine does not feel bad. He says that he only has the feeling that his will and movements are out of sync. His friend then warns him that this must be a lingering effect and that he should rest more, but Tiny says that he is almost healed. This information greatly surprises Genus, as it should have at least been a severe injury. But instead, Tiny is completely fine. Being honest, Tiny says that thanks to this, he managed to gain something back. He learned the power of the soul during the process of trying to heal his mana-depleted body, filling the empty space with his soul. He coincidentally acquired this power. It reacts to his mana, but its principles are completely different. Because this power replaced his depleted mana and stamina, he was able to minimize the lingering effects. Above that, without using mana, he can now do this. Immediately, he causes a small mana explosion in the sky as a demonstration, and claims that he did not know such a power existed, concluding that it was a good choice not to give up until the end. Because this power represents a new possibility, Tiny imagines that the legend of the Aura Master controlling the soul must be real. Genus says that it is great that he has no issues, so he would like to hear about his decision. The protagonist asks what decision, and Yanis responds that it is about his next destination. Currently, the Emperor wishes for them to go to Elvenheim immediately, but Yanis would like to visit the Empire's capital and take part in Valencia's celebration. He tells Tiny that the time has come, and he must make a decision. However, the protagonist knows that the second disaster is the wedding of the Assyrian imperial family, and he thinks that Elvenheim must just be an excuse the Emperor of Spain created. After hearing that Genus will not survive past the wedding, he must want him to be in charge of something unrelated to the second disaster. Tiny thinks that going to Elvenheim is not a bad idea. That is where the third disaster will appear. Not only that, but Tiny must meet Estina in this life as well. At the same time, he thinks about Chloe as he sees her as his savior and part of his family. So he wants to help her as much as possible. In the past, even when Gus was in the castle, the disaster could not be stopped. So the protagonist doubts that they can handle it without either him or Gus. Then he finally makes a decision and says that he must go to the city. Genus is pleased to hear this response. Later, they hear a speech from the king of Karun saying that the rebuilding of the city is going well, and following the suggestions of the Radiant Knight, he has spread warnings about the sacred object and the devil worshippers. The king believes this is a good moment to wish safety and prosperity upon Karun. Thus, the coronation ceremony of Prince Henry now begins, declaring that he is a man worthy of trust. Liam appears and joins them at the ceremony, saying that the king will feel much more at ease now. He apologizes once again for last time, and Gus says that since he owes a debt to the imperial family, he will let this one slide. Liam tells the protagonist that everything is going well thanks to him, and that he heard there is a reason why the Northern Wind Lion is called the seventh divinity. Not even Tiny knew this information. Liam claims that he was incredible in battle, and that everyone is talking a lot about it, but Tiny feels that something is off, because he has never heard of the seventh divinity in his past life, and he wonders if there were many other talented people besides Genus. Regardless, the king passes the crown to his son, tells him to take care of the kingdom in his place. Now, the prince has finally been crowned, and he says he feels honored, but also pressured by such responsibility. Not only that, but he says he would like to take this opportunity to reward the Radiant Knight. Tiny did not expect to receive a reward since he had already requested the right to borrow a sacred object. So, he argues that he has already been rewarded. However, Henry says that it was not enough. Then he orders something to be brought in. Soon, several guards approach, bringing with them various ornaments. The new king says that he has received information that the protagonist's body has grown rapidly, so an armor artifact would be meaningless right now. But what he presents now is different. He shows an artifact used by the traveling king of Karun, a necklace made of mana. Tiny is surprised to receive such a valuable item. However, Henry says he would have liked to give him a transcendent armor. Unfortunately, all of them are classified as national treasures, but he says that this necklace is also very good and contains sixth circle magic. The protagonist knew that Henry was generous, but this is getting frightening. A transcendent seventh circle armor has the strength of a superhuman. They are treasures that even the 10 knights of the continent have only touched once or twice, except for the Master of Arms, who is a special case. King Emin tells Tiny not to worry, as even if all the mana stored in the necklace is used, it regenerates within a single day. Tiny says that this is too much for him. He will accept it with honor. The new king tells Tiny to remember them whenever he looks at this necklace, because Karun will always remember him, and wish for his success. After that, everyone salutes the Radiant Knight and celebrates the protagonist's achievement. Later, he walks through the city, and Genus says that all the people here are good. However, the protagonist draws his friend's attention, saying that, in fact, Genus should be the one to keep the necklace. Genus does not understand why, and he refuses to take this gift. Tiny says that he cannot use too much mana at once right now, and that he wouldn't be able to use it properly even if he held the necklace. So for this reason, he insists that Gus accept it. Even though his friend does not agree with this to Tiny's insistence, Genus gives in, and he says he will hold on to the item until Tiny is ready to use it. The protagonist is happy to have convinced him since he thought Genus would refuse until the end. And he is doing this because he needs Genus to become stronger. After all, he will take him to the place where he died in his past life. Upon arriving at the beach, Genus says that they need to get a boat. However, Tiny says that they don't need one. This surprises his friend. Tiny tries to reassure him, saying that they need to save time and money. Riding on the lunar wolf, they head toward their destination. Since he is not used to this, Gus starts feeling unwell. The protagonist becomes concerned about him, and Gus says he would rather swim than go through this. Tiny says they are almost there. He thinks that since he is already used to the wolf, it doesn't bother him. He concludes that it must be the opposite for others. Then suddenly Janus gets worse and starts vomiting mid-journey. Sometime later, they arrive at their destination. Some people approach, and upon seeing their state mistake them for beggars. This catches the protagonist by surprise. Jenna says he thought he was going to die and suggests that they rent a horse for the rest of the trip. Then he starts noticing something different. Tiny worries about his friend, but then he also notices something about himself. He realizes that his belongings are missing, including his wallet with money. He immediately wonders if they dropped their items in the ocean. Genus blames himself for this, and he laments the loss. But Tiny tries to cheer him up, saying that they can always make more money. Then he reminds his friend that this city always has something like bags of money ready for situations like this. Later, Tiny says that this city is free, and that those jerks from before had some money in their pockets. Janus is slightly uncomfortable with this and reminds the protagonist that he has the title of Radiant Knight, so he shouldn't be doing things like this anymore. He even asks if Tiny is going to ruin his title. His friend says that using violence like this without any investigation or caution could only bring chaos to society. The protagonist thinks that Genus is extremely disciplined, but that's a great thing. He is 3 times faster than a normal knight with incredible talent. On the way, Tiny hopes that returning to the city and bringing Genus with him is the right decision. Meanwhile, Enos was trying to catch the protagonist, but just when he thought he could catch him, Tiny flies away with his wolf, leaving his friend quite irritated. The protagonist says he wants to know something before the ceremony and asks what Gus knows about the second prince. Gus says that his reputation is good and that he has heard he is also close to the crown prince. Tiny didn't know this and remembers the rumors he heard in his past life, which said that the second prince betrayed his brother and they both died together. So the protagonist wonders what is happening with the imperial family. Elsewhere, in a luxurious chamber, a mother holds her sleeping son and notices that the crowned prince is about to wake up, so she tries to keep him asleep. After that, she looks confused and wonders if the plan didn't work. She is second queen Cardia. Through a crystal ball, she communicates with one of the demonic worshippers, who says he cannot go into details but tells her that she doesn't need to worry about the results. The queen says she heard about what happened in Karun, where they failed miserably. She also says that they had planned this for years and that just to execute it, they spent 3 months preparing, and now he says the plan has failed. Furious, she asks if she should still believe in people like them. The occultist says that even if she doesn't trust them, does she really think she can simply break the agreement now? This makes the queen even angrier. He says that his organization will be disappointed if that happens, because he remembers something the queen once said, that she wished to wipe out all the hateful bloodlines of Alan. Then he tells the queen to think carefully about this, claiming that such an opportunity is rare. He then asks what she will do. The queen asks if he is sure they will achieve all the results they want. The cultist replies that yes, they will. At that moment, the boy begins to wake up, and his mother fears that he will see the communicator. But she notices that the communication has already been cut off and speaks to her son. She tells him that he will soon have class. However, he asks if he can skip it, claiming that he is only a half-royal and doesn't even have golden eyes. His mother places her hand on his head, telling him not to make her sad by saying such things, and that she only wants him to keep growing well, just as he has done until now. That gives the boy the motivation he needed, and he says that when he grows up and becomes like his brothers, he will carry his mother on his back and run around the imperial palace 10 times. His mother says that he is very confident and that she believes in him. Meanwhile, in the cultist's chamber, one of them says that she has finally understood and that they couldn't have avoided this even if they had prepared the second elder more, because the first elder is severely wounded and is now undergoing recovery. On top of that, they lost many other things as well. Their leader says that this is all Morse's fault, referring to the protagonist. One of them asks what he is doing now. Their leader responds that apparently Morse was heading to Assyrian, the place where the great work is happening. But they believe this might just be a coincidence since he is somehow connected to Valencia. However, leader tells them to be silent and that they must continue watching the protagonist's steps, but will not take action for now because they will focus only on the great work they plan to do using the Blue Fox. Back at the royal palace of Alan, one of the princes receives a report directly from one of his brothers and says that he only makes his life harder. The brother is second prince Lot van Allen, and he says that it is time to work with the local intelligence group, and reminds his brother that he used to do the same. The prince responds that sometimes, but says that his brother doesn't seem like himself acting this way, because he would certainly talk about the rules and give orders to those below him. His personal guard becomes irritated by the provocations, so the prince promises to stop. Then he asks how the second queen and Tyel are doing, since he hasn't received any news about them recently. Lot responds that their mother called the knight commander again. He is still the leader of the royal knights, and that cannot keep happening, claiming that they need to strengthen the authority of the knights. The first prince says that this must be because of the imperial knights' disregard for politics. Lot says that it's not just that, because he claims that their mother still treats Tanel like a child, even though he is already 14 years old, claiming that this is why their younger brother has not matured. However, the first prince says that he remembers someone the same age as Tanel. He says that once he was punched by a child and because of that spun through the air several times. His brother is shocked to hear this. Not only that, but he says that this boy has recently become the center of many rumors. El asks how his brother let such a brat get away. The prince responds that it was his fault. Besides, he claims that the boy was capable of doing it, and he says that his brother must have heard of him, the Radiant Knight, the one who saved Karun. With that, Lot asks if his brother is talking about the same knight who defeated the Kraken and the demon worshippers, because according to him, that boy is half-elf, and based on the rumors, he must be around 20 years old, not 14. The prince says he didn't know that, and when he saw him, he was just a child. He also expresses his desire to meet him again someday. Lot asks where his brother thinks the boy is now. The story shifts to the second mansion of Ecliptica, a Syrian Valencia. The Duke meets with the protagonist and is surprised by how much his body has grown. He immediately asks what he has been eating. Tiny says that the Duke is being way too rude, and he asks if that's all he has to say after so much time without seeing each other, especially now that he has returned after accomplishing something so great. Regarding that, the Duke says that Tiny really did well. The protagonist wonders what's wrong with this old man, but he quickly changes the subject, saying that this isn't the most important thing. The Duke agrees, and he says that the second disaster will occur at the Imperial Palace during the Crown Prince's wedding to his daughter. Without the help of someone inside who could interfere with the Imperial barrier, the second disaster could not happen, unless there is a traitor to humanity within the royal family. The great magical barrier he is referring to is an ancient relic connected to the outside of Assyrian's walls. It filters evil energy, and by freezing mana, it has a magical effect that goes beyond just being a defensive barrier. The only ones exempt from this restriction are members of the royal family, the royal knights, and the royal mages. So without the help of an insider who can tamper with the barrier, the second disaster cannot occur. This means there must be a traitor among the humans in a high position within the royal family. The Duke says that the only person he trusts is the eldest prince, his daughter's fiancé. The Duke quickly concludes that the traitor must have also been deceived and that they are being used by the demon worshippers. But he asserts that this is only possible if that person is as stupid as the protagonist. Tiny gets irritated upon hearing this. However, the Emperor reminds him that he is an irresponsible brat who never follows instructions, which is why he said that. He even recalls telling Tiny to go to Elvenheim. The protagonist knows this well. However, he says he didn't go because he was worried, claiming that if the Duke made a mistake, half of the Empire would be turned upside down. Then the Duke admits that it's really better to be on the safe side, and this time he will let it slide. At that moment, someone rushes into the room in a panic, saying that they are in trouble. The Duke says he has a guest and asks why all the commotion. The man quickly apologizes for his lack of respect, but he says that the Master of Arms has requested an audience with His Excellency for training. This surprises both the Duke and Tiny, because the only superhuman currently in the kingdom's alliance is the Master of Arms, Rid Van Sheldon, the man who announced to the world, "How strong is he in the battle against the kingdom and the alliance for fighting countless times against the sword god, and keeping the alliance united? He is the one who still fights against the sword god even after the war has ended." The ranking of those two seemed clear after Grid became an aura user 3 years ago, but then the sword god also became an aura user 2 years ago. It was definitely at that time that the world was shaken during the training of 2 superhumans. The Duke says that time has passed, yet his opponent still doesn't know his place and furious for being challenged. He asks if the Weapon Master really thinks this is the best time to see who is the strongest. Tiny asks the Duke why he doesn't accept the challenge, claiming that under one condition will be useful for their plan. 1 week later, the Colosseum outside the capital city. Many people have gathered to witness the battle, and even recognize the protagonist, calling him the Radiant Knight. Genus notices the large number of people, and Tiny says that since it's a battle between 2 superhumans, it's normal for there to be so many curious spectators. However, Genus remembers that the wedding is approaching. Speaking of which, one of the spectators asks why the Emperor accepted this challenge so close to such an important date. Another responds that he heard that an aura-inflicted wound doesn't even heal, so this could turn into a national loss. A third person joins the conversation, asking if the rumor is true. The rumor that the Emperor dislikes the wedding. Gus tells the Duke that he is a bit concerned and asks him for his opinion about the Emperor allowing this duel, because he even wanted Rother. However, the Duke tells Gus not to worry because even if he didn't have permission, he planned to personally ask to participate. But he claims that the Emperor must have simply believed in him. The protagonist thinks that the Duke must have even stronger loyalty than in his past life, until suddenly, everyone hears that the Crown Prince is there. He has come to the arena to watch the fight. People quickly realize that the rumor about him having issues with Valencia was false. However, the protagonist is certain that the Emperor truly dislikes Valencia, and the Crown Prince must also be wary of this. But judging by his decision to come here under these circumstances, Tiny believes that they can trust him this time. The Prince and the Duke greet each other, until he looks at the protagonist and says that he barely recognized him since it's been a while since their last meeting. Tiny asks if he also came to watch the duel. Before that, the prince says that his fiancée would like to see his wolf, surprising the protagonist greatly, but he knows that with his mana sensitivity, he could somehow keep the lunar wolf within the barrier. So he summons the wolf in its cub form and hands it to the prince, even knowing that the wolf doesn't like it at all. The prince tells the protagonist not to worry because they are in the same boat. Then he leaves with the wolf. The Duke says that he already informed the Crown Prince that he should place his guards against the demon worshippers as a precaution. He also tells Tiny to stay alert, especially if anything strange happens within the palace, especially if he is near Chloe. Suddenly, the area around them turns cold. The Duke recognizes his opponent and says that he is still the same. Standing before him is Weapon, Master Grid Van Sheldon. The two stare at each other for a moment. Meanwhile, Tiny and Genus watch from the stands. Grid says that it seems the Duke has finally managed to move past it. The Duke responds that Grid is the only one who causes trouble at a festival in a foreign nation, so his words hold no value and that he should know his place. Grid says that this is why he calls the Duke annoying, claiming that his tone still matches someone from his place as a noble. The Duke asks Grid that if he has time to worry about tone, why not reflect it in his own actions? And also asks if he doesn't think that harsh words are better than having no class. Grid gets tired of talking and is ready to fight. A narrator announces the rules and states that transcendent armor is banned for safety reasons. As per the Duke's request, the loser must fulfill the winner's request. Then Grid declares that he will end this quickly. The Duke sees that his opponent intends to use a sword and thinks that it is time to put an end to his meaningless efforts. Grid says that he learned something after becoming an aura user, claiming that he will teach a few lessons to a senior just a few years older than him. The Duke becomes extremely irritated and asks what these so-called lessons are about. He attacks his opponent without holding back, his rage only increasing with the provocations. Grid notices this but does not retreat. He counterattacks, mocking the Duke's swordsmanship techniques, regaining his combat stance. Grid claims that he will show the true way of wielding a sword. Then he charges at high speed. This even startles the Duke. However, before being hit, he manages to disarm his opponent and asks if Grid can evade the destructive force of aura with basic tricks used by beginners. This puts him at an advantage, and Grid realizes it, forcing him to retreat immediately. Otherwise, it could be the end. He jumps high into the air, and the Duke says that his opponent has shown him a good move, so now he wants to show one of his own. Grid says that it is useless. He then summons a bow that shoots ice arrows, something the Duke was not expecting. His opponent takes advantage of his position in the air and hits the Duke. As a result, he falls to the ground, his attack interrupted. However, the Duke manages to land without getting hurt. Grid prepares to attack once more using his ability, Frozen Flower Arrow Vision. Several of his arrows are directed at the Duke, and he admits that it was a good attempt. But he states that these ice arrows are useless against him. What the Duke doesn't realize is that the opponent wasn't aiming at him, but at the ground, causing an explosion. This lowers the Duke's guard, and Grid asserts that his vision is not so simple. The Duke recovers from the blow and charges his next attack. Grid tries to advance toward him, but he senses an enormous source of energy emanating from his opponent, so he stops in front of the Duke. Even the spectators feel the energy coming from him. Grid falls into despair over this situation. The Duke says that his opponent claims to be teaching him a lesson in swordsmanship, and asks if this is what he calls senior sword play. Grid soon realizes that he cannot defeat him with his sword alone, and calls the Duke his nemesis. Then he changes weapons, his expression turning serious, declaring that round 2 is about to begin. Now he wants a real fight, one where only one of them leaves alive. With that, Grid attacks with full force. The Duke does not fall behind and counterattacks. He asks what the point was of all that talk about being a noble, asserting that Grid is the only one fighting like a berserker. His opponent apparently does not like those words and intensifies his attacks. The energy from both of them collides, causing massive destruction, which frightens the spectators. On the eastern side of the barrier, mages struggle to insert more mana, even questioning if this is truly human strength. Because the two of them prove that they are indeed superhuman. Even Janus is impressed by the battle and says that he is slowly beginning to understand the opponent's ice element. Tiny asks who he thinks will win. Janus is rooting for His Highness, but knows that there is a slight chance the Duke might lose because the time each of them has spent as an aura user is different. Back in the fight, the Duke does not hold back. His opponent is already switching to another weapon. He uses multiple strategies to win. This time, he wants to end it. Tiny says that the Duke would normally lose this battle. Janus asks what he means by that. The protagonist responds that it would usually be the case, but claims that this time it will be different. Grid faces his opponent head-on, and the Duke also maintains his stance. Now Grid wants to finish this, so with his weapons he charges forward, not wanting to drag the fight out any longer. The Duke is aware of the dangers posed by his opponent. Then he performs an energy block. Grid is shocked to see the Duke defending against his attack, so he decides to use another strategy. While the Duke stares at him, his opponent fills himself with energy. Then he uses that energy to attack from a distance. Once again, the Duke takes a defensive stance. However, this time the enemy's attack is definitely stronger, and along with that, the arena's barrier nearly collapses completely. Nevertheless, those responsible still manage to keep it standing and protect the people around. Janus and Tiny are utterly surprised as they witness the final moments. Soon after, the announcer steps forward to declare the winner. Then he reveals that Lord Asgard has won the duel. The audience has mixed reactions, but most were rooting for the Duke. Janus is pleased to see His Highness's victory and says that their empire is better with only one sword. The one who is not happy at all is the opponent. Grid asks what skill the Duke used and how an honest person like him thought of such a trick. The Duke simply asks if he has stopped talking nonsense about nobility. Grid gets extremely irritated and says that his attack definitely landed. But then, at the moment he was about to hit his opponent, Duke used an energy barrier to protect himself. Thus, Grid was surprised to see his strategy fall apart. Then the Duke used this to his advantage, and took advantage of his opponent's distraction to counterattack. As a result, Grid felt as if the mana in his body was twisting. The Duke then advanced to deliver the final blow, and Grid would be dead if his opponent had not stopped his sword. Then he asks if the Duke used magic. He responds that it is a force field control, a skill he had planned to use in the future, a trick that is not entirely bad. Grid is outraged to hear this, but before he could ask more questions, the Duke of Valencia requested to proceed as the winner. With that, Grid could do nothing but remain silent. He thinks that he cannot even see his brother, because that would definitely cause damage to allied nations. Grid thinks that he reached the top years before him and never thought he would lose. Then he remembers the promise and it must be fulfilled. But he says that if the Duke goes too far with his request, he will die instead of complying. However, the Duke then reveals his wish and tells Grid to stay in the Empire until the prince's wedding ceremony is over, this being his request as the winner. The spectators interpret this as an act of generosity from the Duke towards his enemy. However, Grid himself asks what the Duke is planning, and he tells Grid to find him later if he is curious. Even though he does not like it, Grid understands. The news of Valencia's victory spread quickly. Everyone knew that the Swordmaster is stronger than the Weapon Master. Thus, the Lord of Valencia is now the Emperor of the Sword. The next day, the Emperor is in a meeting. Tiny says that the Emperor ended up with the same title he had in his past life. The Emperor is still not used to it until the meeting is interrupted because Grid has just arrived. He says that he is there as requested and asks why the Emperor wanted to see him. The Emperor says he will skip the usual noble talk. Grid says that nobles must maintain their integrity even in private meetings, and upon seeing the Protagonist, he calls him an inferior human. thinking he should show some integrity. Tiny says that a person with power must remain elegant and be strict with themselves. And he recalls that Grid said this trauma made him develop this habit. He also says that he heard Grid say this when he was younger. The protagonist says that Grid killed his cousin precisely because he could not control his form. Grid becomes furious and asks the protagonist who he is to know all this. Tiny says that Grid himself told him this, but the weapon master states that he does not even know him, and that would not be possible. Supporting the protagonist, the Emperor says that Tiny is telling the truth. He also recalls that Grid asked what kind of trick he used during the fight, and says that this boy is the person who taught him how to use it. Grid does not understand what is happening and asks Duke Asgar what this is about. The Emperor says they can talk and clarify everything, and only asks Grid to calm down because there is something he needs to know. Grid is about to take down the protagonist because he did not like what he heard at all. However, he takes a deep breath before acting, and thinks that this must be what they call a bad friend. The Emperor says that he never thought he would hear his old name at this age. Grid says that his name is too long and does not want to call him by his full name, not even in private situations. Then he asks the protagonist what he needs to know, but warns that if he says something nonsensical again, he will not leave unscathed. He tries to make the protagonist extremely scared, and concludes by saying that he will cut through his skin and bones. However, Tiny starts laughing, saying that this sounds more like the old Grid. The Emperor tells Grid to listen calmly to what the protagonist has to say. Tiny says that Grid Van Sheldon is probably 56 years old this year, and normally they would meet for the first time in 15 years, when his bright blue hair had turned half gray. After hearing the whole story, says that it actually makes some sense, and agrees that he really would do those things. Then he tries to understand if the protagonist is saying that the future will be terrible. Tiny, however, tells him not to worry because this time the 10 Knights will stop it. Grid comments that those 10 Knights still seem unusual and asks about the other 2. Tiny replies that he doesn't know how to approach them now. The Reaper is probably training somewhere, and the Mage Knight is probably in the Sage's Tower. Grid finds it strange and asks what kind of names those are, since he thought they had to use everything they had in times like this. And he asks if the Emperor ordered him to stay there because of the disaster. The Emperor says he got that idea from the protagonist's brain power. Tiny doesn't like that sarcastic comment. In turn, Grid asks about that ability used in the fight, and Tiny reveals the details to him. The day was calm at the Imperial Mansion until things started to get hectic, because Grid discovers that the protagonist taught the Emperor the ability that was used against him at the end of his past life. So he asks how things ended for him in his other life. Tiny replies that both of them died, but because the Emperor's swordsmanship was above Grid's. Thus, Asgard earned the title of Sword Emperor. Grid shouts in rage, saying this can't be real, and already wants to set the date for a new duel between them. However, the protagonist tells him to calm down and listen, stating that he will teach him his future ability as well. That way, the fight will be fairer. With that, Grid becomes much calmer. While he listens that he had 5 eternal armors, the Emperor only thinks that this is what is keeping him calm. Even so, Grid finds it all a bit suspicious, and asks why the protagonist is providing all this information. He even says that they might be future allies, but for now they are nothing, and he asserts that the protagonist could have used all of this for himself. Tiny asks if that point is really important because he claims that the world could end at any moment, and to him a glorious life means nothing. Besides, Tiny is certain that Grid is a genuine warrior who will keep his promise with his life. Thus, he says everything Grid wanted to hear. That way, he believes in the protagonist and agrees to do what he says. The Emperor tells them to keep this conversation between the 3 of them. Grid says he is not stupid and will make sure of that. But even the protagonist emphasizes this, because he knows that he and Heinen always cause problems after saying that. This makes Grid a little embarrassed, but he himself thinks that this Heinen is as energetic as he is. The Emperor tells Grid to act discreetly and stop acting impulsively. Even though he is angry at such words, he understands and then leaves. From the meeting room, Tiny and the Emperor watch Grid leave. After that, the Emperor believes that everything turned out well in the end. And in fact, it was useful for building a bridge between the Alliance and the Empire. That's why they need Grid nearby. He is the Duke of the Kingdom of Selden, the center of all the kingdom's magic towers and alliances. Tiny believes this, knows that Grid will keep his promise, but there is still an unresolved matter. So he asks when the Emperor will talk to Gus. From the Emperor's reaction, he still hasn't decided. The protagonist questions the Emperor, claiming that it would be better for Genis to know as soon as possible. The Emperor says he will talk to him after this conversation, and knows that asking Genis to stay calm won't help. Tiny realizes that the Emperor knows Genis better than he does, and must prepare as well. Then the Emperor says that he and the Prince are using everything they have to understand what is happening. Upon hearing the Prince mentioned, Tiny feels uncomfortable, and the Emperor asks why the boy doesn't like him. Tiny replies that the Asalan royalty are the fools who sold their own country. But the Emperor doesn't like those words and tells the protagonist to be careful with what he says. He also tells the protagonist not to underestimate the imperial family's intelligence organization, and claims that they must already have proof. However, the Emperor is more concerned about other things. He asks what would happen if the disaster had nothing to do with the demon worshippers, because he considers the possibility that it is simply caused by a political war within the royal family. If that is the case, he will not be able to do anything about it because a servant cannot interfere in the fight between royalty. Tiny then tries to understand the Emperor's perspective, and asks if he is saying that they should just stand by and watch, even if the capital explodes. The Emperor responds that this is only a hypothesis. Thinking about the defense of the Imperial Palace makes him even more doubtful. Tiny says the answer is already there, because the Emperor said he has some suspicions about someone in the Imperial family, and the possibility that demon worshippers are involved as well. The protagonist states that he is also part of Valencia, so the Emperor asks what he has in mind. Tiny tells the Emperor to talk more about the Imperial members who are suspects because he himself will take care of them and run. This makes the Emperor quite irritated, but Tiny says he only needs him to ensure that his escape route remains open. But this is not how the Emperor wants to proceed, so Tiny asks why this sudden change. He says he has noticed an increase in Tiny's mana along with his physique, stating that he is almost at the level of a blader. Thus, the Emperor claims that he will personally train the protagonist. However, Tiny remembers how it was the other times the Emperor did this, and says there is no need to do it. Then he runs off, and the Emperor questions his hesitation. 1 month after this happened, the protagonist is in a training field standing before several tornadoes in front of him. However, he does not back down from this challenge. With his hammer, he prepares and summons an even larger tornado, throwing it toward the others, which crashes into them, merging together into one, becoming even bigger than before. Tiny wants to overcome the challenge this time. He knows that everyone calls them bladers because most of them use swords. But the crucial part of being a level 4 mana user is the use of mana, a skill common among everyone in this world, which serves as a physical force in a place where the body alone cannot reach. The protagonist pushes himself to achieve this. Over the past month, he has trained intensely with the Emperor. The Emperor said that if he faces another Imperial, he will be hunted across the entire kingdom. He also says that his mana body records his knowledge. Tiny, however, only wanted to spend enough time to get stronger, faster. He motivates himself by thinking about everything he has been through in both of his lives. Genis, under the Emperor's own orders, was assigned to oversee the protagonist's training with his dragon eye. Genis was surprised to learn that Tiny, at his age, was about to reach the blader level. He knows that Tiny's potential is great, but he thinks the Emperor's expectations are too high. But that was before he observed the protagonist, because when he took a look at his training, he was astonished by the sheer attack power. The tornadoes were so large that he could barely see the protagonist. Meanwhile, Tiny thinks he is almost there. For him, there is only one thing left. He has to force himself to use that ability, the one he used in his past life, which only a blader can use. After doing so, he himself was startled by the power of his strike as it generated a massive explosion, which on the other side Gus also noticed. But his efforts were not in vain, because in this way the protagonist succeeded and became the Knight of Strength, with his second signature move, Stormbreaker. Genus is shocked to see the damage that was done. Meanwhile, Tiny admires his current power level and shouts with joy for having achieved it. But soon after, he feels muscle pain due to his intense efforts. He realizes that his mana body is pushing his physical body to the limit, and now he needs food as a reinforced diet will be necessary to replenish what was lost. Then Gus appears, applauding him, saying that it is impressive for the protagonist to reach the blader level at such a young age. Tiny asks what Genus is doing there. He replies that the Emperor ordered him to keep an eye on his training, and was saying that the boy quickly surpassed his limits. Tiny thinks that the Emperor knew something was happening. Then he feels even hungrier, so Janus invites him to have a snack. He tells them both to grab something together, and also mentions that he would like to say something. Genus tells the protagonist to follow him because he knows an amazing restaurant nearby. After this, the protagonist appears with his hair dyed red and asks why Genus insisted on this. He responds that this was a direct request from the Emperor himself, leaving Tiny even more confused. However, Genus says that he has a set mission, and this is to minimize attention because the Radiant Knight is very popular right now. From now on, it is decided that the protagonist will be called Taurin. He will be a knight apprentice of Valencia and a servant of Janus. Tiny asks if this is really necessary, and Janus insists that these are the Emperor's orders. He even says that if Tiny refuses, the Emperor will twist his face, something Janus considers part of his master's sense of humor. However, the protagonist knows that the Emperor would actually do that if it came to it. Janus then tells Tiny to be careful from now on. Not only must he maintain decency, but he must also stay calm because only then will his body and spirit unite better, allowing him to go even further. At least that's what the Emperor told Janus. This makes Tiny remember his past when Estina scolded him for beating up some thugs. She said that Tiny must have had his reasons for it, but still she was disappointed because she claimed that if he knew how to control his temper, he would be much stronger. This way, he realizes that he heard something similar from her to what Genus just said. Then his friend says he believes Tiny's mana color changed when he reached the blader level. Tiny realizes that for some reason this is a different color from his past life. Then Gina says that according to Valencia's vision, the mana of a person with strong faith and will reflects the color of their spirit, making it very likely for them to become aura users. To keep strong faith, it's best to learn how to control one's temper. However, Tiny thinks that if the color reflects his spirit, he wonders why it is different from his past life. Amid this, he remembers the Moonwolf. Beings are created by spiritual force, so if his spirit can affect mana, maybe he can be lighter on one side and heavier on the other. Genus watches as the protagonist tests this theory, until Tiny concentrates his energy, creating something that even surprises Genus. Tiny tries to compress it to the limit, and puts in all his effort until he attempts to cause an explosion. Genus can't believe he actually did that, but the protagonist is determined to know his limits. Soon, the ball of energy that was thrown into the sky explodes, and the impact can be seen from afar, even scaring some people. Genus realizes that despite everything, it was incredible, and Tiny can only think that he can use this in his battles. After this, Genus asks how he did it, and Tiny still isn't sure. Janus witnessed Tiny using these powerful abilities twice in the same day, something that demonstrates his incredible talent, and he wants to know the answer as soon as Tiny figures it out. The protagonist says that his friend's advice helped a lot, but asks if he is really sure he can talk about the vision. For Janus, it's fine after all. They consider themselves family, something that makes the protagonist very happy. Then people start whispering about him. So Janus realizes that they have barely started, and Tiny is already drawing attention, and he tells him to be more careful next time. After that, they go to another place, restaurant that looks quite fancy. The protagonist doesn't like it at all. Genus asks what's wrong, and Tiny responds that this place looks expensive. Besides, he eats a lot and says it's fine for them to eat at the mansion instead. However, Janice says he should know that the captain of the Blue Wing has money, so the protagonist agrees. What Janice didn't expect is that when Tiny said he ate a lot, he was being very serious, because even the waiters were shocked by the amount of food he ordered. Stacks of plates piled up on the protagonist's table, yet he ate as if it were his first meal. With this, Venus thinks he learned something today. A human can stuff an incredible amount of food into their stomach. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that his body's mana is increasing, and the gravity element is also getting stronger now. Before he could control up to 8 times the weight, but now he can control up to 16 times, and no one can stand against him except for superhumans. After eating a lot, Janus asks if he is satisfied now, and Tiny replies that there is still room for dessert. Then the waiter brings the bill for 150 portions, and Janus reluctantly pays for everything. After eating everything he wanted, Tiny says he is satisfied, until he notices Janus, who was satisfied with just one dish. However, Janus is still holding the menu, and the waiter closes the doors. The protagonist says he has a question, and asks what exactly this restaurant is. After the question, Janus says he will get straight to the point. Then he uses his magic block the sound in the area. The protagonist is impressed to realize that his friend can control mana and elements with great precision. Janus says that this is an excellent restaurant, but it also serves as a branch of the Royal Intelligence Organization. Through the Dragon's Eye in the capital, Tiny did not know about this intelligence organization. Janus also says that the entire Dragon's Eye supported the prince during his succession, so this is the only organization that those from Valentia can trust within the palace. The Emperor asked Janus to bring Tiny there at least once, because he believes Tiny underestimates the influence of royal connection, and there is another reason for him to be there. In about 10 days, the wedding will take place. Royal knights, royalty, and direct heirs of Valencia may attend the wedding, but the knights were not that skilled, so the Emperor wants Tiny to disguise himself as a servant to infiltrate the wedding. Tiny says this is a great idea, but asks if he should not have done this sooner. Janus tells him not to underestimate Valencia, and that they have already secured a place with the cover identity. Additionally, he hands something to the protagonist to use in case of emergency, a document that reveals the location of the artifact. Since Tiny took good care of Karun's artifact, it is expected that he will do the same in Valencia. He then tells his friend not to worry about it. Then Janus tells him to study the map as it will be of great help. After their conversation, they prepare to leave. Tiny finds something a bit strange. On the way out, the waiter asks if the menu was helpful, and Janus responds that it was. Meanwhile, someone passes by the protagonist, and with his magical eyes, he realizes that it is the prince in disguise. Then they sit down to talk, and the prince says he did not expect to see Tiny there. The protagonist says that the Duke of Valencia told him that the two of them are doing their best to find the demon worshippers. Bradley states that it is always better to be safe, and being with the one who saved Karun makes him feel safer. Tiny then asks if the prince can talk about what is happening within the royal family because he needs to know in order to protect everyone from potential threats. But immediately after he realizes that was too direct, and already knows he will get scolded by the Emperor for it. In response, the prince says that the protagonist must have already gathered most of the information from the Dragon's Eye. So he asks what exactly he wants to know. Tiny then asks if the prince believes there is someone in the royal family who wants to destroy the country. The prince does not understand his intentions in making such a request, but responds that there are a few suspicious people, about 3 in total. With that, Tiny wants to know their names. First, the prince names his sibling's mother, the second empress. Tiny is surprised because he was aiming at the second prince, not his mother. The prince mentions a rumor circulating within the palace, which says that a decade ago, when the second empress rejected a proposal, her entire family was assassinated by the prince's father. The protagonist is shocked by this information, but the prince emphasizes that this is just a rumor. Though if it is true, it certainly answers the question. Soon, Tiny wants to know the next name. This time, the prince mentions the royal knights. Alan discriminates against knights. They are treated worse than mages, so there is a chance they might want to destroy the empire. The last name mentioned by the prince is his own father, the emperor. For some reason, his father is deeply dissatisfied with the Duke of Valencia, who has made a name for himself again through the recent duel, something that has left the emperor furious. The prince tells the protagonist that he also needs to be careful since he is closely associated with the duke, because his father is known to have a secret force with great power. This is a major secret, so he advises the protagonist to be very discreet. After that, Tiny thanks him for the information. The prince says it is no problem, and now that they have talked, he must leave. He has a meeting scheduled with his father and his fiancée today, but says he will see Tiny again. At nightfall, the protagonist returns to the Valentia mansion and reports everything he discovered to the Emperor of the Sword. He also says that the situation is more complicated than expected. The Duke cannot believe that the prince has thought through all of this, as it makes things more difficult. However, soon after, Tiny realizes that the Lunar Wolf is near Chloe and is sending a warning. Meanwhile, at the Assyrian palace, in the princess's chambers, she receives guidance on behavior and etiquette. As expected, her instructor says that she is very elegant, and they can already finish the etiquette course for today. Right after, she leaves, and leaves Chloe alone. The girl wonders why the position of her fingers matters when she is sitting, and questions what kind of pervert cares about that. She can only see Vivian in the room and says she should have just stayed in the sanctuary, but at least she considers herself lucky to have the Moonwolf nearby. Then the Crown Prince appears, saying that Chloe did a great job today. She is surprised by his presence, saying that he has been visiting her frequently lately. A little embarrassed, the prince says that all his fatigue disappears when he sees her face. Chloe wonders how he can say all these sweet words. Being the prince of the empire, the prince asks if she remembers their visit to his majesty later. She replies that she does and that she was preparing for it. Bradley says that his father may speak to her rudely, but he wants her to endure it for him. He also says that his majesty is furious about Valencia, and more specifically about her father-in-law. Chloe asks why her father has become the target of the emperor's fury until she remembers hearing something like that while walking through the streets. At the time, she thought it was just a rumor, so she wonders why she was chosen as the Princess of Wales. The prince says that, unlike his father, he sees their union as a couple, something that represents the unification of the empire with Valencia. He says that he somewhat forced this marriage, which may have made the emperor even angrier, but he just wants to make his fiancée understand. Chloe thinks that her father said it had been some time since he met the emperor, and if his majesty's queen is worse than the rumors, she must inform her family. Sometime later, the emperor arrives at the meeting place. He walks to his throne, being revered by everyone present. He even passes by his son and future daughter-in-law without showing any reaction. Then he reaches the throne, being greeted by the couple. Afterward, the emperor tells them to lift their heads. Soon, both of them stand up. Bradley asks if his father has been doing well. He replies that since his son is handling most of the national affairs, then yes, he is definitely fine. The prince says that he is participating in the affairs as is convenient, but he affirms that the empire will always belong to his father. The authority he holds was only given to him by his majesty. Then the emperor asks if he is willing to return such authority. Very nervous, the prince replies that if it is the emperor's wish, yes. However, the emperor says that there is no reason since all the nobles would oppose it. The emperor says that he was cast aside by his son, left with only a tower and the order of knights, so he cannot return. Bradley emphasizes that this was a procedure in accordance with imperial law. Then the emperor asks how a procedure can be above the emperor himself. However, what bothers him the most is the company the prince brought along, the daughter of the one known as the other emperor. Trying to calm him down, the prince says that this is just a nickname given by innocent commoners and tells his father not to take it seriously. Then Chloe formally introduces herself, greeting the emperor as his majesty. He immediately becomes excited to see the daughter of the imperial sword before him. Chloe says that her father recently defeated the Union sword and achieved excessive splendor. but she affirms that all of this is for the glory of the empire. Upon hearing this, the emperor starts laughing loudly, and then says that the prince chose someone just like him. He also tells the girl that he does not dislike her boldness. However, he will have to warn her, and also her father. The prince does not like this threatening tone at all, and even the moonwolf accompanying Chloe becomes apprehensive. It shows its intense rage, which, even from a distance, alerts the protagonist about the situation. As soon as Tiny receives the wolf's signal, he realizes that something is wrong with Chloe, and wonders if she is being threatened by the Emperor. Back at the Emperor's tower, he says that the Allen lineage has always ruled humanity since ancient times. Things like humans and procedures cannot be placed above the pinnacle of bloodline, which is the Emperor himself. Then he tells Chloe that perhaps His Majesty wants something beyond the Empire. The Emperor stares at the girl after that, and she doesn't even know what to say until the prince steps forward, telling his father to remain calm. That attitude does not please the old man at all, so he turns his back and orders both of them to leave. The prince is furious about this and says that they will do just that. He immediately calls the princess to go with him. The two leave, leaving the emperor alone. Now alone, the emperor reflects on what happened. He realizes that his son has grown too much until someone appears, and asks the emperor if there is a specific reason he said that to the princess. He replies that he was just excited and must be getting old. The person asks if he is really bothered by the Valentia lineage. The emperor says that 40 years ago, there was a boy who came to greet him, claiming to be a descendant of the duke's family. He was about 10 years old, had just begun learning swordsmanship. That was when the emperor himself taught him. But over time, the day came when the student surpassed the master. The emperor was shocked at the time. In contrast, the boy was concerned for him and extended his hand to help. From the emperor's perspective, it was all embarrassing, and he gave up being a knight at that moment. That's why he convinced himself that the Allens had always been a lineage proficient in magic. However, even magical talent was not granted to him, a shameful history that follows him. The fact that the emperor does not favor Valencia is not just because of his personal resentment, but because in his view, no matter how long peace lasts, a mere noble family should not stand above the royal family. This is a threat to the fundamental rules of the country. For the emperor, this is no different from treason. He says the prince is a clever child but does not know this, and there is nothing the emperor can do about it because of that damned law. For this same reason, even though the empire has so much power, they have still not managed to conquer the entire continent. A royal family bound by law, noble families that continue to grow and power that cannot be centralized. To rule the entire continent, the emperor says he must concentrate all the power of this country in his hands. The mysterious person agrees that he is right, and the emperor says that the reason to do so will be created by that foolish queen and that demon-possessed trash. But the mysterious person says they cannot defeat the Duke of Valencia alone, and can clearly estimate the limits of the demon worshippers. For that reason, the emperor says he needs him and asks if this person has completed the secret weapon, to which they respond that they have not. The emperor says he heard that the weapon is talented. The person confirms that the weapon is the greatest genius born after the Shadow Group, and if it continues to grow at this pace, it will make the emperor the first in history to control an aura user who is an assassin. However, they still need 10 years. But they tell the emperor not to worry because if they work together with the Royal Magic Tower, it will be enough. The emperor agrees with this and asks where the prince has gone. The person replies that he has not gone anywhere in particular, and seems to be observing the situation with the dragon's eye. With that, the emperor says that the prince may obtain trivial information, but must not even suspect the existence of this plan. Then the person says that the prince will receive the most important news at the crucial moment. The emperor says that when the demon worshippers' rebellion against the royal family happens, and the Duke of Valencia, a relative of the royal family, dies, that will give the royal family sufficient reasons to seize the mirror power, which is in the wrong hands and capable of destroying the empire. Thus, the person says they will shape the perfect situation to suit them. Then a shadow appears in the room and speaks something in a strange language. The emperor asks what it is. and the mysterious person says that their subordinate has obtained useful news. With that, they believe they can now pressure Valencia in advance. Back to the Duke, he says that the Emperor does not just hate him, but now he has also threatened his daughter. Tiny told him everything he discovered, and suggests killing the Emperor. However, due to the Duke's reaction, he retracts his statement. Frustrated, he asks why this is happening. He wonders if the Emperor might be holding a grudge over that. To compensate for that mistake, the Duke worked hard for the Emperor. Tiny asks what kind of useless thoughts the Duke has in mind, and the Duke responds that he has no idea how serious this situation is. The protagonist asks if it is a problem greater than the Demon King's army. Then the Duke responds that probably not. Soon, Tiny questions why he is thinking so much about it. He states that it will all be the same if the Demon King descends. Like it or not, they are forced to unite because Tiny has already experienced this before. Therefore, the Emperor states that there is only one thing they must do: preserve the power of humanity. From time to time, he envies the main character's simplistic mind. Tiny does not like that comment, yet the Duke states that his mind is clear thanks to him. Then Gus appears, stating that they have a problem. An urgent report came from the Dragon's Eye, stating that there is a rebellion in a small settlement that is a direct territory of the royal family. The Duke is startled by this. Genus also states that according to the report, the Emperor ordered Valentia to suppress the rebellion. Genus hands over the letter he received, and the Duke reads that Valencia has the obligation to suppress some rebellions in other settlements and prove their worth in becoming the in-laws of the imperial family. Then he states that the deadline for this task is until the wedding. The main character questions what kind of courage they have to incite a rebellion in a small settlement with a poor workforce. Based on what he has heard, Gina states it is speculated that the people behind this are the demon worshippers. Right at such a crucial moment, Tiny believes that the demon worshippers are trying to separate the imperial family's military force. The Duke states this is a sign that they will attack during the wedding. Jana states they cannot conclude that the demon worshippers will act on the wedding day. However, the Duke states that there is a reason for them to think so, and that he will tell Janus everything later. Yet for now, they must take care of this matter first. Janus understands and states that according to the reports, the places where the rebellion started are all small settlements. The three locations are Sarangal, Lehui, and Karina. He thinks that the Imperial Army and the Magic Tower are taking care of two of them. The Ice Flame spellcaster was also sent along with the Magic Tower. Now, Karina has been assigned to them. It is located between Valencia and the Imperial Palace. Therefore, they can send some people. However, the Duke states that if they want to end the rebellion before the wedding, they will have to send high-class warriors. Yet Gina states that the high-class warriors, including himself, are all still at the Imperial Palace. If they leave, they can finish this quickly, yet it will not be possible to return before the wedding. The Duke states that even in times like this, the Emperor wants to exhaust Valencia's military power. Then he concludes that maybe it would be better to destroy all of this. Genus questions what he means. The Duke responds that he is just suggesting another option. Considering Chloe and her family, he cannot be reckless. Tiny thinks that if the wedding is cancelled, it will greatly affect Chloe's status and the Valencia family. And maybe that is what the Emperor is aiming for. Then the main character states that they can resolve this in a week, yet only if he acts alone. The Duke does not like this idea, and Genus questions whether he is trying to use that wolf spirit. Tiny estimates that he will need 3 days to go and 3 days to return, plus 1 day to deal with them. Then it will be possible to complete the task. His friends understand, yet they still think it is very risky. Even though it is a small settlement, the Duke states that there must be at least 100 warriors, and they still do not know what kind of trap the demon worshippers have prepared. He states that Tiny could never risk his life for something this small. However, Tiny states that this is a challenge, and if there is a chance, they must seize it, because that is how he has lived his life until now. Then the main character questions whether they can borrow a sacred artifact from the imperial family. The prince becomes aware of this and is startled by the request. He questions his servant how Valencia intends to borrow such a great sacred artifact. The servant informs him that the main character stated he used its core in Karun previously, a fact that impresses the prince. He thinks for a moment before making a decision, and then immediately authorizes the loan, stating that he must at least do this. He was troubled by not being able to stop his father. Speaking of the emperor, he is informed that a sacred artifact has disappeared. He is immediately shocked by this news. The person in the shadows states that the prince has something to do with it, and that the artifact disappeared after a warrior from Valentia named Torin went to the palace. The emperor states that the artifact is not much different from a mere symbol. The shadow states that this is mere speculation, yet believes that this warrior went to Carina instead of the region designated to Valentia. And if he uses the sacred object, the demon worshippers will be melted by the light. Without even getting close to him, the people who had been blinded by dark magic also awakened. The emperor questions whether this can happen without Valencia losing a single person, and the shadow responds that it can. Then the emperor orders that this so-called warrior must not return alive. The dark figure states that to handle this, they will send the secret weapon they have been developing, claiming that it will be enough to kill a warrior. Returning to the main character, he moves toward his objective with his wolf. Not far away, the weapon observes him and realizes that this is not an ordinary mount, believing that the main character is riding a giant wolf and heading toward Carina. They also think he is very fast and difficult to reach, yet there is a chance he will return using the same route. Therefore, they decide to wait for the main character to come back. Meanwhile, Tiny pushes forward as fast as he can. He has been on this journey for days and has not even stopped to eat. The only thing he ate was a wild bear before departing. And speaking of that, he questions the wolf whether it senses the presence of a fourth-stage elementalist. Tiny knows that his soul has already experienced the level of a superhuman, yet reaching the same level of power he had in his past life will not be enough to change anything. He thinks that the difference now is that he has grown as an elementalist. The higher the soul's quality, the easier it will be to become an aura master. Although the fourth stage of an elementalist is heavy for him now, he believes he will figure out the solution someday. And he can also ask Estina anytime. Following this reflection, he stops the wolf and sees the settlement right ahead, and now states they will return after handling this. In the settlement of Carina, right in front of the inner palace, one of the protesters is furious. He repeats to himself over and over that he is not wrong in what he is doing. The population that started the rebellion is outraged. A flashback shows how this person got to this point. He always thought that his family had been bowing to Carina's lordship for generations and wondered how long those despicable bastards would keep treating him like a toy because he could not take it anymore. Then he started thinking that these people needed to die because he had done nothing wrong to deserve this, until someone approached him and fueled his desires. A demon worshipper named Giron came to him, stating that this name now belongs to the Lord, and that he must prepare for what is coming. The person questions whether he is referring to the warrior with the sacred object, and Giron confirms, stating that the Lord left the imperial palace 4 days ago. He also states that the warrior will arrive in a few days. Therefore, he wishes him luck. This person does not fully understand what is about to happen. However, the demon worshipper tells him to stay calm because as long as the warrior holds the sacred object, there is nothing they can do. The person understands that there must be a solution to this, yet questions what he should do now. Giron tells him that he should take control of the situation, and that the one who will lead the warriors and soldiers is the Lord himself, will also activate the trap. Therefore, the person thinks he has no other choice and will have to carry out this task. Soon the demon worshipper wishes him good luck for the new world. Returning to the present, this person is leading the uprising in the settlement. A meeting of the demon worshippers takes place, and one of them questions what happened to the Lord. Another one responds that they doubt he is capable of doing anything, and that they will gather information while he deals with that warrior because they want to know how he brought the object. However, they hear a loud noise and immediately panic, thinking that the warrior has already arrived. The cult leader tells the others to calm down until he himself sees an explosion in the settlement. And along with it, he sees the main character, the so-called warrior, and tells the others to stop him. The leader states that it is too late to run and orders them to activate the trap. He states that it is now too late for them and quickly instructs another to act fast because he is faster than the spirit. Then he should go along with the others. The main character states it is good that they are gathering because he is about to deliver a massive strike until Tiny activates the artifact in the middle of the settlement square. The magic of the sacred artifact covers a vast area, and even the cultists who were hiding are hit. They definitely were not expecting this as they are struck by the power of the sacred object, and they think they must activate the trap before it's too late. Their leader states he is doing this for the new world, and he requests to borrow dark energy for their deities. Yet the main character appears stating he won't allow it and tells the enemy to try enduring the strike if he can. Following this, he hurls his hammer, hitting the enemy squarely at the very moment he is struck. A massive explosion occurs around him, which not only defeats the enemy, yet also destroys part of the surroundings. Tiny shields himself with his magic, yet wonders what that explosion was, as it didn't seem like he was killed by the impact. He looks at the crater and sees only his hammer, wondering whether the enemy might have used a clone sacrifice. He also questions whether they were weakened by the sacred artifact, because normally they wouldn't use a clone sacrifice for a mere attack like this until he notices something. He sees something that seems to hold a more destructive magical power, more than most artifacts used by the demon worshippers. An artifact that once it starts glowing, explodes. The main character realizes just how dangerous this is, because there are many of these spheres. Even the Moonwolf senses the danger. Therefore, Tiny thinks of the best way to handle this. He realizes he hasn't tried using this technique again. The last time was at the Imperial Palace. Yet this is the strongest ability he can use right now. The spheres that look like eggs are cracking. Tiny then uses traces of ruin widespread deployment. A massive amount of flames is unleashed toward the spheres. This causes an explosion even greater than the previous one, making Tiny think he will have to weaken the explosion. However, the force of this explosion is so immense that he cannot contain it. The explosion's radius can be seen from very far away due to its magnitude. The power unleashed is absurd. Tiny weakened it as much as he could, yet wasn't able to reduce it completely. His Moonwolf was summoned, and he couldn't detect it even with his magical perception. Now he must go to the Imperial Palace because they are only focused on the artifact and must be warned. Tiny arrives at the place, kicking the entrance open, demanding that they bring the communication device immediately. The leader of the revolt states he was only doing what he was told and begs for his life to be spared. However, the main character is furious and only wants the device, yet the leader states there is no such thing in a small town like this. Therefore, Tiny dashes out of there. Even though it is a small place, Tiny questions whether it is really possible that they don't even have a communication device. He tells the wolf that it has just recovered, yet states that they need to run just a little more, stating that if he runs straight, it can reach the destination faster. However, in the middle of this, Tiny is attacked, and he didn't even see where it came from. As the strike attempts to hit him, Tiny is caught off guard. Due to his telepathic communication with the wolf, he manages to dodge at the last second. The Moonwolf was incredibly precise at that moment, swiftly avoiding the attack. Tiny thinks that he would have just dropped dead if he hadn't expanded his senses. Yet right after, Akunai is thrown, this time and he is hit in the face. Then an attack comes from below. Tiny realizes that he has seen this ability before until he dodges with the wolf, and questions the Reaper what she is doing there. Yet he notices that she is not the Reaper he knew from his past life, and he doesn't know whether her identity is the same. However, his opponent is not interested in conversation. Like a shadow, she moves, and attacks from behind, grazing the main character. Yet Tiny states that she won't escape. Therefore, he tries to hit her with his hammer. However, the opponent uses an illusion step. Tiny thinks this is bad because he and the wolf have been running non-stop since Karina. Therefore, he doesn't have enough magical energy now. Then he is attacked with arrows, which makes him uneasy, yet he still manages to use his iron barrier shield. However, his problems are increasing because his body is struggling due to the enemy's shadow poison. This is really bad, yet Tiny does not want to die here. However, he thinks that he shouldn't kill one of the 10 future warriors either. Tiny then questions why the Imperial family shadow came after him, and waits for an answer. Even though it takes a while, she questions how the main character knows this. That's when he realizes he got her. And he notices that she is inexperienced because the Reaper he knew would never have responded. Therefore, this is his only way out. Tiny questions whether she thinks that's all he knows, because he also knows that the magical circuit technique she learned comes from the Shadow Law. The enemy states that she is the only one who knows that technique. Therefore, she questions how he knows it, too. The main character thinks that he knows this because she herself told him in his past life. And currently, Tiny has also learned similar techniques. Therefore, he quickly concludes that he must use all the remaining magical energy within him until his opponent fires a spear. Tiny thinks he should copy that technique as much as possible. With his wolf, he moves even faster. The opponent notices is the main character now using illusion steps and wonders whether he is telling the truth. Yet through this, Tiny realizes that the enemy has taken the bait. However, he thinks that he cannot use this again. Then he tells the enemy that he comes from the same place as her. She then questions whether he is Tiny, the bright warrior, the Morse. Tiny wonders what's with this reaction. The enemy states she thought it was just a false rumor, yet questions whether he is really a descendant of the family. The main character answers yes. Then the enemy approaches stating she thought it wasn't true. She states she didn't know there was any other descendant of the Morse family besides herself. Tiny didn't know that she was a descendant of the Morse family, and the Luna he knew never mentioned that. Luna states she thought there were no others besides her, because they told her she should serve the Imperial family and return to the region. Everything she did was for her family, and she cannot kill someone from her own family. However, she questions how Tiny knew that she was working for the Imperial family. Now he is in trouble and thinks that Luna may not be great at conversation, yet she is not stupid. Therefore, he states that only the Imperial family and Valencia know that he went to Karina. If someone tries to kill him, there is a high chance it is the Imperial family. Apparently, she believed it, and Tiny feels more relieved. Anyway, he questions why she ambushed him. Luna states that she simply followed the Emperor's orders and was commanded to kill him before he reached Karina if possible. If she didn't kill him while he was returning, she wouldn't have another chance. Yet she doesn't know the reason for it. The main character realizes that the reason is obvious. Her real target must be Valencia, not him. He also knows that the demon worshippers are still around. They almost destroyed all of Karun and are now fighting among themselves for power. This makes Tiny wonder whether they should really be protecting this kind of imperial family. Therefore, he tells Luna that she should go back home as soon as possible and questions what Luna is going to do. This leaves her a little embarrassed. Tiny states that he is only 14 years old and that she looks older, therefore he treated her formally. Then she hugs Tiny, calling him brother, and is happy to have a family and to no longer be alone. This makes Tiny feel guilty, and he thinks about apologizing someday. Soon he questions what she will do about her mission with the Imperial family. Luna responds that she can handle it. Tiny feels bad in many different ways, seeing the girl like that. Somewhere else, the cult leader is shocked to discover that the Morse child was hit by the bombs and still survived. Not only that, yet one of them states that this child will arrive in the settlement in 3 days and will inform the settlement about the bombs. However, one of them questions whether anyone would even believe the child, as it was hard even for them to believe it, despite seeing it with their own eyes. The child also went to the settlement without revealing his identity, and no one would believe him. Yet the leader states that that Morse child is too unpredictable and orders them to accelerate the plan. One of them states that this could affect their future, and questions when the Imperial family will gather again. However, the leader disagrees. He states that the Imperial family does not gather only during the wedding. The cult leader states that they will have a rehearsal one day before the wedding for etiquette rules. All the members of the royal family except the Emperor will be there, therefore they can use that opportunity. One of them questions what they should do about the Emperor. The leader states to let the Blue Fox take care of him. The scene shifts to the second queen. Cardia states that the plan has changed again due to the sudden change. She is no longer sure whether they are still reliable. Her lover tells her not to worry about anything because they are completely prepared. It would be fine even if it happened a day earlier, and they will take care of that troublesome emperor. Then she states that this would be good for both of them. The queen questions whether the emperor is a nuisance to them. She states that person only got his position because he was the eldest, even though he didn't have much power. She also states that he is not a person someone like Gruel, her lover and leader of the royal family's cavalry, should fear. Gruel states that the emperor is not a problem by himself, yet the spellcaster is loyal to him, along with the blue blood spellcaster, are the real issue. The queen states they must not forget the royal family's assassins. Her lover questions whether that is just a rumor. Furious, the queen responds that it is not. She states those cursed ones ruined her family, and she witnessed everything with her own eyes. She saw her parents, brothers, and sisters being killed by the shadow, and she asserts that her lover should at least understand why she is going this far, claiming that he knows better than anyone. Gruel states that the few days they have will decide their fate, and states that if everything goes well, their child will become the emperor. Cardia states that if instead they fail, it will be the end for everyone. Her lover states he is well aware of that. In the emperor's chamber, he also becomes aware of the change in plans as his mysterious advisor appears, and states that they have confirmed that the second queen altered the date for the barrier stone's entry into the inner palace. They plan to act the day before the wedding. The emperor knows that the day of the rehearsal is the last moment when the entire royal family gathers before the wedding, yet he states he will not be there. His advisor states that he suspects they will attempt to ambush the emperor there, yet they have not yet discovered how many will be present. Yet that does not matter to the emperor, as he states that nothing the filth influenced by demons attempts can succeed. However, he states that the real problem is Asgard, and these lowly beings cannot handle him. Then he questions whether the mysterious advisor can take care of it. He responds that his priority is the emperor's safety, yet the emperor himself states that he already has other plans. Then the advisor states that if it is about the emperor's authority, he does not believe they can deal with the Duke of Valencia immediately. The emperor tells the advisor to monitor the situation and report back to him, and if he believes this will not compromise his safety, he can go handle Asgard. He also states that if that is not enough, he may take Ludwig with him just to ensure success. The mysterious advisor hesitates, and the emperor states that if he has nothing more to report, then he should leave. Yet before leaving, he reports that the Karina rebellion has been suppressed. Furious, the emperor then questions whether the child from Valencia, who borrowed the sacred artifact, survived and handled the situation in Karina. The advisor states they have plans to prevent him from returning and tries to reassure the emperor. Yet the emperor states he is not angry just because of a single child, because this means that those damned Valencians gained an achievement without losing a single person. The advisor apologizes for the mistake, yet it is of no use, as the emperor states that he will personally assign him to take care of those damned Valencians. Elsewhere, the first prince is informed of the situation. His servant states that Gruel gathered the warriors and changed the plan. He also believes the enemies will act a day before the wedding, rather than during the ceremony itself. Soon the prince realizes that they are targeting the rehearsal day. Then he questions whether his father will be present. The servant responds that his collaborator stated he would take care of it. The prince questions whether the collaborator is some demon worshipper. The servant offers to intervene, yet the prince states that the demon worshippers cannot harm his father without help from the inside, because as long as the blue blood spellcaster Ludwig is present, it will not be easy. He states that his uncle will be by his father's side because the emperor never placed a warrior beside him. It has been decades since the emperor started looking down on the warriors because of Valencia. The firewood he piled up has now ignited a fire strong enough for the queen to take part in the grand betrayal alongside the leader of the royal family's cavalry. And to prevent the plan the emperor had been preparing, the prince wonders why his father ended up this way. Then he tells his servant Ixalan that it is not a bad decision to cut off the corrupt part of the royal family using this situation, especially now that he does not have to dirty his own hands. Ixalan is startled by the prince's stance. Bradley states that they will stick to the plan. Yet instead he tells Ixal to inform the Valencia family to go to the Crane Palace where the ceremony will be held the day before. And as for his father-in-law, he will explain the plan himself. Next, we see Chloe lying in her bed, stating that it was better when she had non-stop bridal lessons because now she is bored. Vivian states that she kept complaining that there was too much to do. Yet now Chloe states that the lunar wolf is not there, nor are there any cute children like Tiny to distract her. This awakens a new feeling in Vivian, because she still sees Chloe as a child even though she is about to get married. Chloe then questions why Vivian, before she gets old, does not confess to Genus. This makes her extremely embarrassed as Vivian claims that she only sees him as her leader. Yet Chloe knows that is not true. Vivian states that Genus is a genius who reached challenger rank at 30 years old besides being handsome, yet she insists that that is all. Then Chloe questions whether she wants her to talk to Night Genus on her behalf. Vivian, irritated, responds no. Following this, Chloe states she envies her because her friend can date whoever she wants. Vivian questions whether she does not like having to marry the crown prince. The princess responds that it is not quite that. She states that she had many privileges thanks to her family, therefore she had to do her part for them. Vivian questions whether that is really all. Chloe states that if she eventually had to get married, she would do it for her family. Besides, her fiancé is also royalty. She also tells Vivian to date several guys in her place and that she will talk to Genus on her behalf. Yet her friend does not like the conversation going in that direction again. Right then, the prince appears at her entrance, stating that he would like to talk about something. Quickly, Chloe prepares to receive him. Then, Prince Bradley enters, noticing that Vivian was also present. Straight to the point, tells Chloe that he needs to talk about something very important with her. Returning to the main character and his wolf. They have already run a lot, and even though they are tired, they have reached their destination. Tiny just wanted to report everything to the Duke and eat until the Duke's children approached him. The main character questions why, and they state that their father wanted them to deliver a message. He stated that the date has changed and Tiny must head straight to the wedding as soon as he arrives at the location where the rehearsal will take place. The priest warns everyone about the start of the wedding rehearsal and tells them to remain silent for now, and advises them to be careful not to make any mistakes during the royal ceremony. Before that, one of the cultists told an infiltrator that when the plan began, he should channel mana into this sphere and throw it, as it would then summon the destroyer. Gruel, the infiltrator, asks if there will be a signal for that, but the cultist simply says that he will know when the time comes. He was a bit confused. He even met with the Duke before and noticed that he was very cautious. He wonders if the Duke knows something. Either way, he needs to get him out of there. Then he calls for Estriel, saying that the Duke of Valencia is acting suspiciously, and that he thinks he knows something. Then Gruel gives instructions on what to do from a distance. The Duke notices that the two are plotting something, and wonders what they are trying to do. The Duke thinks that no matter how cautious he tries to be, does not sense any dark energy from the demon worshippers nearby, nor any strange mana. He has been observing them as the Crown Prince requested. During the preparation for the rehearsal, the prince managed to get a moment alone with the Duke and warned him that there would be a coup during the rehearsal. Bradley said that the second queen and the leader of the cavalry joined forces with the demon worshippers to start a coup on that day. The Duke then asks if they should postpone the rehearsal. The prince replies that they should not because if they act recklessly, they will lose everyone. With this, the Duke asks how the prince can gamble with the lives of his relatives. He says that is why he called for the Duke because he wants him to protect his family. After that, the Duke asks if it is possible that the Emperor also knows about this. The prince responds that he does, but does not show any concern. That is why the Duke finds it abnormal and thinks this is not just about the demon worshippers. Bradley still does not understand how they plan to do this. A coup with just Gruel and the royal knights. even if they have the demon worshippers backing them. As long as the barrier is around the royal palace, they would not dare to enter. However, the prince is certain that they would find another way. He thinks that he shouldn't worry too much about it. Even if something goes wrong, he has the support of his father-in-law. After this reflection, he picks up a knife and wishes to focus on his plan. But then his younger brother, Tanel, appears asking if the prince no longer wants to get married. Bradley knows that the youngest cannot inherit the golden eye of the Asian royal family. He doesn't know if that is the reason, but he knows the child is the most innocent. And from this day forward, the child will also hold a grudge against him. So he tries to hide it. But his brother notices that the prince is not well. Bradley tells the youngest that there are just many things to think about as one gets older, that he shouldn't worry about him now. So the young one feels more at ease and congratulates his brother on the wedding as he thinks he won't have the chance to say it to him the next day. The prince thanks Tan Tol until the duke shouts. He sees his sons and remembers that he told them not to come there, but they say this is about what was said earlier. Even so, the duke would rather not see them there until one of them reveals that they are with the Moonwolf. The other says that only direct family members and palace personnel can enter, which is why Tiny is not with them. He is waiting alongside the other knights of Valentia. The duke then says that they can return now until suddenly the mini Moonwolf jumps into his hand. Through this, they communicate, making him realize that Tiny has acquired a powerful artifact but is out of mana. He also becomes aware of the other details. After that, someone appears beside the duke, saying there is something he would like to know. Hesterwell says that they have received information that there may be people who will cause trouble during the rehearsal, and states that there is an order not to allow anyone inside except for the imperial family and workers, even though this bothers him. Well says that it is all for their safety and asks for understanding. The duke asks how he dares to treat the bride's father like a criminal. Estriel says that he is merely following orders. Yet the duke draws his sword and asks whose order this is, stating that whether this sword will be unscathed or not depends on his answer. Some people around begin to notice the commotion. Immediately, the prince rushes over to intervene. Estriel apologizes to the prince, claiming that he and the duke only had a misunderstanding. However, the duke points his sword at his throat, asking how he dares to ignore his authority, and again he asks whose order this is. The prince tries to calm the duke and says that he believes this precaution is excessive. He does not agree that his father-in-law should be expelled from the wedding and orders Estriel to stand down. However, he apologizes once more, stating that the knights only follow the emperor's orders. With this, he answers the duke's question and says that because of this, even though the duke is who he is, if he does not cooperate, it will be considered treason. While the duke is being reprimanded, the protagonist controlling the wolf takes the opportunity to slip away. He is worried about the old man, but must deal with the explosives first. Tiny saw what they looked like, though he imagines he can find them easily, and he also needs to find a way to get rid of them, so he quickly moves with the wolf. Back at the duke, he is still furious about being expelled from the rehearsal. However, the prince says that if this is truly what his father wants, and they have no choice but to follow the order, so he tries to convince the duke to withdraw. Seeing this, Rule thinks that the prince may know something, but that does not matter. As long as he does not waste the bombs on the duke, most of the nobles will die. Outside the venue, the duke says that these rebels are using the emperor's name. Bradley states that he is aware of this, but has no justification to stop them now. Even if he tried to verify what his father said, it would be too late. However, the duke asks what would happen to the nobles inside if they left them with the enemies, because the enemies are using artifacts they have never heard of, and the people are in danger without even knowing it. The prince says that to cut off the rotten flesh, one must be prepared to sacrifice some fresh flesh. He also says that he has a much greater plan, so he asks the duke to calm down. Shortly after the church bell rings, the priest asks for everyone's attention and says that there was a problem outside, but that has already been resolved and they can continue with the ceremony. Soon he announces the star of the day, Princess Chloe von Valencia. As soon as she arrives, her beauty dazzles everyone present, including her fiancé. who extends his hand to her. Chloe thanks him for his kindness. Thus, they prepare to proceed. However, the prince notices something strange. The priest prepares to continue, until someone backstage, one of the servants in charge of the preparations, lights the candles on the cake, saying he almost forgot them. Nearby, the lunar wolf rests. Through him, Tiny thinks his task would be easy, but it didn't go as he imagined, since everything in this place makes the mission of finding the explosive spheres difficult, and they might have painted them to disguise their true color. Soon, the protagonist is unable to determine which spheres are the right ones and becomes confused about what to do until someone near the cake begins to notice a strange smell. Other servants also notice it, having never smelled anything like it before. They try to guess what it is until the protagonist realizes that this is suspicious. Using the wolf's sense of smell, he tries to identify the scent they are talking about. Then he discovers what he was looking for, the explosive spheres. Realizing that they are hidden inside the cake, he rushes toward them as he must get rid of them all before they explode. The wolf stealthily moves through the crowd, and while the priest continues the rehearsal ceremony, some people begin to feel something brushing against their legs. Tiny realizes that this will be very difficult to do discreetly, and he has no choice but to do it in the most abrupt way possible. So he transforms the wolf into its larger state, trying to push people away from the cake. With a roar and his fangs, he frightens them, even going so far as to crush the celebration cake. From a distance, Gruel watches the whole scene, and upon seeing the wolf grabbing the spheres, he wonders if this is the signal he was warned about. He notices that the wolf does not seem to be acting hostile toward the nobles, so he concludes that this is interference. Meanwhile, the protagonist tries to gather all the spheres and believes it is not too late to escape with them, as he only needs to spit them out away from the location. However, Gruel does not intend to let him escape. Soon he attacks, and one of the spheres slips from the wolf's grasp. The protagonist sees it escape and panics. As soon as it hits the ground, it explodes in full force. At that moment, the Emperor sees the explosion occur. His brother says that the demon worshippers have developed some new artifacts. However, the real damage is still unclear. But the Emperor says it doesn't matter, as collateral effects like the death of some family members are not a problem. His brother tells him that the prince and his fiancée were also there. However, the Emperor does not care and says that if they are dead because of this, ends up becoming a great justification for him. After regaining his lost authority over the nobles, he wants to conquer the entire continent, and this will be the perfect reason to start a war. His brother strongly disapproves of the Emperor's judgment, but he knows he cannot do anything about it. After the explosion, debris is scattered everywhere. Gruel stands up and shouts, "Death to the royalty!" This signals his men to take action. He then realizes that this was indeed the sign. It was hard to miss. Soon thinks it's time for more explosions. Meanwhile, the prince worries about his fiancée as he lost sight of her in the chaos. He searches for her and sees that many nobles have already perished. The prince expected some risks, but this is too much for him. He even recalls his conversation with the Duke, but he realizes this went beyond expectations. The day before, he had a conversation with Ixalan. Ixalan told him that the next day the Emperor would be killed by the demon worshippers. However, if that did not happen, he ordered his personal bodyguard to put an end to it himself. Back in the present, Bradley thinks he almost died without putting his plan into action. Around him, he sees several nobles dying. Filled with rage over all of this, he tries to fight back, counterattacking the assassins, even surprising them. With his boldness, Bradley can only think of his fiancée, but he knows he must calm down first. He has prepared a foolproof plan for her and knows that his father-in-law will arrive soon. So, he first wants to focus on surviving and not letting all these deaths be in vain. However, what he did not expect was that demons would appear as well, and he becomes utterly terrified upon seeing them up close. In the same place, Genus was also caught off guard by the explosion. He received the order to enter as Chloe's knight, and he thinks that the Duke also didn't know what was going to happen until he notices something coming from above, and dodges at the last second before being hit by debris. Genus feels lethargic after the explosion and thinks his mana is being restricted. But thanks to the artifact Tiny gave him, he manages to resist a little longer. Then Chloe, accompanied by Vivin, approaches, and Genus is happy to see that they are safe. Chloe says they don't have much time and hands him a sword. She then tells him to follow her because they are going after the prince. However, shortly after, the princess also spots the demons. Not only that, but she sees Bradley fighting them. The prince faces the enemy head-on and is about to be struck until Chloe calls upon the power of the goddess and appears just in time to intervene. Through her power, she attacks them, even surprising her fiancé, until Vivin tells her not to let her guard down and to be careful, because right after, danger returns. More demons emerge and head toward the couple, but this time it is Genus who intervenes. Chloe even drops her weapon to the ground, and Genus tells her to run and leave it to him. He intended to cut the enemy's neck, but missed due to the restriction on his mana. Genus thinks he can't handle all of them at the same time, so at least he wants to buy more time for the others to escape. Then the demon attacks again, and Genus counterattacks with his advanced combat skills. The demon is struck from multiple directions, as Genus uses attack variations, striking it in different ways. Bradley witnesses the Storm Knight up close, even after being hit in multiple ways. The demon still has energy left. Genus realizes what is coming, as the enemy self-destructs, able to attack any longer. This causes Genus to be thrown into the air, and another demon charges toward the couple. Vivin takes the lead and doesn't leave them unprotected. However, she warns the princess about another demon approaching from above, so the prince protects her. The demon attacks from above, making them fall to the ground. In their last conversation, Bradley warned Chloe about a coup that would take place on the day of the rehearsal. At the time, she suggested postponing the event, but he disagreed, claiming that he had already discussed it with her father-in-law and said he had a plan that would change the fate of the empire. However, he did not intend to put his fiancée in danger. That's why he gave her a bracelet, saying it was an artifact given to the imperial prince called Defensio. Along with it, the prince made a promise that regardless of what happened on the day of the rehearsal, his fiancée would be protected from any danger. Outside, the protagonist is coughing up blood. He even passed out because of the explosion. The impact he suffered was so great that he lost connection with the wolf. Still, Tiny thinks he did quite a lot and believes the old man can handle the rest. Speaking of him, the Duke is at the door begging the guards to let him through, claiming he won't stay there after hearing the sound of the explosion. But one of the guards says that it is the cavalry's responsibility to take care of that place, and that the people inside will handle it, so no more people are needed. However, Duke only gets more irritated upon hearing that. Thinking of his daughter, he intends to draw his sword. But at the last moment, he hesitates and tells the guards they'd better take care of the situation. Seeing this, the protagonist asks why the Duke didn't act, and wonders if he is really the same old Asgard he knows. Tiny notices that the old man is different, so he walks up to him to observe more closely. Yet after seeing the protagonist in front of him, the Duke tells him to wait, but Tiny completely ignores him and heads for the door. The guards try to stop him, but he doesn't listen and strikes them. The Duke doesn't like this and says that if they attack, it will be considered treason. Tiny, however, doesn't care. He says that what matters is not the reasons behind his actions, but what he can do from now on. The Duke definitely didn't expect this. Then the guards charge at the protagonist, calling him a traitor. With that, the Duke says he has finally caused a problem and now owes him for this. So he finally decides to draw his sword and help the boy. He thinks he can only act this way thanks to the protagonist now having the motivation he needed. After fighting for a bit, they defeat the guards. Soon the Duke tells the Knights of Valencia present to go rescue the prince and princess. Thus, they obey the order. Tiny tells the old man that they can't waste any more time and need to enter as well. Then the two suddenly see a hurricane of energy and recognize it as Genus's. The Duke sees Tiny advancing and asks what he intends to do. He doesn't even respond and just rushes toward the location, jumping over the guards. However, Duke also advances, defeating the opponents, saying that Tiny's actions are foolish because he is not strong enough to face an imperial barrier. But Tiny disagrees with that statement, and to prove the Duke wrong, The protagonist waits for the right moment. Then, with absurd speed, he shoots forward, executing a gravitational property reversal. With that, he achieves what he wanted, using this force to increase the impact of his hammer. Thus, his next attack comes even stronger with a lightning strike. Tiny causes a massive impact at the entrance of the place. Even the prince and princess inside see him arriving. The protagonist opened a hole in the wall, using it not only to enter but also to impress the old man. However, the Duke doesn't even care about that, as he only thinks about getting inside and helping his daughter. The Duke immediately starts attacking the enemies. Alongside him, Vivian also attacks, but she ends up getting struck while covering the Duke. Then Chloe shouts for her father to dodge. Quickly, he proves that his reflexes are sharp, and using his family's secret fencing technique, he slices through the demons in his way. Thus, he eliminates the demons that surrounded the couple. After that, he tells the prince that he doesn't know about his plans. Regardless, he says that the prince cannot put his daughter's life at risk. Bradley tries to argue with his father-in-law, saying that's not what he's thinking. Even so, the Duke says that he can settle his debt by taking good care of his daughter in the future. Clue becomes extremely embarrassed upon hearing that. In any case, the Duke says they are almost done, until Tiny alerts him about a sudden enemy, and immediately the Duke strikes, displaying his precise speed. But right after, he realizes the problems are far from over. On the ceiling of the hall, shadowy creatures observe them. Bradley tries to tell them to retreat, but even injured. The Duke says that the Emperor's shadows, the ones he heard rumors about, are here. He also says that they were not the only ones using this event as an opportunity. From afar, the Emperor watches everything as the mages have conjured a type of magical vision for him. And the Emperor says that he can finally witness the last moments of the bastard and Valencia. After watching all of this, the Emperor tells his brother Ludwig that it was a good idea to send the shadows as he suggested, and that thanks to him, this was possible. He also says that as soon as they die, he will personally kill the nobles one by one and make the entire empire his. For the Emperor, it would be ideal if those who went there to suppress the rebellion also perished. His brother says that the Frostfire mage would not die so easily. The Emperor knows that, but he wishes for the mage's death so that his brother can gain full control over the Imperial Magic Tower. He also says that he will have to deal with the child before the bastard of Valencia. However, his brother does not agree with the Emperor's plans. Before this, he spoke with the prince as they devised a plan to kill the Emperor. Ludwig believed that the task was impossible unless they found a way to neutralize the Emperor's staff. He said that although it seemed like just a decorative item, it was the opposite. The Emperor had no talent for magic and also never properly learned fencing due to the Duke of Valencia, so he protects himself with various magical artifacts. Against someone like Ludwig, that would be useless. However, the staff is different. It is an artifact that absorbs the mana of any mage in the magic tower, including Ludwig. However, there is a way to circumvent that. Back in the present, the Emperor sees that there are demons in his chamber. They didn't just stay in the banquet hall, but invaded other rooms as well. He immediately becomes furious with his servants and asks why they are not protecting his palace. Ludwig says that with the defenses in the Emperor's chamber, can easily fight against lower-ass mages, but they will need his artifact for it to work efficiently. Then his brother asks to borrow an artifact, suggesting the staff. At this point, the Emperor is not thinking clearly, so he throws the staff on the ground, telling the others to go take care of it already. Thus, Ludwig gets exactly what he wanted, thinking that the Emperor is even more foolish than he imagined. Now he has become vulnerable to magical attacks. Back to the Duke, he keeps the couple safe until the shadows attack him. Even so, he maintains his defensive stance. As soon as they get close, the Duke strikes, revealing the shadowy figures of the enemies who attacked him. The shadow assassins fall to the ground, for they have been struck by the Duke, and their ability to move through the shadows weakens. Surprisingly, the Duke realizes that they are still alive, but before he can do anything, Vivian rushes toward the enemies even as he tells her not to do it. She attacks the shadowy foes and even manages to hit one of them. However, due to her carelessness, she is struck by one of the assassins. but Tiny appears right after to help. The protagonist says that normal attacks don't work on these enemies. His mana is being suppressed. Bradley says the Queen must have something to do with it because she must have altered the flow of the Imperial barrier, driving the demons mad. He also says these enemies are not demon worshippers, but rather his father's special guard units, and they seem to have only one target, which is precisely the Duke. Right after, they notice a tremor in the ground, which startles them both. The prince says it is coming from the center of the palace where his father's office is. Then the Duke tells Tiny to go save the Emperor. He asks why he should do that. The Duke replies that there is no need for a reason, cause this is the only way they will have an excuse to eliminate the Imperial Knights. With that, the protagonist agrees and says he will return soon, and warns him not to die. Bradley thinks that if Tiny goes now, Ixalan will arrive first. With that, his plan is working. Speaking of Ixalan, he wonders if the demon worshippers are also after the Emperor. Soon he prepares to leave and tells his men not to forget the mission assigned by the prince until suddenly someone appears saying they are a bit lost. Back to Ludwig, he notices that there is still some resistance against his magic, and it seems the staff is not far enough away. He wonders if he was too impatient, and also thinks that because of the Queen, he had to use a lot of mana to alter the flow of the barrier. Either way, it doesn't matter because the man who took the staff works for him. The Emperor is trapped, and he asks if his brother is also a demon worshipper. Ludwig asks if he looks anything like those worthless scum. The Emperor responds by saying that he is just a pig with a talent for shouting. His brother says he is doing what he has the right to do as the true heir of the Asen family. He wants to take the Emperor's place, claiming that he is only there because he was born rich and is nothing more than an incompetent piece of trash. He also says it would have been more peaceful for the Emperor if he had died years ago, but now he will die in pain because of his dependence on artifacts. Ludwig says that once the Emperor dies at the hands of the demon worshippers, he will become the next Emperor and everything will return to its rightful place. However, the Emperor suddenly disappears from his sight as a cloud of smoke fills the area. The protagonist arrives and causes all of this and asks Ludwig if he was the one responsible for the disaster at the Imperial Palace. Ludwig says he has never seen the protagonist before and asks who he is. Sarcastically, Tiny responds that it's none of his business. However, the mage attacks him, calling him an arrogant brat. He also says that Tiny entered with confidence and asks who he thinks he is. Tiny tries to attack him from above, but the mage says he is not what he expected. With his magic, he pulls the protagonist down to the ground. The protagonist braces himself on the ground and wasn't expecting the mage's power to be this strong. Then, right after, he narrowly avoids being hit by an enemy strike, but his dodge wasn't enough because another strike follows, and this time it hits him. Tiny is forced against the wall. With that, Mage prepares to attack again. The protagonist realizes that this mage is at least 6th circle level, but how he keeps using magic without feeling any drain remains a mystery. Tiny keeps dodging the magical attacks, until one of them almost hits him again, and causes an explosion when it strikes the wall. The protagonist notices that the mage's spell-casting speed is extremely high, but he can sense the flow of mana. His opponent is excessively using the mana leaking from the Imperial barrier. Detecting this, the protagonist concludes that it is possible to predict the attacks. So, he charges toward the mage, thinking that he can now fight back. He uses the property of gravity development reversal. Along with that, he also utilizes gravity transformation. The mage prepares to attack, but the protagonist senses what he is about to do. He quickly realizes where he needs to go and when to dodge the attacks. With this, he not only manages to advance, but also predict the mage's movements. For a brief moment in the fight, the mage thought he had caught the protagonist, but Tiny was smarter than him. Through his ability, he knew exactly where the mage would attack. With his gravity massively increased, he was able to deflect the enemy's attack. Not satisfied, the mage continues attacking and causes explosions with his fireballs. Ludwig tells the protagonist that he should have chosen the right opponent. He also says that he was in the middle of something important for the Empire. Meanwhile, Tiny thinks that luckily the enemy didn't notice what he did, because if he had been even a second late in pulling his body downward with gravity, he would have undoubtedly been crushed. Fortunately, his opponent let his guard down, and now Tiny has a chance. Thus, he charges toward the enemy and appears behind him, surprising him. The mage thought the protagonist was already dead, yet he still managed to move, even after being hit by a fire whirlwind that left him nearly unconscious. Ludwig thinks he can't waste any more time and needs to finish this quickly. He just wants the protagonist to die already. Meanwhile, Tiny's plan didn't go as expected, and he wonders if he will survive the enemy's next attack. But before the mage can act, an arrow is shot in his direction. Grid appears and apologizes for the delay, claiming that the path to the Osran Palace is complicated. Upon seeing the Master of Weapons, the mage asks what he is doing there. Tiny complains about the delay and Grid apologizes, saying he wasn't very courteous. Regardless, he didn't expect the opponent to be the blue-blooded mage. He also realizes that the protagonist wasn't aware of the mage's identity. Tiny confirms it. If that's the case, Grid says that the protagonist won't mind if he kills the mage. Ludwig tells Grid that this is interference in internal affairs, and that if he withdraws now, he might consider overlooking the situation. Grid asks if he really calls this an internal affair after tying up the Emperor like that. He also questions who boasts about an internal conflict to someone from an opposing faction. Thus, the mage realizes he has no other choice and attacks, stating that the Master of Weapons is perfect for the role of the Emperor's assassin. Grid notices that the opponent is using flames against him, and remarks that there is a limit to how much someone can underestimate him. However, the protagonist warns him about an attack coming from behind. The Master of Weapons quickly dodges and mocks the enemy's magic. This enrages the mage. Immediately, he reveals his next attack coming from above, stating that the previous one was just a distraction. Tiny counterattacks the mage, further infuriating him. The mage quickly conjures a magic shield and inside it prepares to attack again. Behind the protagonist, stones suddenly appear, catching him by surprise. The mage is pleased to have finally cornered him, but before he can act, Grid appears to defend Tiny. He attacks the mage to push him away. Annoyed by this, the enemy counterattacks. Grid wasn't expecting such a quick reaction. As a result, he was hit by the opponent. Not only that, but the mage immediately prepared a fire attack and hurled it toward the Master of Weapons. Grid barely managed to escape, something that did not please the mage in the slightest. He tries to strike Grid in every possible way, but the Master does not back down. He uses his weapons to counterattack while simultaneously defending against the enemy's assaults. The mage dodges an arrow, mocking that Grid's last move was desperate and predictable. However, the Master of Weapons disagrees. The arrow he shot cleared the way for the protagonist, and as soon as Tiny is free, he charges at the mage with his hammer. The blow he delivers causes another explosion in the area. Sometime later, the Emperor is freed. He immediately asks if the mage is dead. Grid confirms it unless his legs can move on their own. The Emperor is still furious about the betrayal. He struggles to believe that Ludwig betrayed him, and asks how he dares to do such a thing. He asks if Ludwig truly thought nothing would happen to him for this, and states that he himself made his brother the head of the Imperial Tower, besides having been used and now having his trust betrayed. The Emperor claims that Ludwig deserved this. After his moment of fury, he sits down and says that he observed the fight between Grid and the unknown knight. He also says that they did a good job and will be rewarded, but Grid says that is unnecessary, because he only did a favor for a friend, the Duke of Valencia. Hearing this makes the Emperor even angrier, and he asks who the Duke thinks he is. Send someone to save him. He declares that he is the ruler of this country, the pinnacle of omnipotent power that can do anything. That is his destiny, not the Duke's. The Emperor asks how long the Duke will keep interfering in his life and how long he will continue being compared to him. Grid and Tiny notice that the Emperor is in shock until he suddenly asks if the protagonist is one of them. He says that Valencia is a harlot and must be working with the demon worshippers to take the throne, and concludes that the Duke is planning to become a hero after pretending to save him. The Emperor claims that he cannot be made a fool of, but his behavior worries Grid. However, the Emperor tells him to stay away, calling him an ally of Valentia and stating that he is destined to rule and does not need any help. He also says that it is only a matter of time before that alliance belongs to him. But then the Emperor sees Grid draw his sword. The Master of Weapons states that as the heir of the main lineage of the Alliance and a descendant of the ancient fairies cannot simply ignore what he just heard and asks if he should consider this a declaration of war. Tiny tries to calm Grid down, saying that the Duke will take care of everything and he doesn't need to worry. Grid then says that in any case he is just a guest in a foreign land now and thanks the knight for his words. The protagonist is surprised to be called a knight by the Master of Weapons. Then Grid says that he has no interest in interfering with what happens next and leaves the place. Tiny then thinks that in some way he has been acknowledged. The Emperor sees the prince's escort arriving and is happy to imagine that his son is near. Ixalan thanks Tiny and says he will take care of things from now on. Before leaving, Emperor asks for his name and the protagonist introduces himself as Tiny of Valencia. Once again, the Emperor becomes enraged upon hearing where he is from and orders him to leave. Tiny does not have a good feeling about this because he does not know what the Emperor is planning to do. So he leaves the Lunar Wolf behind as a spy. Ixalan sees the defeated blue-blooded mage and asks how that happened. The Emperor calls him and says he has something to announce. Then he appoints Ixalan as the leader of the Imperial Cavalry, and immediately gives him his first mission, which is to ensure that the Knight of Valencia does not leave there alive. After receiving the Emperor's order, Ixalan says that such leadership is too much for him and refuses the offer. He says that the Emperor does not even know his name, and before anything else could happen, he orders his men to capture the Emperor. The old man is startled and asks what they are doing, and if they are demon worshippers. Ixalan calls him by his name, Vincent Van Azron, the Dethroned, saying that he created chaos within the country due to personal feelings, and in a delusional scheme planned a war that put the nation in danger. As punishment for these sins, Ixalan declares that he will borrow the name of Bradley Van Azeron, the new emperor, to deliver the death sentence in his place to the sinner, Vincent Van Azran. The old man begs for his life, claiming that he will talk to the prince to resolve this, but his words have no effect. And the protagonist, Lunar Wolf, witnesses everything and sees with its own eyes the end of the emperor. After returning to the prince, Ixalan says he has taken care of the matter. Bradley asks if he made the right decision, and Ixalan confirms, saying that the dethroned one was preparing for a desperate war. He recalls the other day, when, along with Janice and his father-in-law, they were able to keep the princess safe. But the prince saw the strength of the troop, and his father wonders what he could do to make peace with them. Ixalan says that when he arrived at the scene, the Knights of Valencia, along with the Duke, and the Master of Weapons defeated all of them together. The prince then asks if the entire Shadow Troop is dead. Ixalan responds that yes, and says that fortunately the next leader is the second in command, and she left on another mission, which is why she is alive along with the rest of the troop. They follow an absolute rule that they must take orders only from the official emperor and said they would return after the coronation. The prince asks about the second queen, Cardia, and Guel. Ixalan responds that they were imprisoned shortly after the rebellion was suppressed. Bradley asks about his younger brother, Tinel. Ixalan replies that after the rebellion, Greywell kidnapped him and kept him imprisoned. The prince asks why Greywell would do that. Ixalan responds that Tanel is a bastard son of Ixalan with the second queen, and he is not the prince's blood-reated brother. Their goal was to start a coup and make Tanel the next emperor. The prince is shocked by this information. He doesn't know how to react, and on top of that, he has to handle things as the emperor. Thus, he would have to follow protocol and execute Cardia and Greywell. Ixalan says that the second prince Lot would oppose his mother's execution, but Bradley says they cannot leave any seeds of discord. However, that is not the only concern and asks what will be done about Tanel. The prince says that even though he is the result of an affair, he is still his brother, and for that reason he will let him live. Then he tells Ixalan to gather the others for a meeting, because he wants to properly reward the key figure in this event, not in a conventional way, but in a manner worthy of what was accomplished. Sometime later, in front of the new emperor, the protagonist asks if he can receive something extra as a reward. Bradley had offered him a transcendent weapon, and after hearing his request, he says that Tiny might not understand what that truly is, but Tiny certainly does. He even had one in his past life. In his thoughts, he notes that such weapons have strange properties, making it rare to find the right one. Noctur, which he will soon obtain, is enough. So he tells the new emperor that he has only one request to make. Bradley becomes anxious upon hearing the request. Tiny then wishes for the descendant of the Morse family, ranked below the imperial family, to be granted freedom. Ixalan says that she is the next leader of the Shadow Troop. He had mentioned before. The now emperor says he cannot guarantee that request, at least not immediately, because that girl has a task to fulfill first. However, after that, the emperor guarantees that her freedom will be granted then half a year. Tiny thanks him for granting his request, but the emperor says he cannot reward him with just that request, as it wouldn't be fair given everything that happened. Thus, along with that, may choose one of the transcendent weapons from the imperial palace. However, it is not something he can have just because the emperor allows it. The protagonist thinks that this was not part of his plan, but if that is the case, he will choose a weapon. A little later, he meets the Frostfire mage, who in turn also recognizes Tiny as the Radiant Knight. He says it is an honor to have him at the pillar of the magic tower, and now he will guide him to the storage, following the emperor's orders. Inside, the mage says that this is far from being just a noble treasure vault. Among all stoges, one has the highest security. Tiny wonders what kind of weapons the imperial family keeps there. He had never heard about it, because he had never been there in his past life. That's why he is so excited. Then, he realizes that the place does not store only weapons, but also riches. When the emoticon army arrived in his past life, the Empire spent all its wealth on the war. Not only all of humanity, but most of the war reinforcements from the Allied forces, which were composed of various races that came from the Empire. Tiny says that all of this is incredible, but the mage warns that it is still too soon to be surprised. However, that's not what Tiny is talking about. He is referring to a soul power present there. The protagonist thinks that perhaps the power he needs to become an aura master is right there, and that he would have regretted it and punched the ground if he had refused this opportunity. Then the mage reveals the transcendent weapons, but since the protagonist has not yet reached the superhuman level, he has gathered weapons that require different conditions for him. Tiny had imagined it would be incredible if they had even one of these weapons. The protagonist then approaches a pair of boots. However, the mage warns that they can only be used by someone who has reached the Blader class level before a certain age. 3 magical wind circles are always applied, and there is an effect that allows the user to utilize 7 magical circles once per week. In short, it makes the user faster. Upon hearing the mage describe in detail all the attributes of the item, the protagonist can only think that he talks too much. The mage knows that Tiny has reached the Blader class, but since he is already past the age requirement, cannot use this item due to its condition. However, the protagonist claims to be only 14 years old, so the mage asks if he would like to try the boots. He replies that he does like them, but he wants to look at the other items. Then he asks about the bracelet. The mage says that only a girl who can use third circle magic and is underage can equip it. He also explains that this item will strengthen the user. 6th circle magic once per day, 7th circle magic once per week, 8th circle magic once per month, and it also provides magical defense. The mage adds that there was also an explanation when this bracelet was discovered. An ancient transcendent crafted it to protect his own daughter. With that, the protagonist understands why the conditions are so specific, but he asks why the mage is presenting this item to him since he is not a girl. Either way, he moves on to the next item and mentions that he brought this one by chance. Its condition is an enigma. Only someone who controls the power of the soul and has a partnership with the soul can use it. Tiny knows he meets these requirements and says he will take the item, and he does so even without knowing its effects. However, as soon as he touches the item, it begins to disintegrate. Like magical dust, the item merges into the protagonist, transforming into a full suit of armor. Thus, the protagonist realizes that he was right. Not only did he meet the requirements, but he also suspects that this item will turn him into an aura master. Upon seeing the armor change shape, Mage is left wondering how the protagonist did that. Tiny asks what the ability of this armor is. The mage explains that it is proportional to the elementalist's level, the user's body or spirit, and the strength of their soul. All of these aspects increase with this armor. The protagonist begins to notice this, and he thinks that this is the key to becoming an aura master, something he could not achieve in his past life. Then he asks for the name of this armor. The mage says its name is Animus. After leaving the place, Protagonist finds the Duke waiting for him. He sees that Tiny has obtained a new set of armor and remarks that the boy was lucky to get a transcendent weapon that suits him. Tiny says it was like an unexpected fortune. Then the Duke mentions that Grid told him about what happened, and that he knows the Blue Mage was the one who started the disaster. The protagonist says that involving Grid quickly was a good decision, because otherwise he would have died if Grid hadn't shown up. Hearing this, the Duke feels satisfied. However, Tiny has doubts. He asks if that was all Grid said. Without receiving a response, he concludes that he will have to say what really happened. But as he begins to talk about the Emperor's death, the Duke tells him to stop, claiming that he should not know too much since he is his vassal, especially when it comes to defying a superior. After all, the less he knows, the better. Tiny thinks that the Duke seems different and that this is not the same man he knew in his past life. So he says that the enemies who used shadow powers were assassins sent by the Emperor. In response, the Duke states that he had already been informed of this by the prince. Tiny then asks if it isn't good for them, that the Emperor who is persecuting them is now dead, that they now hold the new Emperor's weakness. The Duke says that this is not something a mere vassal of the Empire should do. So, the protagonist asks if he is going to obey everything the Emperor orders, claiming that the Emperor tried to start a war, and Grid should have informed him of that. Such information catches the Duke off guard, and Tiny asks if even after knowing this, he would still follow the Empire, arguing that his blind loyalty prevented him from using his sword even when his own daughter was in danger. He states that the man he knew in his past life would have acted differently, and even if an innocent man had to be sacrificed, the Duke he knew would have taken action for the greater good. Angry, the Duke says that is something a person who wishes to save the world should never do. But the protagonist replies that those were the Duke's very own words in his past life. Tiny says that he and his group were only able to reach the gluttonous Monster King after sacrificing 3 of the 10 best knights as bait. He states that the plan was the Duke's and everyone followed it. At that moment, in pursuit of achieving his goal, the Duke was someone capable of carefully weighing what was most important. And for that reason, everyone trusted him, including Tiny. The Duke then asks if he really sacrificed innocent people. Tiny says that as far as he knows, no. But the Duke had previously stated that if it did happen, he would accept death as a form of atonement after his goal was achieved. The Duke says that after believing in Tiny, he thought he had prepared himself well. But now he believes his mind is still not ready. So he declares that he will change if necessary. That is all he can promise for now. These words leave the protagonist satisfied. He says that this is enough for the time being. After arriving home, Chloe was waiting for them. However, she is startled to see the protagonist so grown up, and she almost doesn't recognize him. Tiny reminds her that she saw him at the rehearsal ceremony, but she says she was too busy to notice him. Chloe says that the Tiny she knew was just a small and cute child. Vivian appears next and asks what is going on. Then Chloe points at the protagonist, and even Vivian is shocked to see him. Chloe is still in disbelief upon seeing him like this, but then the lunar wolf appears, and it helps her calm down a little. Tiny admits that he has indeed changed a lot. However, now she doesn't even want to acknowledge him. The Duke asks what is wrong with his daughter. Tiny says he isn't sure, but knows that she was frightened. After that, the Duke goes to the meeting room. He meets with Grid and tries to clarify some doubts. The Duke says that he heard from Tiny that the Emperor was plotting a war, and he learned what the Crown Prince's knights had done. Grid says he doesn't know the details and thought the Emperor had been killed by the traitor. The Duke says that's what the official report claims. The traitor Ludwig and Cardia allied with the demon worshippers and caused all of this, and all the traitors were executed. That's what the new Emperor stated, but the Duke says that's not what he wants to know. Grid says that the problem with the Duke is that he is too honest and asks if he really needs to hear the truth from his mouth to feel better. The Duke answers yes. Then Grid boldly states that the Emperor wanted the Duke to take the alliance into his hands. And being honest, Grid says that if he hadn't run into the Crown Prince's knights, he himself would have killed the Emperor. And judging by the Duke's facial expressions, he realizes that he would have done something as well. With that, the Duke says that if he had known earlier, he truly would have stopped him in another way. But the Master of Weapons says that he would only have wasted time dealing with an old and sick emperor. Grid remembers what the protagonist said, the disasters he spoke of, the same ones the Duke promised to help prevent. The current emperor announced that the previous one was killed by demon worshippers. Thus, the Empire is taking the risk of spreading chaos throughout the country to acknowledge the threat of the demon worshippers. That would not have been possible if the previous emperor were still alive, and he asserts that this is the best outcome the Duke could have in any scenario. Grid claims that he and the emperor share a similar trait. Neither of them is able to distinguish what truly needs to be done from what are merely personal feelings. He also says that if he hadn't challenged the Duke, and if the Duke hadn't convinced him to stay, his daughter would have died along with the Crown Prince. Then Grid asks if the Duke would still say that he did the right thing in this case. The Duke reflects on this and ends up agreeing. He then says that he should stop being so stubborn because things are becoming clearer to him now. That's why he says they will proceed with the next part of the plan. Already in the middle of the city, Aaron meets with the Duke and the protagonist. The Duke says that he called him there because he believes he is the right person. Garen replies that overseeing lands is nothing new to him, but this is the first time he has done this in disguise. The Duke says he was curious about the honest reaction of the people and tells Garen to speak with them as well. At first glance, he does not recognize Tiny due to his sudden change in appearance. Then the protagonist reminds him of the last time they met. Garen had not seen him for a few months, yet he is shocked by his growth. He also mentions that not only has his body changed, his face has also become more mature. The Duke interrupts the conversation, telling them to leave that for later. After that, Garen asks if the Emperor was really killed by Ludwig because he heard that the mage had allied with the demon worshippers, but he didn't think they had that much power. He wonders what will happen to the Empire now. Then he says that after the current Emperor's announcement, the number of fearful people has increased. That is because being attacked in the city that proudly claims to be the strongest, and the Emperor dying at the hands of the demon worshippers creates the belief that they are not safe from them anywhere in the world. The protagonist realizes that Garen only knows what has been publicly announced and is unaware of the truth. Garen says that with the Syrian Ecliptica as the center, state of alert regarding the demon worshippers is spreading. The Duke states that the current Emperor is also planning to announce the bomb, so other forces related to this empire will soon receive the news. Tiny thinks that most of the disasters he remembers are about internal wars, but if his identity is revealed, things will become even more difficult. The Duke himself says that from now on will be harder to act since the empire remains strong and stable. So perhaps they can mediate among the other four forces. What they have achieved this time was truly significant. He tells Tiny that he did very well. The protagonist is surprised by these words. However, the Duke warns him to be careful with his facial expressions, since they are trying not to draw attention. He then simply responds that it is an honor to be praised by the Duke. But this careless action causes his hood to slip off his head. Soon, people around them begin to notice the protagonist. They recognize him as the Radiant Knight who killed the traitor, and even identify the Duke of Valentia beside him. Angrily, the Duke says that Tiny has become quite famous. Karun remarks that at this rate it would be difficult to continue their conversation there and suggests moving to another location. Thus, they leave the area, and Tiny says that people will think he is a morse of ver. Garen asks what's wrong with being from a semi-noble family. After all, that family has already disappeared, and it shouldn't matter. Little do they know about the lie that Tiny once invented. The Duke asks when the protagonist became famous. Garen says it must have been when the new emperor ascended the throne. He announced to the entire country that Tiny did most of the work to save Karun and the Osran family. Tiny is not happy about this at all. But the Duke says it is better this way because the protagonist must go to Elfheim soon, so it's better for him to be famous when facing the elves. Speaking of which, Garen asks if there is any particular reason the Duke is sending the boy to Elfheim. The protagonist explains that the demon worshippers are after the sacred object, and he has to go there to convince the elves to protect it. Garen says there is no need for Tiny to get involved in this because he has a friend in Elfheim. This information catches both of them by surprise. They want to know more about it because the Duke had no idea that Garen had elf friends. He explains that when he traveled to the Rodman lands to hunt a monster, he met someone who was heading to Elfheim, and since then they have become friends. The protagonist asks how that even happened, and says that this person could have just said they wanted to be friends with Garen without meaning it. But Garen insists that's not the case because they had a long conversation before that, and in short, they ended up becoming friends. He says that of all people, Tiny should understand this, since they became friends in the same way. The protagonist truly does not understand how that happened, and Garen simply states that people become friends after openly talking with each other. He is somewhat indignant that even the Duke does not believe his story, so he shows an object he received from this supposed friend. Upon seeing the symbol, Tiny believes it to be real. Thus, the Duke makes a decision. He tells Garen to accompany Tiny on his journey to Elfheim. He also says he doesn't know if he will be of much help, but he has already sent Jay ahead. He then tells Tiny to look for him as soon as he arrives. Thus, they head to the kingdom and they promise to return soon. Tiny bids farewell to the Duke and directs his wolf to depart. The Duke hopes that the protagonist will achieve good results, as he has in the past. Elsewhere, the demon worshippers gather. One of them states that Ludwig died due to the protagonist's interference, and as soon as the emperor died, the crown prince took the throne. The leader says that this happened because of the arrogance of the mage who claimed he would handle everything. He blames the protagonist for everything, wondering how he knew about their plan. One of the cultists suggests that there might be a Dragoni spy among them. Bu, the leader, says that if that were the case, the emperor wouldn't have died, and he declares that the hero must be blessed by the goddess. The cultist asks if this means that the administrator of the imperfect world has initiated the Great Demon War and created another hero. Their leader says that there is no other explanation, and he asks if he remembers the story told by Malum. The cultist confirms that he does. That story tells of how the administrator could only see the predetermined fate of the imperfect world. By interfering too much, the world deviated from its destiny, breaking the boundary between dimensions. The true rulers are arriving earlier than they should. The world, having lost its cycle, will be destroyed sooner than it was meant to be. The being called the goddess once altered the world's fate, continuously cycles through destruction and creation, by creating a hero and bringing the demon into this world. Thus, those who believed in the goddess think they have won. But in reality, a trace proving otherwise was left behind when the demon station and the great labyrinth were created. The cultist states that if a new hero has been chosen now, the end of the world is even closer. Their leader says that because of this, their dream will become reality even sooner. However, the cultist reinforces the idea that there may still be a spy among them. Then the leader says that they can test that, and originally they had planned to go to Elfheim after dealing with the Empire. But their trump card, Elaine, died. So they will change their target to the Orc Alliance, where they have another ace prepared. If the hero goes to Elfheim, then he is truly the hero. But if he goes to Betor, the city of the orcs, that means there is still a spy among them. If their enemy heads straight for Elfheim, the leader says that his servant can handle it on his own. The servant agrees, stating that he will do it for the new world. After this, the leader thinks that if the person they suspect is truly the hero, he will not take responsibility by claiming it was part of the oracle's prophecy. Instead, he will kill that person. But if he goes to Badr, he will have to investigate properly, and he wonders where the Morse boy will go. Meanwhile, the protagonist is nearly at his destination. Garen says that they have arrived at the orc campaign and now they must hurry. Sometime later, the protagonist sees the most feared demons standing before him, ready to attack. He then lets out a startled scream. Terrified, he wonders if he has traveled through time again. But he quickly realizes that it was just a nightmare. The lunar wolf nudges him until Tiny notices that it is a full moon and gives the wolf permission to go wherever he wants. Luna reflects that it has been some time since he started adventuring with Tiny, and a lot has happened since then. After losing all his allies to the demon king of gluttony, who destroyed the world, Tiny was able to travel back in time with the help of the leader of the 10 greatest knights. But he arrived a little too late, and his sister Arena had already died. After avenging his sister's death by killing Wolf, he made a contract with Lunar, who had been sealed inside Wolf's body. After dealing with the Lord of the Phostate and the demon worshippers, Tiny left that place, and coincidentally he encountered Asgard's daughter, Chloe. He needed her help to find her father. Fortunately, they both managed to go with her. While they were all together, a fifth circle dark mage appeared. They were ambushed by an elf who worked for the Baron, and they barely managed to defeat her after a fierce battle. But after that incident, Elaine died. Because of this, they attracted the attention of the elders of the demon worshippers. Eventually, they finally found Asgard, and Tiny told him about the tragedy of his past life and the 7 disasters. As a result, he was trained by the Duke to be prepared for the disasters to come. During this time, the Lunar Wolf was considering canceling their contract. That was when the protagonist obtained a weapon from the forge. After finishing his preparations, Tiny headed toward Karun to prevent the first disaster. But they discovered that things had already started going wrong by that time. After dealing with all the demon worshippers hidden on the ship heading toward the city, Tiny was recognized by the king of Karun and was able to prepare for the disaster at the palace. Sometime later, the king introduced the navigator Litman to Tiny. However, it was actually a neglected beastman who was on the enemy's side. He was the one who locked away the missing mage and kidnapped the offspring of the ancestral monster, the Kraken, because he planned to use this offspring to lure the Kraken and destroy Karun. However, Tiny dealt with the demon worshippers who tried to steal the sacred object. He also resolved the misunderstanding with the Kraken, consequently preventing the disaster in Karun. That was how Tiny earned the title of Radiant Knight, and grew significantly. But the next disaster was already waiting for him before the wedding of Chloe and the Crown Prince could take place. Asgard's rival and future ally appeared and challenged the Duke to a duel. Even though he didn't want to, he was convinced by the protagonist to accept, and after the Master of Weapons lost the battle, he remained in the capital until the wedding was over as promised. That way, he was also informed about the future disasters. Meanwhile, however, a great conspiracy was being orchestrated in the Imperial Palace, the annihilation of the Imperial family. The second queen wanted to purge the bloodline of Alan, a lineage she deeply hated, which in fact had ties with the demon worshippers. The Emperor ordered a secret society called the Imperial Shadow Troop to assassinate Asgard, as well as the demon worshippers who tried to tear the Empire apart through explosions. For his part, Tiny, who was preparing for the impending disaster, was ambushed by a member of the Imperial Shadow Troop, Luna Morse. He pretended to be from the same family as her to avoid being killed. Thus, he managed to escape that dangerous situation. On the day the disaster struck, Tiny tried to prevent the bombs, but the demon worshippers had already planted them. They eventually exploded, resulting in chaos. Under the Duke's orders, Tiny set out to save the Emperor, and ended up discovering that Ludwig, his very own brother, had conspired with the demon worshippers. However, Tiny was not strong enough to fight him. At that moment, the master of weapons appeared like a comet. Not only did he prevent the protagonist from perishing at the enemy's hands, but together they managed to kill Ludwig. After the mage was defeated, the emperor showed himself ready to start a war, but he was executed before that at the hands of his own son. The rebellion came to an end with the imprisonment of the empress. Not only her, but her lover and partner in conspiracy were also arrested. After the crown prince ascended the throne, he promised to reward the protagonist. Tiny ended up strengthening his spirit, body, and soul power. Along with that, he obtained the transcendent armor called Animus. His work was praised by the Duke, something that surprised him since the old man was not one to do that. After that, Tiny set off toward Elfheim, accompanied by the knight Karun, where the third disaster would occur. As the sun rises, Protagonist calls his wolf to continue their journey. Lunar is a bit emotional because of the full moon, but now that he is awake, he is ready to move on. A week later, in a vast pasture outside the Empire, Karun says that this is orc territory. He apologizes for the long journey, stating that the protagonist could have arrived in just one day if he were alone. However, Tiny says he doesn't mind and either way needs help to enter Elfheim. Karun says they should be careful about one thing: the orcs. He also explains that if they were in Industria, they could simply pay a toll fee, but orcs do not allow the weak to pass through their territory. Tiny knows that they will have to accept the orcs' challenge as brave warriors to proceed, and says that until they reach Elfheim, they will encounter several tribes if they go in a straight line. If they win the battles against the orcs, they will reach their destination faster. Karun is impressed by the protagonist's knowledge, but remembers that the Duke warned him not to question how Tiny knows things and simply to act accordingly. On that occasion, the Duke promised to reveal the reason someday, but until then he instructed Karun to just support the protagonist. That was why he agreed to this mission. Karun thinks he should keep it a secret as a friend, so he simply follows the protagonist just as the Duke instructed. The two advance, running through the field, and it doesn't take long for them to encounter their first orc challenge. Tiny is already facing one of them. She appears mounted on a boar. He even mocks his opponent because he is holding back his strength, knowing that greater challenges await him. The protagonist wonders if that enormous sword the orc wields was really that light in his past life as well. He doesn't feel any weight. Karun deduces that it might be due to the protagonist's new armor, which despite its size grants unparalleled strength and resistance. Tiny charged recklessly dozens of times, but Karun notices that the opponent tired out before he did. Seeing the orc exhausted, Tiny taunts her. However, due to this provocation, she becomes furious and attacks him again. The lunar wolf shows, a terrifying expression which even scares the opponent's boar. Because of this, it stops running, destabilizing her. This gave the protagonist the opening he wanted. From a distance, Karun warns him not to kill his opponent. Even so, Tiny attacks, but he stops himself at the crucial moment of the battle and merely knocks the orc down, leaving her alive. He thinks that even with all his training, the gap is still too vast. Soon, he realizes that the fear in his opponent wasn't caused by him, but by the lunar wolf. Not only that, but his elemental abilities have reached the next level, and Tiny recognizes that choosing this armor was indeed the right decision. The defeated orc is retrieved by her people and taken home along with her boar. After this, Karun says that was a very dangerous thing to do. Tiny apologizes, claiming he got too excited. Karun says that now they will move on to the second tribe and regrets never having seen such imposing orcs before. Tiny, however, thinks it was easier than he expected. Regardless, Karun asks if they should proceed to the second tribe, and Tiny responds that they can stop in Jammingwood on the way there. His friend asks why. The protagonist explains that it is the city of the Red Boar, which he just defeated, and they can get there in 2 hours if they head west from here. Karun asks how he knows that, and Tiny says he just heard it somewhere. But the knight is no fool and knows that the protagonist has many secrets. Even so, he decides not to question him further. After arriving in Jammingwood, an orc appears at the entrance and tells the two of them to stop. The orc notices that they are not merchants. However, Garen states that he has already passed the warrior's challenge and shows him the reward for his victory. Thus, they are allowed to pass even though the orc does not want to let them in. Tiny comments that they are not as friendly as he expected. Garen explains that it is due to the many wars of the past. The protagonist recalls that even in his past life, when there was an internal war in the Empire, the orcs came in massive groups to plunder. But the orcs also had a war within their own tribe, and they self-destructed afterward. Tiny thinks that Elfheim might also be a problem, but there are many things he doesn't know about the orcs' internal war that is approaching. Battle and war are nothing new to the orcs, but war within their tribe is. No species would choose to self-destruct, and he wants to see if there will be any sign of that, at least for a day. So he suggests staying there for a day, and Garen says he will do as Tiny wishes. Tiny asks if he isn't curious about the reason. Garen replies that he trusts Tiny and knows that he isn't the type of person to do something like this without a reason. So they decide to stay in the city for a day instead of moving forward. Tiny comments that the place is bigger than he expected. Garen thought he had been there before, but the protagonist says that it is his first time and that he only heard about this location from a friend. He thinks that it's no wonder Jarek boasted about this place. And if jamming wood is this impressive, the capital Beta must be much larger, and his friend must be there. Then an orc appears and says that things have already been quite tense lately. Soon, a human in full body armor arrives and asks what the protagonist wants in his city. Garen explains that they have just passed the warrior's challenge, and that there is nothing for them to worry about. The leader asks how the protagonist managed to do that with such a small body. In his defense, Garen states that despite being small, Tiny is one of the greatest geniuses of the Empire, and it was not a shameful battle for the orc warrior. After hearing this, the orc leader says that the protagonist must prove himself to him. The others are shocked by this challenge. In turn, Tiny accepts, leaving the others even more surprised. However, Tiny says that he has a schedule to follow, so he cannot take too long. The orc leader is extremely excited and gives an order to his people in their local language. Then he says he will show the battle location. Once there, many orcs have gathered to watch, and the leader asks if the protagonist is comfortable with this. Tiny replies that he doesn't mind, but is worried that it might be a bit rude because he doesn't want to beat the leader in front of his own people. However, the leader says that orcs take anything related to battle with honor, so he shouldn't worry about that. So, Tiny says he won't hold back. He even goes as far as to remove his armor, something that surprises the orc leader. He says that the rumors were true, and Tiny realizes that he was recognized as soon as the leader started speaking to him. The leader confirms but says he is disappointed because he couldn't believe the Radiant Knight was just a swordsman. Tiny says that it's not the warrior class that determines the outcome of the battle. This response pleases the orc leader, but now he wants the protagonist to prove it in battle, something Tiny would love to do. Thus, the two begin to fight. Immediately after they clash and are thrown in opposite directions. The orc leader is not satisfied with this. For his part, Tiny thinks that it's clearly different without his armor, and his opponent is stronger than he expected. The protagonist feels that it's been a while since he felt this way. It's as if he has gone back to the past again. The orc leader prepares to attack and raises his axe toward Tiny. As he attacks, the protagonist manages to defend himself. Tiny faces his opponent and feels so curious that he can't help himself. He remembers fighting orcs in his past life, and now he wants to see how far his brute strength can take him. As he distances himself from his opponent, he notices that this is the orc's mana method, the tribal tattoo that the leader wears. His opponent asks why the protagonist isn't using his armor. Tiny says that without it, he is still strong enough to defeat him. Then the opponent attacks and tells Tiny not to disappoint him. The protagonist tells him to have high expectations. Soon the two attack and clash again. From afar, Garen watches the fight and thinks that the two are already taking it too far. But they are far from done. The protagonist himself is enjoying the fight because he thinks that this orc is exactly like his friend Jarek, who always told the protagonist to fight like a man until the enemy's bones break because that is the way of a knight. These memories make Tiny even more excited. He uses his strength intensely, even going as far as to crack both their weapons, until he breaks them both, leaving them at the mercy of their bare fists. The impact of this can be felt by everyone present, including the protagonist's friend. For his part, the orc leader says that without a doubt, the protagonist is confident. Tiny says that the same can be said about him. This satisfies the orc. Then, instead of continuing the fight, he embraces Tiny, saying that this is enough to confirm the rumors, and now he can be honest with him. Then he says that they should go talk somewhere else. This definitely surprises the heroes. A little later, they find themselves in front of a banquet, and the orc leader tells them to eat whatever they want, because after fighting hard, they must eat. Karun Shilly thanks him for this. Tiny, on the other hand, doesn't waste time and enjoys every piece of meat, even surprising the orcs. While they eat, the leader wants to say something, and says that there was a reason for bringing them here. He then asks if the two are close to the Emperor. Tiny responds that only in public, and he can't say they are personally close. But there was one time he slapped him. The orc leader says, "That's enough because no one would dare hit the Emperor unless they were close to him." Then he directly tells Tiny to answer honestly. Is the Empire preparing for a war? Karun tries to change the subject, but Tiny asks, what makes the orc leader think that? The leader says that there are battles happening in orc lands right now, and that Chief Nergui of the Black Rhino tribe is preparing for war, defending orc unity. Tiny asks if war isn't common among orcs. The leader replies that it is, but not if there is a human among them, forcing them to start a war. Hearing this makes the protagonist wonder if this could have been the work of the last emperor. Then he puts his honor on the table and says that the current empire would never do that. Karun tells Tiny that he can't say that if he's not sure about things. However, the orc leader decides to believe what the protagonist said, claiming that the tongue may be cunning but fists honest. He also says that the battle with the protagonist was a duel between real men, and he will not belittle his honor, that being enough to trust him. Thus, protagonist thanks him for the trust. Then they say a word in the orc language that means friendship. The orc leader is surprised that Tiny knows their language, and the protagonist explains that he has an orc friend. Seeing this, Karun says he knows that friendship can transcend the barriers of species and borders, getting super emotional. The next day, they prepare to depart until someone approaches, and says they know Tiny is going to Elfheim, so they offer to guide him to the edge of the great forest. Karun recognizes her as the orc who lost the fight against Tiny a few days ago, but she says he didn't need to bring that up. She introduces herself as Narn, the scout leader of the Red Boar tribe, and she wants to join them until they reach the great forest. Karun says they haven't finished the warriors' challenges yet, but Narn says that doesn't matter because her tribe is close to the orcs there. So, Karun asks if they will be near other tribes where they are going. Tiny responds that it's possible. Narn says that Chief Batar is the greatest warrior and leader and taught them that killing without necessity should be avoided. She also followed him and learned the common language, allowing her tribe to prosper. Karun says that this leader must be a great man, but the protagonist thinks about it and finds something strange, as he saw some refugees from Jammingwood in his past life. However, he never heard the name Batar, and he wonders if this Batar died before the day of disaster. Tiny then asks if there is a way to send a message to the Empire from Jammingwood. Karun asks why he wants to do that. Tiny says he must warn Valentia about the changes in the orc tribes because it is important. The knight had already assumed it was about something else and tells the protagonist not to worry because he has already contacted a friend in Jammingwood to send a message about the conversation they had with the local leader. He thought Tiny was worried about saying such a thing with confidence, but the protagonist knows that's not the case. Karun says that orcs cannot use ancient magic to communicate through spells, but that friend will personally go to Valencia to deliver the news. The protagonist asks since when he has had a friend in Jammingwood. Then the knight says he met him in the arena, and says that the duration of friendship doesn't matter because he is trustworthy, and asks the protagonist to trust him. So the protagonist decides to give him a vote of confidence. A short time later, they reach the border, and Narn speaks with the other orcs. She explains that the humans are travelers heading to the Great Forest. Since they are friends of the Red Boar tribe, the leader lets them pass, until one of them speaks to the protagonist and says he has heard that a human riding a wolf spirit prevented the disaster, is passing through the orc grasslands. He quickly identifies that the protagonist is this person. Narn reminds him that she just said the two humans are friends of the Red Boar tribe, and asks why their passage is still being blocked. The orc replies that he does not want to stop them. He just wants their help because they need the wisdom of the wolf, as he has lived long enough to become a spirit. Tiny realizes that he is referring to the lunar wolf, and notices that the orc also has a wolf that has grown weak with age, and it is indeed much smaller and quite thin for a dreadful wolf. After that, the lunar wolf suddenly bolts, leaving the protagonist confused, until it stops running, because it reaches some plants with magical properties. The lunar wolf takes some of these plants to the orc, who says it is Karun vine. He says that it is just a bitter herb to them and asks if that is how the lunar wolf became a spirit. The protagonist replies that it is not, but says that it will prolong the life of whoever consumes it. Thus, the orc thanks him for his help. He says his name is Bold, and as a candidate for chief of the dreadful wolf tribe, he promises the protagonist that by his honor, if Tiny ever comes to him in the future, he will do everything to help him with anything. Tiny is pleased to know he has gained another ally. He suddenly recalls Jarek and wonders what his friend might be doing at this very moment. Regardless, he knows he'll find out soon enough. 5 days later, within the vast expanse of the Great Forest, the protagonist expresses his gratitude to Non for her assistance. She in turn wishes them luck for the journey ahead, now that they have finally arrived at the forest. Garen asks Tiny if he has ever been here before, to which Tiny responds negatively. However, the knight immediately senses that this is untrue. Garen explains that the Great Forest is inhabited by elves and ancient beasts. It serves as the continent's shield, protecting it from the pollution spreading from the demonic region. Everything stretching from the demonic region in the west to the Great Forest is a remnant of the war against the former Demon King. This area is the demon's stronghold. He has heard tales of a massive labyrinth hidden deep within the demonic region, but nobody truly knows what lies inside. Tiny thinks to himself that one day he should visit the labyrinth. In his past life, discovered Noctum his weapon there. However, going there now would only result in his death for nothing. Garen wonders what the protagonist is thinking. He tells Tiny he won't ask about his secrets, but wishes to assist him as a friend. Asks if he can at least know the mission's purpose. The protagonist purrs before answering. He then explains that failure would mean the elves' sacred artifact disappearing, and the world tree catching fire. Garen warns that if the world tree is lost, evil energy will corrupt the Great Forest, leading to the world's end. Suddenly, he understands that this mission is far more than a secret to keep. It is a cause worth risking their lives for. Tiny remarks there is still time to retreat. However, Garen refuses this option. He quickly asserts that there is no time to waste and they must reach Elfheim as soon as possible. Sometime later, a man is sprinting through the forest. He shouts that he doesn't want to die. The man screams as he runs, chased by a local monster. He questions why an ant had to appear right in front of him. He runs as fast as he can, attempting to halt the monster by firing in its direction. Back with the protagonist, his companion says he cannot increase the pace, and Tiny reassures him that having used mana to run non-stop for 6 hours, exhaustion is expected. He adds that since they are near the Scout Elves' territory, they would have to slow down anyway. Tiny suggests they rest briefly. Garen agrees, but insists they avoid using fire, as it could ignite the Great Forest. The protagonist notices Garen's genuine concern and asks who would be foolish enough to set the forest ablaze. Suddenly, a fire breaks out behind them. They quickly realize they are not alone. The man who was running heads toward them. Behind him comes the monster. He urges them not to stand still, begging for help against the creature. The two see that the man is a dwarf. Tiny comments that dwarves are not uncommon in the Great Forest, but being hunted by an ant is a dire situation. The dwarf begs for assistance. The protagonist stops him, saying he has done nothing wrong. Tiny responds that he cannot be certain of that. Their attention is then drawn to a woman atop the ant. She asks why someone like the protagonist, neither a merchant nor a hunter, has come to the great forest. Karun requests to handle the situation. He hopes for favorable winds beneath his feet like a bird leaving its nest. The woman replies she hopes to witness the end of the world and return to dust, becoming wisdom. Karun expresses happiness at meeting the daughter of the World Tree. She is surprised a human knows the promoter's greeting. He credits a friend who was an elf promoter. The woman notices the symbol of friendship on Karun's item and the color of Hero's hair. She stands before a wolf elementalist knight and a knight bearing the symbol of friendship, declaring there is no reason to deny them acceptance. Tiny asks if she truly recognized someone by their hair color alone. Karun says elves can distinguish such things. The woman then addresses the dwarf, stating that humans are friends of elves, so now it is his responsibility. The dwarf kneels and begs forgiveness. The elf says he has harmed the spirits of the forest and even injured her allies. The dwarf insists he was unaware, and that he was only keeping watch during a disturbance.